Morning, everybody. What up, Dryden? What up, Ecto? What up, Deadshot? What up, Boo? Yeah, dude, that stream took forever.
Well,
what up, Holmes? That was a long stream. Good news is, if you missed some of it, we're gonna rewatch it here in just a little bit, but we're not gonna rewatch the whole thing. I'm just gonna watch the stuff that I feel like is relevant and important, and discuss those things with you guys, and then outside of that, the rest of the stream is just what it is, right? It was close to 5 hours. Dude, it felt like 5 hours. It felt like 5 hours. There's no two ways about that. We'll definitely go over it, though, because there was like a bunch of stuff. Overall, what was your opinion? My opinion was, I liked what they said, and I liked the ideas. I just need to see it in practice. Was I able to ask any questions? Yeah, we asked at the end. There was like a live Q&A that we all got to, we got to ask some questions. But that was probably like 4 hours in. A lot of it was skins. A lot of it was just stuff that wasn't really that important. So we'll go over it. Yeah, there was like I dropped in Vash's stream afterwards because Vash was still streaming because he was watching it on a delay. Vash said effectively there were like 3 good questions asked. I had a feeling of like Outriders and its DLC. You think so, Parabellum? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? What up, Wesker? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? That's the question. The final the final skin on the battle pass felt bad. Like, not gonna lie, yeah, I think that the final skin on the battle pass was abysmal. I actually got up and went to the bathroom when they were talking about the battle pass, so I missed basically everything they said about the battle pass, other than the final skin. Is Vash back? No. Effectively, Vash is doing a video right now where he's just going over his thoughts for the First Descendant in Season 3. But the TLDR from talking to him last night, which it's up to Vash and what he wants to do. Like, I don't speak for other content creators, right? I've always been careful not to speak for other content creators, but from what Vash was saying, he has no intention of coming back for Season 3. Nothing during the dev live stream impressed Vash enough to come back. You fell asleep last night? Yeah, it was long and it was kind of drawn out. They did spend a lot of time looking at skins and talking about things like that. They definitely, when they talked about the game and what they were talking, we'll go over it when the dev live stream, like when I review the dev live stream. But basically, the question I asked during the dev Q&A, Outrider died about 2 months after the DLC. That's not a good thing. Near videos, longest clip. Other stuff was like 5 seconds of the hover bike. Yeah, my speaking of skins, they didn't show any Evo skins. Didn't even talk about Evo skins. The question I asked, which was the question that we crowdsourced from chat. Well, three of the questions. Hey, Vol. Saw you put on the big screen. Hey, they gave a couple of us a little bit of airtime, right, Fresh? I was in a really good spot until Moxie hot mic'd. So let me grab my little. Well, let me put on my face cam. Starting screen. It looks like my snipping tool had stuff on it, so I can't remember what we snipped. Bro, Moxie was funny. So like Moxie hot mic'd a couple times. And the one time so when the dev live stream started out, like there was a box was doing soundboard was crazy. Yeah, so there was like, this was the main like big screen, and then there was like 8 squares right? There was like 8 squares that we were in. And, so like we were in like these 8 squares. And when the dev live stream started, I was right here. And I was there for probably like an hour or so. And then, like Moxie hot mic'd. Like he forgot that we were in a whole separate room. Yeah, we were in a whole separate room from everybody else. Our mics were live, so we could talk at any point in time during the dev live stream. Like our mics were on the same channel that the developers' mics were on. And for whatever reason, Moxie he unmuted his. And he was talking to chat. And he was talking about the guy that was like putting his hand up for a question. And as soon as he did that, because Moxie was down here, as soon as he hot mic'd, it shot his position up here and then fucking put me down bottom, which is fine. Yeah, so Moxie definitely hot mic'd. So what up, Or? What up, White Hammer? You're so disappointed character-wise? What do you mean on just like... So here's a funny thing. They said this chick down here is going to be the next descendant. They were like, this chick down here Harris is gonna be the next descendant. They were like, I bet nobody else saw that coming. I started laughing. I was like, bro, we literally like a week and a half ago were like, man, wouldn't it be cool if Harris was the next descendant? I mean, if you're on my channel all the time, then you'll remember we literally talked about Harris being a descendant. Harris after Nell, yeah. It's gonna go Harris, Ultimate Luna, or it's gonna go Nell, Ultimate Luna, Harris, Ultimate Eugen. Your rant is in the First Descendant channel. Oh yeah, I'll have to check it out. I saw it this morning, but I didn't have time to deal with it. Di is nowhere on she wasn't on the list. Missed that one. Must have been a Sunday stream. Yeah, so we literally talked about Harris. And then 3 of the community questions got answered. So Zero asked one of our questions about the dog. So we had a question about the dog and the pickups, and Zero asked that question. I got to ask my question. What up, Luffy? Doc Octo? Basically, that's what everybody was spamming. And then there was a Korean content creator that seemingly asked a very much word-for-word question that we had on our list, which was really interesting. So essentially, like 3 of our community questions got answered in the Q&A. Dia could be season 4, she could be, but they said they don't have any intention of adding any additional elements. So I wouldn't expect Dia to be like darkness or anything. So the biggest reveal was Biscuit's face. Dude, there's so many OB simps now. It's hilarious. There are so many OB simps now. It's not really a surprise. OB was like, Biscuit's very pretty. And this community has a lot of gooners. So it's not really a surprise that people latched onto Biscuit's appearance and just made a big deal out of it, which I bet in one sense was like really nice for her because it's very flattering. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I feel like it's very flattering to one point, but then the flip side of that coin is it's gonna feel overwhelming. And now you're gonna have people that just comment in her YouTube videos about, oh my God, Biscuit, you should use your face cam or whatever, you know? So she's gonna probably get a lot of people that just comment on her looks and tell her that she should use a face cam and shit in her streams. Luna looks great. Yeah, I think Luna looks pretty good. We had 5 descendants, 7 including Nell. Since launch, 6 are women and 1's a guy. Like, what the fuck? Unfortunately, they're falling like gachas do, where they're just releasing things they know will sell. Watching Vash's reaction with cinema. I think Vash as a content creator that's very removed from the space is going to give you a different take than people who are here all the time. So And like when I was talking to Vash last night after stream, I dropped in and he was like, I don't know, man, maybe I'm just like I'm a little bit salty, you know, like maybe I'm coming at this. Yeah. He's like, maybe I'm coming at this like a little bit salty or whatever, but so I think that Vash is Vash. He's well aware of like who he is and his opinion. He didn't see anything. I'm not going to speak for Vash. You can watch his content, but at the end of the day, it doesn't sound like he was too impressed. In my view, the Feet Descendants, dude, there's so many. Yeah, the fact they talked about Feet for as long as they didn't help anything. He understands the fundamental issue for CCs. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he definitely gets the idea. So people asked my thought, and I'll go into my thoughts a little bit more when we review the because we'll review the live stream, but I'm gonna skip around. We're gonna speed it up. We're gonna watch the parts that I think are important to us as gamers, and that's what I'm gonna focus on. Like I'm gonna run my dailies and stuff. Wildlife and World, they made it clear it was not focused on the accident. What do you mean? Oh yeah, they're not. Yeah. Sorry, but the first question was fishing, swimming question. Had you laughing? I mean, are you surprised though? What I was surprised with, I'm not gonna lie. I thought they would have asked the 8 of us. I thought they would have asked the 8 content creators questions first. I thought we would have been the first 8 questions asked. The fact that we weren't was okay, but like the fact that, yeah, but so many like dating sim questions, yeah. I literally thought I wasn't gonna get picked. Like I was the last content creator because it seemed like they were trying to do them in groups, right? So they would do like one content creator and then like a couple questions and then one content creator and a couple questions. So like they're at the end, fucking Denny's. They evaded so many questions with skill issues, could dodge the same way. Dude, if their players could dodge the same way, it'd kill me. If you guys go back and watch the full thing, like say you go back and watch the Q&As, because we probably won't do the Q&A. Like halfway through the Q&A, every time we were on screen, fucking Denny's, because my camera was like right below Denny's. Denny's was like doing this shit, trying to get them to fucking pick me. Because like I was the last one asked. It was absolutely hilarious. Alyssa got a lot of flack. So I didn't have the YouTube stream chat up, but from what I understand, there were some people that had things to say about Alyssa before he even asked a question. I knew that as soon as Alyssa asked the nerf question, though, it was going to be wrecked. They should have only had content creators there. I think that it's fair. I think that it's absolutely fair to get reactions from a lot of the area in the community. I think that it's actually really, really fair to do that. So I'm not surprised. Like I don't think that they should have only had content creators, but I think the types of questions you're going to get from content creators is different than the types of questions you're going to get from players. Obviously, like there were players asking for more in-game lore about characters and asking about fucking like all sorts of like weird gooning stuff. So, but they also had some characters like Ecto. Ecto asked a really good question, right? Like Ecto asked a great question. It was one that I wasn't going to ask, but it's one that I think a lot of players have. So like Ecto's question went really good, and everybody started calling him Grandpa Gooner for it. So I think Ecto got like, I think Ecto got a little bit of like out of that. So, a little bit of community love. Yeah. Exactly. And I respect Alyssa for asking the nerf question. I think that the Haley's doing the 129 million damage, yeah, that's concerning for the reasons Vash pointed out, and we'll talk about that later. We haven't started looking at the dev live stream yet. We'll review it here in a little bit. You started pointing at me too, Hero? I appreciated you guys. I respected Alyssa for going out and asking about the nerf. The nerf gave me really good insight because they'd constantly been mentioning that they were going to they constantly were mentioning that they were going to buff skill descendants up to Inez. And Inez was going to be the bar. You should have asked 2 questions. I definitely should have. You guys were yelling in Sin stream to choose me. Dude, they didn't fucking care. I got asked finally. Like, I got asked a question finally, Barb, so... As long as I got my question asked before the end of the stream, it was fine. What'd Vash point out? I was gonna say something. Oh, so like they pointed out the so the question Alyssa asked gave us. There's Judge getting ignored. Fucking Lamal. I mean, I don't know, man. Some of the shit they do makes it seem like they consume my content, or I'm just really fucking smart. Right? Whatever. Where do? But before I get like really confused again, so they said Inez is going to be the benchmark for skill descendants. And because Alyssa asked this question, they outright said Serena is the benchmark for gun descendants moving forward. I thought that was very telling. But yeah, there's like the Harris thing. Like, we literally talked about how Harris would have been like a cool descendant like a week or two ago. So no balance, go nuts. Yeah, I think that... So here's the we know but Serena's not a gun descendant, she's a skill descendant because they really do bulk of damage behind the skills. I know, which means they're gonna make gun descendants skill-based descendants. It's gonna be interesting. So here's my TLDR before I get into the stream, because a lot of people have asked like what was my thought. Everything that they showed and the things that they said were interesting. I've maintained forever I'm not really too interested with the Axiom Plane. I think it's going to kind of be like boring and open world where you're just going to kind of be doing like the same thing over and over. So so to go back to the question I asked them. The question I asked them was about difficulty, and I have to preface this whole thing by going to my question. What up, Jim? In my question, I asked if they would be adding multiple tiers of difficulty, right? So you'd have like easy, medium, hard, extra hard, whatever. And you'd be able to tier up your difficulty. You'd have like grandmasters or whatever. If Serena's a gun descendant, then what's Haley? That's a question, right? So that was my question, was will we get multiple tiers of difficulty so we can do more challenging content and get more rewards? The idea, which I didn't say to them, but the idea is that you could also make weaker content for people who are not as good, right? It was all baked into the question. It was a very good question. And effectively, they said they're not going to do that. Yo, thanks for the follow. So effectively, they said they're not going to do that. What they did say was that the Axiom Planes is harder than anything we have in the game. So its difficulty is supposed to be above Sigma. Take that how you want. I don't think Sigma is difficult at all. But they say its difficulty is supposed to be above Sigma. And that you're going to need a Descendant with a full set of mods. You're going to need arcade tuning. You're going to need component cores and weapon cores. And you're going to need to be in a group to survive. That's what they said. So so Axiom Planes is supposed to be harder than Sigma. And then there are like polluted zones or whatever in the Axiom Planes that are supposed to be harder than the regular Axiom Planes. So it sounds like, yeah, basically difficulty is going to become playing from randos. Yeah, that's true. Until we access the new stuff, yeah. So they're sounding like the difficulty is just going to scale up, but I think that in doing that, and this is where I'm not happy, is in doing that, in saying that the Axiom Planes is going to be harder than Sigma, but you're not going to have like multiple tiers of difficulty in the Axiom Planes. The Axiom Planes can only ever get so difficult because if they make it too difficult, then nobody can access the new update, right? Because it's too hard. And if players can't access the new update, then they're going to nerf it. And the same with the content has to be able to be cleared with random teams, which is good because I agree with Asman. I mean, if you're going to make a multiplayer activity, it needs to have difficulty scaled to playing with randoms. Because you just won't be able to do it. Sigma's low bars. Sigma's the fucking ground. The other thing I noticed, and I don't know if I'll find it when we're going through the dev live stream, but I thought it was interesting. Because it gives, we talked about it before, the devs have insights that we don't have, right? What up, Ripa? So at one point they showed 400s on, or they showed like invasions on the screen, right? Or whatever. They showed they showed like the weekly hard dungeons, right? They showed how many people clear each one, and the 100s had like 140 something million clears. The 250s had like 120 million clears, and then the 400s had like 70 million clears. So based on that, the bulk of your community, like people clearing 400s for their runs, are in like what, the top, what does that boil down to? Does anybody want to do the math for me? I'm dumb. So like if you grab the math, right, and you went 140 plus 120 plus, we'll say 80, that's 340. That's like 340 mil people. So if you take 260, what is it, 260 divided by 340? 260 divided by 340. So if you're farming 400, you're in the top 24% of the players. I mean, based on this statistically, what's the difference in running 250s versus 400? Based on the math they showed on the screen, the bulk of their players had cleared 100s and 250s. You take that how you want, but I thought that was an interesting statistic. It really shows player drop off after 250. It definitely does, and I don't know if that's because people either quit the game or if it's because player skill level is on the ground. Right, but this is only for people that do that content. So it's not like only 20% of the player base is doing them. It's only 20% of the player base that runs that content, runs it on the hardest setting. Most ran over Magisters. I mean, it... Yeah, if you can do 250s. Oh... No. So you're saying people just playlist them just because, like, to break up the monotony? There's probably a room for error in there, so say 30%. You know what I mean? So maybe it's 30%. The way I have to look at it is statistically that's important because it helps give us information around where the player base of the game congregates. So you can take it as skill, you can take it as skill level, you can take it as people are doing it because it's more efficient. Whatever it is, it's still interesting to see that's where players congregate, right? No, I do agree though. I feel like skill level's on the ground because they're really pushing Bunny and Freyna. The Haley mission was like a bit tricky because they don't explain how to clear it. Yeah. You can do 250, you can do 250s everywhere. There's two specific 400s a day. You ignore them. No, I get that. Like, for just a playlist, I think they should add a regular playlist. Maybe because most players nuke everything in 400s and it can be annoying. Could be. There's a lot of reasons for it. What up, Kamishi? But you have to look at it statistically. Like, statistically, it's interesting, right? It doesn't sound right because we spam Magister's Lab. There's no way hard was ran more. I have no idea. I mean, I'm going to say that the stats they have are the stats they have. They have something that you don't have access to. So even if like, because think about it this way. What up, Z? Think about it this way, Hero. Even if like 300 or 400 or 500 players spam one thing, that doesn't really account for the overall player base, right? You saw me last night, Kamishi? Wonder how the scout rifle is gonna be. I need to see it in action. I think it's set up for Nell. It's set up for Nell. The question is, do you need it? Because it's one of those things where the scout rifle will probably be pretty decent, but is this Elden Ring or something else? This is something else for right now, home. We'll be playing Elden Ring here later on before I jump off. It's just going to depend. I think the enemies on Axiom Plane are actually going to be a lot easier than they're showcasing, but we need to get in and see it. Personally, I think if everything is the way that it's been stated to be, I think it's going to be a lot of fun and it's going to be good and entertaining and enjoyable. What up, Scott? Nell's going to be the new baseline, probably to some degree. I mean, Nell has a really interesting skill kit because of what she can do. I think the numbers 400 show nothing. When did we get sent into 400s last? We always do Sigma or VP. I think, Vol, the thing about that is to just take it as an indication of the overall player base, because running 400s is a snapshot of what players do. So there's always going to be an argument of, well, the only thing I personally run is this, or the only thing my friends run, or anecdotally, this is what's happening. But at the end of the day, you have to remember that they have access to aggregated data that we do not have access to. So what I'm looking at is pure raw aggregated data that they show that is interesting. I mean, I think I've ran a lot of the Executioner just because it was like cores that I cracked or whatever. I just thought that part was interesting. You guys can take it with a grain of salt. You can look at it however you want or you don't want. But for me to see those numbers, it lets me know in my mind where the bulk of the player's skill level is. But it's only because 400 is too difficult, or is it because they're too annoying? That's the question we're due, is why is it that way? Like, why are people running the 250s over the 400s? Or why are people running the 100s over the 400s? I don't have access to that info, and you don't have access to that info. But in looking at the info, that's what we have, right? The exterminate weapon, that wasn't the rocket launcher, right? I think the rocket launcher is going to be meh. I think the rocket launcher is going to be meh. I think Restored Relic's going to beat it. Jaber in August, did you see the rework coming? I mean, the 2B, all right, so is 2B going to be a character adding dual wield or handguns, you think? No. My answer is no to that, Dryden. They basically showcased that the swords that she was using are going to be a back attachment. They're not even going to be sword skins in the game. So I don't think like her using a Kimbo or anything like that is sort of like indicates anything that's happening in the game. I think it was pure cutscene. I think it was pure cinema. Or hundreds have major drop. It could be Ecto. There's definitely a lot of reasons why people could be doing it. It's just due to availability. If more hundreds were available, you think more people would run it? I'm not going to disagree with you guys. If they put 400, like if they put support tokens in 400, I mean, like there's a lot of reasons for it. A couple months after 2B, so won't make the cut. Yeah. I will admit, only run 400 to speed around them. I have to remind myself to stop at the end to let people catch up. It might be annoying with people. It very well might be. So the thing is, they need to, if you're an analyst, I looked at things purely analytical, right? Like the conversation we just had is like a conversation of nuance versus analytics. I think the problem is going to be what I said is what people like, what a bean counter is going to say when they look at the numbers. So if I'm somebody whose job it is to develop content and come up with hard level content and what I think is going to make sense to be done, I'm going to look at all of the data and then I'm going to make a decision based off of that. And the decision I would have made was that content harder than 400s is not the bulk of our community doesn't utilize that. So because of that, I'm going to limit the amount of challenge that I put in the game based on all of the data that I saw, right? So like you and I and everybody here that understands what's going on and can understand the nuance of the situation and why things might happen or is one thing. But if you're just somebody who is just programming or designing content, you're not going to look at that as much. So that's all I'm trying to say. 400 sometimes slow down in playstyle and let people carry you a bit. I don't blame you. How's the dev live stream? We're going to be going over it here in a little bit, Greg. I'm going to speed run through most of it because it's like a 5-hour live stream, and I think that there's probably only 45 minutes or an hour's worth of content in there worth covering. But do you do data mining for companies? Those numbers can vary widely depending on the question submitted. Absolutely. I mean, honestly, where do they can? And you can bend the numbers to tell whatever narrative you want. So that's why I'm saying the numbers are interesting, because you can extrapolate out a lot of different things from that data, and you can use it to make decisions that can impact the game pretty heavily. But the stats were all-time stats. 400s came later, and we are doing significant player drop. You know what, Cinity? Again, that could be 100%. All of those things could be 100% relevant. And that's where the question is, right? Like, what are they going to do with the data? It was a very long 5 hours, but I'll agree with you, Cinity, 100%. What up, Sprit? First time you didn't watch a dev stream, anything good? I'll pull it up here in a little bit. We're going to review some of it. Disappointing, no new mail being added. Quite a few people have said that, Remy. I know that the First Descendant is definitely a game where most people think about it as like a gooning game or like a female-driven descendant game. But there are actually a lot of people that want male descendants, and I'm surprised that they didn't offer any. What up, Toxic? Inez's skin being the most picked proves she's the hottest woman. Maybe. Did 400 start with Haley's release? I can't remember when they actually started. Do you think First Descendant is going to get more people this season? Probably. I want to say hopefully. And the reason I'll say hopefully is because there's a lot of like really... Thank you for that, Sil. There's a lot of really stiff competition coming out in like August, September. Borderlands being the stiffest. And I think that if the content doesn't hit well and isn't well received by the community, that it could be really bad. Because there's just a lot of really stiff competition, so your game really has to hit. Like, your game really is going to have to hit, because Borderlands is going to take a lot of people's attention away. Swords come with the new Void Vessel. I hope they revisit old content like that. I like the idea of repurposing old content instead of just adding additional content. So like taking Void Vessel and just making it a new Void Vessel, but still keeping it relevant. Kind of like gives you something good without them having to continue to add like new types of content to the game. So I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I'm okay with it. You're up in the air if you'll come back for season 3. I think there's gonna be quite a few people that just wait to see sort of like what the reviews say. Wondering who'll be good against the Hangman since he's Electric and Tormentor. Who's gonna be good against the Hangman? Serena. I'll answer that one for you. Serena's gonna be good. Will they keep them? I don't know. I mean, that's the question. 2 weeks. What's in 2 weeks, guy? Is the game worth picking up? I think so. I think the game's not bad right now. I think the game's in a good spot for a free game, and there's like new content getting ready to show up. So yeah, I'd say it's definitely worth picking up. It just, yeah, you'd have to give us a good idea of why you dropped it, and we can answer. Moxie. Oops. Anywho, thank you for the follows. We do keep them anonymous, right? So if you're just hanging out, if you're just chilling, if you're relaxing, no, I appreciate you. If you want to speak up, you want to get to know me in the community, have a good night, you way. Thanks for the follow. No, I'm about fucked up. About fucked up. Yeah, you'd have to let us know why you quit, though. We can give you some more info on it. If you give us info, we can give you a better idea. What did I see here? It's like Expedition 33. Grind all the pictos, need special weapons, one shot the bosses, or don't do OP. It's entirely up to you. I get it. I get it. I think that, and I know that there's going to be people that like want to fillet me for this. I was happy Alyssa asked the question, because it gave us an insight to what the devs thought about balance. We've talked about it before. Unfortunately, I think that in the current state, you can't nerf anything. Like, you're in a bad spot because you can't nerf anything. But the overall balance in the game is an absolute train wreck. And it does need to be fixed. And if you're not going to nerf shit, you've got to find a way to fix it. And they've decided to just make everybody a hammer and make everybody a sledgehammer. We just need to, and it remains to be seen if that's going to be good for the game or not. Like, only time will tell. We know for a fact that games that are balanced properly succeed long term. So we know that balancing the game will make things better. And we know that there are very successful games that do both nerfs and buffs. And it's not very proven how many games that only do buffs succeed long term. So I'm curious to see what they do. I commend Alyssa for asking the question, knowing that he was going to get flamed. I played a lot until PoE New League, and then you dropped it. You just didn't pick it back up again. Probably because you just got off the hamster wheel and you just kind of were enjoying a different style game. From what I hear, PoE 2 is not really in a great spot right now. I haven't personally played it, but I hear PoE 2 is kind of not in a great spot right now. And we're in a down, like there's not like a new PoE league, like PoE 1 league starting up anytime soon. Diablo 4 just launched their new season. I think Moxie was checking out their new season yesterday. I think he was checking out like yesterday or day before. That's the only reason I know they launched a new season. So we know that that's happening. But I would say if you're looking for like a free-to-play like shooting game where you can get in and do some looting and have a lot of fun, this is a great game to pick back up. It's not going to cost you anything, so it doesn't hurt you to pick it back up and see what you got going on. Just got recognized by the devs last night, dude. A couple of us got some questions asked, so that was good, right? I mean, there were 8 of us content creators. There were 8 content creators. I don't know if you noticed, but the way the screen was set up, Z, the very center of the screen had 4 larger screens on each side of it, and then outside of that there were like rows of 5 smaller screens. So like there were 8 of us content creators. Clyde wasn't there. I don't know what happened. I don't know. I noticed that about halfway through. I think we get playable Dia next year. I think you're probably looking at season 4. So if you're looking at my most recent Keelan guide, I'm pretty sure it should have had the mage set on it. But again, there was a chance that the mage set the mage set got fixed after the guide. If it did, just put on the mage set and make sure you have a skill power battle mod on him and you'll be fine. Right? So just make sure that his battle mod is a skill power mod. And then outside of that, put the mage set on him and he'll cook. Like he'll absolutely fucking cook. Clyde was busy with Destiny 2. Yeah, some of these guys who are like larger that are out of directory a lot, like Clyde and Moxie and stuff, who have like bigger followings in certain spots, I'm sure things are a little bit different for them. Waiting 2 weeks for Edge of Fate. Are you excited? That's what you're playing right now and waiting for Borderlands 4. I think a lot of people are waiting for Borderlands 4, honestly. He was there, but he wasn't. Which set's the mage set? I'll show it to you. The mage set looks like this. The Enlightened Mage set. It helps not non-at. Did I say mage set? I'm fucking retarded. My brain, dude. I only slept like 4 hours. Do not put the mage set on Keelan. Do not put the mage set on Keelan. I don't know why nobody caught it. Put the plague set on Keelan. I'm so tired because I had no sleep. Do not put the mage set on Keelan. put the plague set on Keelan. Because the plague set really benefits... The plague set really benefits Keelan. Borderlands 4. So Moxie, I want to talk about this, man. While I got you here. Because I've, like... A lot of people talk about Borderlands 4. And, like, low-key. Because, like, I used to work for Mythic. So, like, I worked on, like, getting you guys stuff before I left. But like low-key was happy to see that you're one of the 4 flagships that they're like pushing for Borderlands just because of your long history with Borderlands. And it's nice to see content creators that helped, you know what I mean, like help launch and help propel a game forward, still be recognized by that developer years later. So yeah. So I'm excited to like watch more of your content on Borderlands 4 because like most of us, you know, we're excited for the First Descendant and we've got a lot of hope in the First Descendant, but Borderlands 4 just looks really fucking promising. Like Borderlands 4 looks really fucking promising. So I really want to get in and try it out like everybody else. So you guys getting early access will be the ones that I'm gonna have to go to figure out what the fuck's going on. You didn't enjoy Borderlands 3? I mean, Borderlands 3 was one that you either loved or hated, right? Like, you either loved Borderlands 3 or you fucking hated it, so... They showed the clip's camera pointing the screen, not directly at the video. Yeah, I don't know why they elected to... Like, I have no idea why they elected to just, like, film the screen instead of just playing the video feed. It was probably just, like, some sort of issue where they just didn't have mixers. Yeah. Like, maybe whoever was involved with their shit just wasn't running, like, a mix, you know? I don't know why they did it. It was interesting as fuck. Because, I mean, you could have just mixed... You could... Like, anybody with OBS could have mixed scenes to make that look cleaner, right? Like, you could have done all of that with OBS and made it cleaner. And I know they have better software. So. Oh, Moxie with the delay. It was killing me, and I know why there was a delay. And Moxie can speak to it or not. I really don't. No, I didn't stream, man. Like, I was there in the sound check when you asked about us streaming. But I knew I had some other shit going on, so I wasn't going to be able to stream it. So I just knew I was just going to hang out and ask a question. But... And then I didn't think they were fucking going to pick me. They picked me goddamn last. Fucking poor Denny's and everybody was sitting there fucking pointing at me. Yeah, it sucked though, because like if you were live streaming, you're like more than likely the sound mix from the devs live stream, it was 30 seconds ahead. It was like 20 to 30 seconds ahead. But most people streaming would have muted that so they didn't have noise pollution coming through on their stream. So for somebody like Moxie, the devs were asking questions expecting him to hear them in real time because we were all using like an app to talk to the devs. But I'm assuming that Moxie had that turned down so he didn't get noise pollution, but it put him like 30 seconds behind the devs, which had like everybody cutting up over it. Somebody in the studio was sabotaging Moxie. It was fucking cinema. It was just cinema. It added for good entertainment value for the chat. I mean, when you're fucking 4 hours into a dev live stream, you need something, right? Like, you need something when you're fucking 4 hours into a dev live stream. That was a long ass fucking stream. That woke you up. You needed something, man. Oh. Could also use your camera because the source was busy from OBS, which is why it was so behind. Well, that's what I figured, because when we were looking at it, I was like, well, I have this, right? So I have a lapel mic. Not that anybody really cares. For the follow. But like, yo, thanks for the follow. I have a lapel mic that I can use, and I normally use this because I run a 2-PC setup. So on my second PC, a lot of times I'll just pin a lapel mic to myself. And I was like, well, I could set up a second webcam and stream and shit. And I was like, bro, that's fucking so much effort. And then the thing was, it's not like they left us on screen the whole time. I thought they were going to leave us on screen the entire time, and then they didn't. It was definitely a learning experience for them. Thanks for the follows. We keep them anonymous. So if you're just hanging out, chilling, and relaxing, no, I appreciate you. If you want to speak up and get to me in the community, have a good night. Either way, thanks for the follow. Don't worry, I'm never going to call you out. Nobody's going to know you're fucking following the channel. You don't have to worry about any other streamers or anybody else being like, did you see so-and-so fall? It's not going to fucking happen. So, hope they had a ban system for people trolling last. I've been seeing a lot of dick players. I mean, I don't know if they're going to add a ban system, but I mean, it was definitely late. Well, you called you out. I do what I can.
For the follow.
Well, you're different though, Connor. I don't fucking give a shit about you. Do you like how they produced it? Hope they fixed the video feed and sourcing. I think it was a nice system. Overall, I liked what they did, but you could definitely tell it was a learning curve. Like the sound check. People kept simping over Biscuit. I feel bad for Biscuit. We talked about this earlier, so I'm not going to rehash it. I feel bad for Biscuit because Biscuit's very pretty. But now, like, and getting all the compliments is nice. Like, it makes you feel good about yourself. But then after a while, it gets kind of weird and creepy. And then that's all people are going to talk about for a while. And that really detracts from them and their content and a lot of other things. So you kind of feel bad for the creator. So you just kind of feel bad. You want them to be able to like enjoy the space and occupy the space. Like, it leads to unwarranted harassment. Yeah, like how many people were fucking simping over like me or Moxie or Alyssa or fucking The Full Measure or something like that. Like nobody was like, oh my god, Judge is so pretty, I want his balls on my chin. Like nobody was saying that shit in the dev live stream. But I guarantee there were people that would have been fucking typing in OB bathwater comments if they thought they could get away with it. You always simp over Moxie? I can't say I blame you on that one. So, they don't have any mods in the chat. YouTube chat's fucking weird. Like, because we run YouTube chat's just fucking weird, dude. It just sucks. You're cutie. I appreciate it. I was with you until balls on the chin. Don't worry, Jobu. Just drink more beer. Then you'll take balls on chin all day. YouTube chat is weird. It's just really weird. Like, it's weird. It's weird to moderate. It's weird to do everything. I'll take the mod job if I get paid, but the chat will go real quiet. Dude, it'd be hilarious though, wouldn't it? Always be careful, free to play games, player base. Yeah. So, I think that they discussed the buffs that were coming. They didn't mention them. They just mentioned kind of who they were going to be, but they didn't really say. They didn't really say. Let me go get some coffee, guys. Let me go get some coffee, and then I think we're going to pull up the live stream from yesterday, and we're going to go through it, but we're going to go through it quickly. It gets more weird when the community attracts enough gooners. I mean, you can definitely tell the priorities when they said that they had somebody to come in and redevelop the Descendants' fucking feet so they could put bones in them so they could have Descendants walking around with no shoes on. Like, the moment you told me that you spent development money to fucking do that, and the Axiom Plains looks like a goddamn sandbox, what the fuck? Like, it was more important to let you be able to see your fucking Descendants' toes move properly in the fucking gooning zone than it was to populate the Axiom Plains. The gooning zone's not even done, Bacon. Toes guys in heaven. Bro, the amount of feet love this game gets, I don't get it. They caught the food. Oh, yeah. A proper skeleton will fix other things. They have a bunch of shortcuttings with their riggings and models. They do, but, like, for me personally, like, the fact that they cut off, like, a couple inches of the shins just to keep the height. Like, if you guys wouldn't have told me, I would have never even noticed. I would have been like, yeah, that's fine. I don't care. Like, it looks fine. Where's the bulge love? Dude, David Bowie or bust. That's all I'm going to say. Or David Bowie and bust, depending on how you look at it. Your name still holds true? What up, Doug? It's going to be a big time. I don't think Gears of War is going to be a competitor to First Descendant, because Gears of War is more like a single player game. I mean, you can play together, but the first Gooner Descendants, oh yeah. What's the most detailed feat in the game? Death Stranding? What? None. You're killing me, cheat. You're killing me, Bear. One thing Warframe's got going for them, they got some serious COD pieces. You got to have a COD piece. Put black nail polish on Luna's toes for a bikini outfit, so it'd be important. Weird people like that even exist in world chat. I mean, to go back to sort of the questions that were asked by the community, and then the questions that content creators were able to ask. I mean, the fact that when they opened things up to the community, a lot of the questions were around frivolous things kind of gives you an idea of the headspace, right? Some people like had really well articulated questions, but they were frivolous, right? Like there was one girl, she asked something about like getting more background information and backstory on cards and getting those added to the game. That's frivolous. We had another person, the stray cat guy, was like asking more about cats and stuff. We had like people asking about cosmetics, people asking about descendant slots. Like, is there any way we can get more descendant slots? Yeah, you buy them. Like, there were a lot of questions that were asked that were just like really, really unimportant or frivolous. The fishing question, we've talked about it before. Like, I could have seen fishing being added with the Axiom Planes, but I don't see you adding fishing as a separate entity and not add it as a larger package. But what would you get from fishing, right? Like, what would you even get from it right now? I hate when games add things that serve no purpose to the game. Fishing's a common aspect in many games. It is, because I think UE5 just has it fucking baked in, basically. Fishing cores, get the fuck out of here. Collectibles. Dude, we're gonna end up with the frozen pike from Once Human if we keep this shit up. Add real rate to the rod. Why weren't you guys in the fucking question pool? You guys should have been asking the hard-hitting questions. But to go back to my point, though, it definitely shows the type of questions that averaged. You have to remember that the questions asked by the community are just, I don't want to say they're the average community, because they're people who took the time to follow on Twitter and to enter into the drawing, and that by and large, that by itself sort of excludes it from being your average gamer. But it's definitely your people who spend a lot of time. And what up, Sonic? You low-key checked out as soon as they like bounced in. Sorry, like my YouTube chat's not updating now, so I gotta watch 2 chats. So I'm a little behind. Yeah, dude, when they bounced in, it had me laughing. I'm not gonna lie. When all the descendants are the same, it's easier for them to do future hard content. How much damage each descendant does, to do harder, easier. You can balance descendants, Jin, and I don't think anybody's really arguing that we shouldn't have balanced descendants, because balance does make it easier to make additional content, 100%. But it's where do you set the balance? It's where do you set the level of balance, and what happens when something is outside of that circle? Because you can't just, like, in my view, if something is outside of this circle, you can't just move the circle up every time. If you're constantly moving the circle up, then it makes all of the content that you've moved past worthless. So at some point, you have to take things that are outside and hammer them down inside of the bubble. I know people don't like to hear that. I think there are sometimes you can move the bubble, and sometimes you need to hammer things into the bubble. And it's up to the developers to decide when and how to do that. You were at work, just got to see you raising your hand, bro. I fucking raised my hand for 5 hours. I was cramping. Content first descendant still in beta. You could say that. Good morning, Cheryl. It's what it feels like. It's like watching slow motion train wreck. I don't think it's that bad, Parabellum. I just wanted to thank you for asking a legit question. I appreciate that, East. We tried to take one from the community and take it over, so when it's honestly, I couldn't care less about balance anymore when it's not clearly what we thought. I think them setting the direction, them setting the expectation lets you know what to expect, right? Because like previously, you watched for an hour and a half, falling asleep, glad you didn't. Don't know if you could watch 5 hours. Dude, it was long as fuck, Connor. I think them finally setting an expectation and setting a direction allows everybody to know what's going on. Yeah, they got, I don't know when we get them, but you should get the 20K viewer rewards. So right now, whether you agree or disagree with the direction's set. So the direction's set, so that's all that matters. Yeah, I was so confused at the beginning. You were sitting there with your hand raised, but then I got that actually picking people. Well, I was really confused by that, PubDad, because they were like, hey, everybody raise your hand. But then there were like 8 of us content creators who knew we were supposed to be getting a question asked. but they weren't picking us. They seemed to be like haphazardly picking people. So then at that point I was like, fuck it, I guess I got to raise my hand. Like I wasn't going to raise my hand because we were supposed to get a question asked, right? So at one point I was like, dude, I'm not going to raise my hand. And then fucking Moxie, when they picked him, and he's like, fuck it, I'm just going to sit here and raise my hand. And then he said that right as they picked him. And I was like, fuck it, if Moxie's going to do it, I'm going to do it. Felt like they randomized it. Oh, absolutely. I think that their idea was to do it that way. You could do it either way, right? Did you have an audio delay? No. But I was listening to the audio in real time. If you were streaming, there's a really good chance that you had the real-time audio muted so you didn't get noise pollution on your stream. So because of that, you would have an audio delay. Yeah, they could have definitely randomized it to make it look non-scripted. I would have just picked the 8 content creators first and asked them their questions, and then I would have asked everybody else. Personally, that's what I would have done, but I'm not the one that put the event together. I did get picked, yeah. You're just curious? You'll probably just get weapon pieces and shit like that. Instead of getting...
Thanks for the
instead of having them drop from Anamorphous and then you crack them, they'll probably just streamline the process. Would have been way better to go. All the questions would have been asked. It's nice to include other people, but the community manager's asking the questions. Again, White, I agree. I think it would have been nice to have us, but I do think it was nice having regular like non-content creators ask questions, because I do think it gives you an insight into like less curated thoughts for the community. One concern I got after what you said a while ago, these monthly balance patches will be pertaining to constant buffing or nerfing. They'll be trickled in here and there. What do you mean? I think that the idea behind monthly balance patches is you can nerf things before they get out of line, but that remains to be seen. If they're nerfing and buffing things, then I think it's okay. But if it's just constantly skill creeping the game every month, I think that's bad. Didn't they pick Asian Robot before Moxie? They did. They picked Real Asian early, and then the chick translator fucking glazed him. So you take that however you want, right? What up, Barry? What up, Zero? How you doing, baby? A little disappointed Sin wasn't chosen to join the group. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't speak as to who was chosen or why they were chosen, Cheryl. I don't know why they picked who they picked. There's nothing I can really say about that. How did I feel about it before and after it started? I mean, I was like pretty nervous going into it about how things were going to be. I've come out cautiously optimistic, but at the end of the day, it remains to be seen in the game. I think that in the game, I need to see how it actually is in game. Am I a corn dog? I am a corn dog. I want to see it in game, because it's easy to say that things are going to be balanced and challenging, and Axiom Plains and Wall Crusher is going to be hard content. So we just need to see how it goes. I'll talk about my thoughts here soon. I'm gonna pull the stream up here in a minute, and we're gonna go through stuff a lot faster. There's some going on there for sure. Absolutely agree to have questions. Report irrelevant. Yeah. Madge fell asleep. We're going to go over the important stuff here in a minute. What up, Stats? Oh, yeah. Zero's question was awesome. I feel like I've heard that question before. I'm happy, though, man. I'm happy Zero got to ask a question. Honestly. So, like, what they unveiled so far. I'm excited for what they unveiled. I just want to play it. Super Ego Man. This must have sent him through the roof. But yeah, because that was the thing, is like, I know you're just like talking in general, Dryden, but I want to be careful on like things said like that about content creators, because you never know who's in the channel, and I don't want people to feel like they're unwelcome here because of like some sort of community sentiments, right? But I get it for sure. Really hate how the community was treating Henri though. Yeah, I'm not gonna rehash that again, but yeah. Biscuit's brave for doing a face reveal and not using like a VTuber or a still or something. So just how it is. Yeah, I get that, Dryden. But yeah. Cheryl, thank you for gifting a membership to the channel. Thank you for the support. Thank you for supporting me, and thank you for supporting the channel. I definitely appreciate you. Almost instantly saw you hanging, dude. I'm happy you guys were able to find me. Patience, but you can always be honest though, right? Like you can always talk about how you feel. Cheryl, thank you very much for the gifted. Zero face reveal win, dude. I thought he was gonna pull it. Biscuit's brave, dude. Biscuit's really brave. So I was happy for her. I was happy that she got like some good love out of it, but I definitely feel bad for like the, you know, all the rest of the shit. YouTube chat was unhinged. I heard YouTube chat was unhinged as fuck. I didn't watch it, but they definitely could have used a fucking moderator over there. They don't have mods in chat. They don't fucking stream, man. That's like, they don't spend time on Twitch. They don't do any of that shit. So I just don't think they know, right? Yeah, she didn't deserve it. No. Dude, their stream time is fucking bullshit time. It sucks, but it is what it is. You would figure that, yeah. Dude, they didn't like, yeah, they definitely had some shit to say about Alyssa. I feel like if you know the bulk of your audience is in North America and Europe, that you would rotate your time to accommodate those slots. Her question was, it sucked because they're considering guild systems. Seems a lot of Axians pushing multiplayer. I think so. What up, Chaos? I think the guild question is a question a lot of people want, but they've answered numerous times already. And then I think they're pushing like multiplayer content with Axiom Planes, and they're saying that they want you to do it in a group, but I'm really concerned. I'm thinking that it's not going to be as hard as they're saying, and that you're still going to be able to solo it with like a high skill descendant. That just remains to be seen. She left the second the question was done. Who did? She stuck around until they told us that we didn't have to be there. I mean, she was there until she was there until they told her she didn't have to be there. A lot of people in the stream didn't get bothered by the, well, that's what, like to Rusty's point and your guys' point, I heard the YouTube chat was just like brutal to people though. Like calling people fucking names and shit like that. Content not being as hard as they hyped it up to be in My First Descendant. Moxie. I mean, I think that it remains to be seen, right? They said that I asked my question about multiple tiers of difficulty. They said they're not going to add additional tiers of difficulty, which I think is a misstep. You could do something like M+ 1 through 20. You could do like Grandmasters and shit that you have in First Descent or in Destiny 2. There's like Steel Path. There's all these other things that other games do to increase difficulty while still leaving the game accessible to lower skill players.
Listen.
And that's what I was hoping they would do. But now they said they're just going to continue to increase the difficulty of the content. But we all know that you cannot just increase the difficulty of the content and actually make truly difficult content, because then your players can't do it. And when they can't do it, it gets nerfed. So that's why my question, like their answer, even though they didn't really answer my question, was very telling. Because to me, it sounds like they're still not going to add multiple tiers of difficulty, which means content difficulty, to like Asmon's point. I would like to see content difficulty get to like an 8, but I think in the First Descendant, we're never really going to break past a 5. But I think an 8 is where I would like it to be. Like, I don't ever want to see a 10 level difficulty of content for like general content, right? Because it's just off-putting and people can't do it. I completely agree with Asmon's thought process on that whole thing. But I think the First Descendant, we're just not going to break past a 5. Yeah, we're gonna rewatch the stream here in a little bit. We're not gonna rewatch the whole thing. We're gonna skim through it and just watch the important shit that a lot of you guys like missed. Basically anything that's important. Did somebody add Biscuit? Is she in chat right now? Did I miss Biscuit? She's in chat. Dude, I must have missed it. Chat's just like cooking and I'm talking. And you guys know me. When I talk, I get on one and I don't think. Oh, I wouldn't call her out of lurk. I wouldn't call her out of lurk. If she's just hanging out chilling, I'd never fucking call her out. You guys can do whatever you want, but I would never do it. Oh, and she said hi. As long as she said hi. Well, I definitely miss Biscuit. If she pops back in, I'll talk to her. You can't watch. So again, East, be really careful just like talking about specific content creators in the channel. Just make sure like if you're talking about other content creators, if you want to talk about other content creators, please say it in a very general sense. Like, hey, I can't watch certain content creators anymore. Some of their attitudes are just off-putting. Just please try to say it like that. Because again, you don't know who's in my community, and I don't want community members to specifically feel attacked or unwelcome in any community. I just don't like that. Like, I don't want to be a drama center. So just like, please keep that in mind when you guys talk about other content creators. Please, if you want to talk about them, that's fine. Do it in a very general sense. Because like Vash is a community member of mine. I personally like Vash as a person. I like Alyssa comes in here all the time. Like, you don't know who's going to jump in and out of what channel. And I just don't want people to not feel like, you know, I just don't want people to feel unwelcome here. You can fucking shit talk me. I'll just time you out if I don't like you. But everybody else, I don't really care about. Condition your mind to laugh these off. Was lovely. The many content creators received. Yeah. No, I'm happy. I think that I'm happy. It was nice to see, like, me personally, I always love to see what everybody looks like. So I love to see all the face cams and all the reveals. But I know that it can be, as like a woman content creator in a space that's full of a bunch of fucking neckbeard incel men, like, yeah, it's gonna be a little rougher on you than it is the rest of us. So I'm glad you're taking it in stride. Like, I'm not gonna white knight for Biscuit and be like, these fucking incel bastards, I'll kick their asses. Like, no. But what I will say is this is a community that has a lot of fucking neckbeard, basement dwelling, like feet fetish, I need my descendants to lay on a bed community. So that's a tough spot that's a tough space to occupy when your genitals don't dangle. So and it's cool. It's just cool. So it's just cool to see people taking it in stride. Don't need to call Zero like that. Dude, that's why he had that mask. That mask was to hide that fucking neck building that neck beard and that incel smile. You're wondering why Ellie wasn't there to make sense now? I can't fucking... Again, I can't speak to why certain content creators were and weren't there, but... Mr. 30-minute delay. Alright, you fuckers. Let me go get some coffee. I've needed coffee for 20 goddamn minutes, and you guys aren't letting me get any coffee. Like, Jesus Christ. Let me grab my coffee. And then we'll keep bullshitting and chatting. Oh, I don't even have my other bot turned on. Bro, the 2PC setup just fucking kicks my ass sometimes. Just so much shit you gotta do. Sounds like a skill issue. Are you fucking surprised? You drank all the coffee? I feel that still. Were you in bed with me this morning? Yeah, they said chatters need to go touch grass. They ain't touching grass, Scott. My boy Judge, glad finally got to... Dude, I was happy saying that they asked my question. So they at least let me ask it. No, we had VTubers there. Yo, Fresh, thank you for that. Guys, I gotta go get coffee. Jesus Christ, let me go get coffee. Let me go get coffee. Fuck, guys. Give back to their community with stickers. Could you imagine if they let us put our logos in the game? Kind of like Warframe gives you glyphs, but you could like put stickers on like your chest or whatever. All right, fuck, coffee. Be right back. You guys behave.
This rain ain't gonna beat itself.
All right. Behave, don't even know what that means. Dude, spankings all around. Just line up at the foot of the bed, boys. what is it? Meet the Spartans. High fives for the ladies and open mouth tongue kisses for all the men. That's how we do it around here. All right, so let's pull this over. Let's get started. Let me make sure my fucking head cam and shit is in the right spot. I had to fucking readjust everything last night. Meet the Spartans, dude. Meet the Spartans is fucking awesome. Respect. It mentioned need tuning components. I'm curious, Zero, because we all know it. I'm taking them at their word right now until we get in and play it. How about those Stormhanger armor sets? Gonna have to farm some tickets for those. Actually, quite a few people really like those armor sets. Did you guys like them? I'm sure it'll be easy for us, but I think that Axiom will probably be pretty easy for us, but we'll have to wait and see. Dude, I'm gonna pull this over and you guys are gonna see like half of my watch history. Oh well, I don't care. You guys are gonna be like, Judge watches some interesting stuff. Let's try. Where's this? Let's put this here. Let's put this here. Mildly pissed that the Wall Crusher was in an arena. I mean, they said the Wall Crusher was going to be in an arena. I knew the Wall Crusher was going to be in an arena. And the reason I knew the Wall Crusher was going to be in an arena was basically because every fucking MMO that has ever existed from the history, like the beginning of MMO time, has found that if you put a giant NPC in the middle of an open world area where you can put a ton of players there, causes insane lag, latency, and visual clutter. And it makes for a bad experience. Yeah, it's because of matchmaking and everything else. So if you left it in an open world area, it would just be a bad experience for everybody. So putting it in an instance limits the amount of chunks. Because like you deal with software, right, Zero? So it limits the amount of chunks you have to load. It limits the amount of visual effects. It limits you can change the lighting in the arena. You can do all of these things to limit the load on a PC and a console, which is the more important part. And that's why I think they did it. Also, why is the Axiom Baron? I mean, I get that. Wall Crusher was going to be an open field battle. Looks like he spawns only and crashes through. He does. I think that there is a level of mistranslation that happens. Because they called the Wall Crusher a raid, which it is in Eastern gaming, but in Western gaming, it's not a raid. But I think because certain things don't translate across properly, there's like a loss in the meaning of the words. So when they say an open world field colossus, it's not like you're launching it from the directory, you're launching it directly from the open world. So it's not like they intentionally misled or lied. I think that there's literally just a missing level of translation. Yo guys, thank you for the follow. Keep anonymous. If you're saying I'm chilling, relaxing, I appreciate you. You must be coming to me in the community. I'm getting everywhere. Thanks for following. Jesus Christ. That's a lot to say. Yeah, there's like a handful of people going to be buffed. We just don't know exactly what the buff is going to be. So let's see where we need to start this at. It's you, mate. Yo, appreciate you. Thank you for the follow. What up, Nox? All right, so let's try to figure out where we need to start this. You're excited for the trigger modules, and Axiom looks large, but definitely need to get in there. I want to see if it's large and empty or large and full. If it's large and empty and you're riding your bike across vast expanses of nothingness, that kind of sucks. So we just have to wait and see.
Thank you, guys.
잘 타십니다.
You're very good at this.
Yes, he is.
First anniversary. That was like some
간단한
dumb
장소를
shit.
부탁드립니다.
This is some dumb
네,
shit.
안녕하세요. 포스트 디센던트 프로듀서
I think I'm going to skip through a lot of the stats. I don't think a lot of the stats matter. We're going to try to get to like the shit that matters, right? Because a lot of this is statistics that we talked about before, right? And, you know, it's like cool for certain things, but I mean, this is a 5 fucking hour live stream. I'm like 1.5 hours into it, and they're still not even into the new content, right? So I think this is around the new content, so we'll let them kind of talk about this. I want the bikes to go as fast as we can barrel through the Vulgus and send them flying. I'm still confused. It looks like you have to actually jump off of the bike to grapple. It looks like you can jump with the bike, and then if you jump again, it jumps you off of it. Didn't one person make like 1,400 cats? I literally thought they were going to say it was code when they said that, Kamishi. When they were like, one person made over 1,400 cats, I was like, they're going to call code out. They're going to fucking call code out. They'll skip the bouncing balls. We're already past the bouncing balls. Fuck them balls.
내용이 많아서 빨리 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
That's
We've
dedicated.
got awesome news related to
According
season
to Vash.
3.
Yeah, according to Vash. So I was talking to Vash about that. Basically, Vash did the calculations, but typically in this game, if you like hit a non-playable character, so like a, I don't know, like a fucking, like in Sigma, there's like these 4 points you have to hit and break them. Typically when you hit those, you do like millions of damage per hit, right? Like next time you're playing Sigma, look at the amount of damage you do on those versus like the amount of damage you do on NPCs around. So definitely they're like non-playable characters, have some funky shit going on. But even based on that, Vash was showing that that Haley's 2 was hitting twice as hard as what she can currently hit in the current sandbox against a level 1 unarmored enemy. So you got to kind of like take that with a grain of salt. But it definitely gives you an idea of maybe the power increase that we're going to be getting, or it could be different mods. Like there's so many things that we don't know. Maybe that attack is like Pierce and that's weak to Pierce. Like there are so many unknown variables. But last night when it happened, like I was talking to some people in DMs and we all noticed the same shit. Look weird when Bunny jumped the bridge. I mean, it's definitely going to be immersion breaking, but honestly, I give a shit less about the immersion. I want it to play well. And I would rather the hover bike be responsive and not me have to like fucking pull out a ghost and stand there and wait for it to appear. Like I would rather pull the bike out of my asshole and jump on it if it's a smooth transition. Yeah, there's so many things that we don't understand, but I think it was good to point out that there was a level of power creep there that is outside of anything we've seen.
As you can see, there are a lot to cover, so let's
Gotta get your
dive
fiber
right
to pull it out.
Great.
It's called
I'm
a pocket
sure players are
asshole.
looking at this. They're like discussing about this.
So this is sort of so we're gonna 35 her third. Yeah, her third wasn't up. Like there were a lot of things that weren't even up. So it was definitely a hard hit. So this kind of goes over what they talked. So this right here goes over what they talked about during the dev live stream. We're going to focus on certain parts of this and we're going to ignore other parts, or we will speed through some of them because this is going to take a while to go through because this dev live stream was really long. So they talked about the battle pass, the new ultimate weapons, the story. I don't play this game for the story, guys. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know anything about the story. The Axiom Field, the Wall Crusher. Initial thoughts on Nell is I want to see her in game. You're your lore guy, as long as somebody's the lore guy. I want to see her in game because there was some stuff they talked about on her kit that I'm interested in, and there's some stuff that I thought was intrinsically baked into her kit that's not baked into her kit that you need a red mod for. And there were some values that weren't overly impressive when it came to bonus weak point damage, but that could be fixed with red mods. So like I want to actually get her in my hands and play with her to see sort of like how I'd want to build her. But we'll look at Nell, the near stuff. Maybe I'll skim it. I don't know. The new events, the new skins, literally the new skins or whatever. The Spiker and Wall Breacher, they didn't really talk about very much. Trigger modules, they gave us no information on. Hey, here's trigger mods. And then they just showed us a list of them and they didn't like really show any effects, which was kind of I figured you would have showcased off all of the trigger mods that you had. Why are they not actual swords? That was a what the fuck moment. Because the Nier's going to come out before the sword thing. I don't know. They ended at the perfect time. New skins. Day one for you as a big Nier fan. We were talking about that last night. I think there are actually some really good skins. I'm not going to go through the skins in the game because, again, it's what it is. But there were some pretty decent looking skins. So I think there's some decent looking skins. I would like to get the Nier skins just for the swords. I would take the swords and put them on certain descendants and then just use different outfits. Before power creeping the trigger mods. I still think they could have showcased them. Do you know what I mean, Snowy Pup? Like, they could have showcased what they did. Because they've already got them in the game. So if one trigger mod allows your... They didn't... We'll go through it. But the trigger mods, like, they didn't really fucking tell us anything. Nels, 2 skills atrocious. Imagine having bot replacement, too. We'll have to see how it works. I like the idea of grouping, and I like some of the stuff that she can do. It's just if she can group and then mark and then make everybody like weak point, and you can do a shitload of extra damage, it could be useful for certain things. But honestly, like weak points, if you're grouping and then things are like moving around, it's kind of a pain in the dick to try to get like headshots and everything else. So we'll just have to see how it works. What up, Frosty? I appreciate that, mate. We were trying to figure out what was going on. Is the new loop to replace Sigma, basically. The thing is, at least one of the trigger mods is going to be meta. And the reason I say that is because we talked about this 2 days ago, 2 days ago. I said specifically, if the trigger mods have their own slot and they do not replace a existing mod, then they'll be worth getting. Because you need to put something there. So having said that, one trigger mod will at least be meta. Because you might as well put something there. Now, if they would have made it a replacement mod to one of the 10 existing mods, there's a good chance none of them would have been used. Because they might not have been worth giving up a different mod for. Does that make sense? The MP Leech just sounds interesting. It could be. Dude, Eugen unbloated Red Infernal Power Ranger skin with a clean with a sword look peak. You could do some stuff to make some of these characters look really good. Dude, the fact that one of the devs said they hadn't watched Blade. Are you fucking throwing? Like, how could you create Blade in the game and then have never seen the show? Like, was it the translator girl that said she hadn't seen it? I didn't know if she was speaking for herself or if she was translating. Either way, it was the translator? Okay. Either way, you're throwing. So, she needs to go watch it. What up, Ted? Yeah, I couldn't tell because I was doing a lot of things. Hey, now, she's an interpreter. Very fair, Wordu. Very fair. She's an interpreter, not a translator. Wesley Snipes is the fucking goat, man. He even did prison time for not paying his taxes. Or keep that shit to yourself. No, I think it's fair to own up that you're bad and then just get better, right? I think it's fair to own up. Snipes was a badass and is a badass. Dude, he is. And then like him playing in Deadpool, when they like have that scene with Ryan Reynolds and him, where it's like a throwback to Blade 3 or whatever. Cinema. Coffee good? Fucking coffee great. You guys, we're gonna be all day just bullshitting. I love it. We haven't even got to watch the fucking dev live stream. Since it looks like it scales with SP, Meteor could it could. We just need to see how much damage it does, right? And if it has its own, because the thing with trigger mods is they could be completely fucking worthless if they do not scale with your skill power. It just depends. If they scale with your skill power, then you could put like Meteor Rain on Serena. Right? It literally just depends. Nix. Those are the only so the way the Spec Ops thing works, Nix. Let me minimize this really quick since I'm in game. The way the Spec Ops terminal works is if you're playing on hard, there's only 2 choices. So if you're playing on hard, there's always only 2 choices, and if you're playing on normal, there's more. They rotate these every season. So that's why it's like that. Aren't the trigger mods supposed to roll different stats on drop? So I'll be farming to get the new metal one? Maybe. Just chatting's better. ADHD brain. Dude, I'm happy to chat with you fuckers. You ain't gonna get me mad. Skill power Serena isn't for bossing? Tell that to the Ice Maiden. Tell that to the Ice Maiden. I mean, honestly, tell it to anybody. I can go take a spell power Serena and go fucking murk any boss in the game right now. You don't give a fuck about heavy rounds? I'm just saying it's in the game. Like, I can take Serena with a shotgun and go to any Colossus in the game other than the challenge mode Ice Maiden and fucking delete it from existence. Triggers roll random range stats. Yeah, so there's definitely going to be some stuff we can deal with. Shoot, you think you made a mistake? What'd you do wrong? Yeah, you literally just run the same setup that you run for the Ice Maiden. You can do it on anything. And the voice of Kratos? Oh, I gotcha. Make Nell a descendant and my life is yours. Looks like you're fucked. Looks like you're fucked. Can't wait to spend your 90 cat. Bunny! What are you doing, Bunny?
With 99 viewers.
Bringing in your cracked ass community. Guys, I'm gonna say it. I say it every time. If you don't know Bunny, you're doing Twitch wrong. Follow Bunny. She's awesome. She's funny. She's just a great person, a great personality, a great place to be. She's a stream where you can go, you can hang out, you can chat, you can talk. It's fun, it's interactive. If you're not following Bunny, you are doing Twitch wrong. Follow Bunny. Raiders, welcome on in. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for coming over with the raid. I know you guys didn't have to. You guys could drop, and you guys could still drop. But just know I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for coming over. Thank you guys for the love. Thank you guys for the support. Bunny, thank you for being a fucking goat. Thank you for bringing your community in. I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for all the love. Go take care of your stuff, Bunny. We'll talk to you in a little bit when you get back. What up, Snake? What up, Raiders? One of the outposts was going to happen to them. Just been abandoned. I know. You made a comment on Twitter to First Descendant. Which one? Fucking Snake or somebody just like comment in it and at me at it so I can see it. Yeah, just somebody at me in it, like in the comments, just at me. I'll find it on Twitter. I'll check it out here in a little bit. Bunny wasn't on the panel last night, Dryden, unfortunately. But yeah, so there's definitely a lot of really good stuff here. So let's kind of go through this. We'll talk about whatever. We'll hang out. We'll chat. I'm here until I'm not here. I got an escape room that I have to do tonight, chat. You and Snake were invited. You were or were not? You didn't come? Oh, you were invited, but you just didn't make it? At least you guys were invited then, right? Oh yeah, dude, it was fucking super late for me. Yeah, it wasn't as late as it was for you guys, but it was late as fuck for me. So, at least you guys were invited. So, that's always a positive. There are 11 descendants with some form of projectile, but kill a recipe player. See the most benefit from it. So, it could be fun then.
Let's begin. 예, 그럼 빠르게 한번 진행해 보시죠.
네, 사실은 오늘 1주년 디센던트 페스트에서 시즌 3 돌파 트레일러를 최초
I wish I had a
공개하려고
fast button
했었는데요.
that I could
실수로
just like
선공개가 되어서 살짝 김이 빠지긴 했지만 그래도 오늘 트레일러에서
just
공개하지
press
않은
and
많은
hotkey
영상과
between
정보를
1.5
가지고 왔습니다.
and
끝까지 디센던트 페스트 함께 해주시길 부탁드리겠습니다.
So first up, we wanted to premiere the season 3 breakthrough trailer right here for the first time, but the trailer
You're surprised? What are you giggling about over there? Oh, I'll read Z's tweet. Is it good? All right, now I gotta read it, guys. You surprised I was there because of how late it was? Yeah. All right, what the fuck did Z say? mean, we were literally just talking about this. How they, because their audience is predominantly North America and Europe, they should rotate their schedule to match their viewing audience. So here's Bunny's tweet. First Senate official, here's a glimpse of what's coming on the stream. And then here's fucking Bunny's. It ended at 2:30 a.m. for you. Same here. I think it was like 2:30, wasn't it? I'm Eastern Standard, Barb. So it was like 1 or 2. Like I was up till 3 or 4 today. 42% American plus EU. Yeah, it was rough. You couldn't have fucked Europeans in the ass more. 4 a.m. What the fuck? Do you hate us? Dude, that's Bunny though. So if you guys aren't following Bunny and you want more content like that, go follow Bunny. That's all I'm gonna say. If you want more content like that, go follow Bunny. It was like 7 a.m. for you. Yeah, dude, it was fucking late. I don't think they expected the live stream to go 5 hours. But all of their live streams run over, and it's because you have to repeat every line of dialogue twice. So because you're repeating every line of dialogue twice, you really have to streamline what you're doing. Why the fuck is it 4 a.m.? Yeah. They definitely need to change their time. You're in Texas, it was no-go for you. That's why we're doing it today, right? That's why we're going over it today, eventually. We'll get through the stream at some point. It might take us 5 hours, but it won't be 5 hours. It'll at least be 5 hours of our content, which is fun and awesome. So
We got out already, which was a little bit of a bummer. But still, we got a lot of play clips and information that we couldn't share in the trailer. So
yeah,
please
they
stay tuned.
definitely kept getting
네, 처음 보는
sidetracked.
것처럼 봐주시고요. 우선 트레일러부터 보고 돌아오겠습니다.
Let's roll the trailer.
You guys have all seen the trailer. I'm gonna let it roll just because it's a short trailer. I'm just gonna let this trailer roll.
I won't.
Just in case maybe you guys didn't see the Reddit spoiler.
This time.
Their cinema team is fucking is pure cinema, right? Like they're good at making these fucking trailers. But just keep in mind that it's a goddamn trailer, right? Like the stuff you're seeing isn't indicative of what happens. And I'll stop talking now so you can hear it.
Nell, it wasn't your fault.
It was your fault, Nell.
Kick-off and vengeance. I refuse to give up on us. Now do you understand how humanity has managed to survive?
Can I just jump in here and say they're using the AK, which is like not a good gun in its current state unless you're on Serena and you're in the air.
This time. Then this war needs to end.
I believe in you.
Can you pass some of that copium over here, Connor? Maybe they're using the AK and that's why they think Axiom's hard. God, that's such a fucking 5-head play. That's why they pay you all that money, Wordu. That makes sense.
네, 이번 시즌 3 트레일러 영상을 잘 보시면 여러 가지 내용이 담겨
Make
있는데
dope cinematic trailers.
호버바이크와 월크래셔와 같은
I think that, I mean, they do make good enough trailers that you could probably make this into a show.
시즌 3 신규 콘텐츠를 비롯해서 이 뭔지 모를 카렐의 음모.
They don't use optimal builds?
분위기
Absolutely.
벌어질 것 같은 불길한 느낌까지 담겨 있는 것 같습니다. 제이슨님은 혹시 어떻게 보셨어요?
So the trailer actually reveals a lot. There were Axiom plane, hoverbikes, wall pressure, and the content, season 3 content. It seems like Karel's also plotting something. Something bad is going to happen to Enzo and Nell. So Jason, how did you find?
Well, the trailer is overwhelming.
Absolutely,
I mean,
Snake.
It just looks like something big is going to come.
Nell was the safety inspector. Fucking Lamau. Crit hit Bunny was on the screen with HP collector. Yeah, I heard that.
And know that last line, I believe in you. Well, I'm sure we can't tell what that implies at this moment, but yeah,
Oh,
I'm
they
really
definitely
hyped
need
for
an
it.
anime.
I think the community would agree with me, and we also got lots and lots of news on season 3 today. So please hang in with us until the end of the fest. Yeah, 그래서 상당.
So here, like, this is going to be a hot take, and you guys can tell me I'm wrong. This is going to be probably my hottest take on their dev live streams. And again, you guys can tell me I'm fucking wrong. You're allowed to be wrong. So I like that they have the producer and the director on the stage. I think it's really cool and it adds like a level of authority to their live streams. but because they do the live stream entirely in Korean and then translate it to English, it makes them take way too long. I think that they should just have people there that just do the entire live stream in English and have the producer and the director in the background, and then any questions directed to them or anything they need to say can all be done with computers, and they can send the messages back and forth to the team. But just don't do a bi-language stream, because it's literally doubling the production time and it sucks, especially when you're doing 3 a.m. streams. So that's my hot take.
좀 진지한 분위기의 트레일러 엄청납니다. 저희
That's why you're surprised the questions weren't pre-screened? Yeah. Girls Frontline 2 streams, they have fluent English presentator and subs in English and Chinese. I just think it's for brevity of time, and it's better for your viewers. Because it's no disrespect to people who speak Korean or anybody that speaks any other language. But for brevity of time, you should streamline the process, because it's going to keep your viewers more engaged. You think it's fine because you want to, and I get that. That's where I said, like, people are definitely not going to agree with me, and there's going to be some sort of, like, where what I'm saying is a hot take. But at the end of the day, it allows for a cleaner process, which is going to keep your viewers more engaged and streamline the process. So it's my view.
아마 커뮤니티 여러분들도
It was 3 a.m. at your place. I think it was around
영상
that.
나가는 시점에 시청자
It was a 5-hour live stream. It started at 10 p.m. You can do the math.
수가 1만 명.
1만 명이요.
Reach the 10,000.
Yes,
viewers.
10,000 over viewership on YouTube. Thank you guys. Let's aim for 20K. Let's keep going. Yeah.
Yeah, I think if you're like doing the Q&A, you could pull them in, but doing just presenting information, it should be the cleanest, quickest, and precisest way possible.
가자 2만 명. Yeah, let's
We'd
go
watch
for
their live
20K.
stream subbed like an
so,
anime. Absolutely.
그래서 오늘 시즌 3에 대한 여러 가지 소식들 안내드릴 예정이니 끝까지 시청
They said they would
부탁드립니다.
need text
So,
questions. Oh, but where you were talking, Hector, where you were like, "Hey, Judge, have you submitted your question?" The content creators didn't do it that way. We didn't use our chat to do that kind of stuff. Like it was a completely different system for us.
Let's begin with the Axion combat gameplay video. 자, 그러면 액션 프론트 플레이 영상으로 한번 시작해.
All right, so here's the combat, guys.
You know, looking at this video, yeah, you can see lots and lots of new things are being seen. What these
All right, I have it on 1.5 times speed, so just keep in mind that they didn't speed her up. That's just the way it is. Video of a video of a video. That's the best.
new scenes resemble is something we'll have to look into today. Director, let's talk about the game.
Bro, did you realize, like, I can't even tell that their CM is on a 1.5 times speed? So can we skip, like, the main story, like, the whole thing? It sounds like you're going to have the option to bypass some of it. To get into the newer content, there's going to be events that allow you to do that.
Play video of season 3. 그래서 영상에 좀 새로운 것들 지금 많이 보이거든요. 한번 시즌 3 영상에 대해 이야기.
I mean, if you're looking at this gameplay, like, this Freyna is just... Those are poison-type enemies, and her poison is just murdering them.
를 디렉터님께서 한번 말씀해 주시죠.
네, 엑시온 평야의 전투에서 가장 중요한 부분은 바로 전투의 기조 변화입니다. 이번 시즌에서 개발팀은 1킥 만에
Does it mean we're going to have dev streams for so on and so forth? I don't know how often, because they didn't specify anything about dev streams. They need to... As much as I would love to see them stream on Twitch, I know they can't VPN to Twitch, because then their company will be seen bypassing Twitch's restriction, so they can't ever come to Twitch.
죽어버리는 무의미한 일반 몬스터와의 전투를 개선하려고 했습니다.
So let me start with the changes to the battle direction in Axion. This season, we're focusing on improving battles against common mobs, which used to be wiped out almost meaninglessly with one click.
그동안 일반 몬스터는 등장하자마자 광역 스킬에 죽어버리는 모습밖에 보여주지 못했는데요.
That's why they don't stream on Twitch, is because of the blackout.
몬스터와 상호작용을 통해 전투의 재미를 만들어야 하는데 그럴 틈이 없는 상태였습니다. 그래서 엑시온 전투에서는 교전 시간을 확보하는 것을 중요한 주제로 다루었습니다.
So far, common enemies crashed instantly from AoE skills immediately after spawn. So fun battle experiences need real back and forth with enemies, but there was no chance for that. So this season, we're focusing on making fights in Axion last long enough to feel good.
교전 시간 동안 지루한 블랙 스펀지가 아니라 몬스터와
I mean, they say that, and then that bunny just, like, slingshotted in and fucking nuked everything around the boss just through their pulses and then had to shoot them, right? Needs 1,400 hours of what? Just join Season 3 and get straight into the Goonfest? I don't necessarily I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing to allow some level of streamlining for new players. We've talked about this before, and the reason I say that is if you're somebody who has like 1,000 hours in the game and you're trying to get your friends back into the game and the brand new content drops, you want to play the new content, but if you have to spend 40 or 60 or 80 or 100 hours playing with your friends in the old content to get them up to speed of playing with you, just for them to fucking quit because they don't like the game, it's like a feels bad bro kind of moment. So I don't think that it's inherently bad that they're doing something to streamline players to be able to jump into the new content, because the new content is the fun thing, and that is what all of the existing players are going to be playing. So allowing people to at least be able to play with their friends isn't inherently bad. Friends who don't play First Descendant aren't real friends. Simple. That's one way to look at it.
상호작용을 즐기면서 호쾌하게 선멸하는 재미도 경험할 수 있도록 전투 밸런스 기조를 재설계하였습니다.
So the balance of combat was redesigned so that instead of boring bullet sponges, you can enjoy interacting with mobs and having a blast slaying them.
지금 보고 계시는 이 영상은 풀 세팅된 프레이나의 전투 장면입니다. 균열체 같은 병사 몬스터가 프레이나의 광역 스킬에 직사하지.
Also, I'm kind of like curious, and took them through all 30 levels of Purge and fucking get them their weapon cores they need and everything else. Like, that's just big suck. The one thing is, we know that Inez is probably going to be the stronger descendant, so I'm really curious to see how Inez would have done here. You took one through 30 levels of Purge. It was a fun weekend. As long as you had fun with it and your friends enjoyed it. The First Descendant is great when it's great, right? Like, the First Descendant is such a good game when it's a good game. So I think that as long as you're having fun with it and everybody's having fun with it, it's a good experience for all.
전투 경험이 무너지지 않을 정도, 요 정도의 밸런스를 맞추고 있습니다.
So the video you saw earlier showed Freyna with a full setup. Soldier-type mobs like Bridge Spawns don't drop in one hit from her AoE anymore. They will now offer well-balanced, exciting battle experience.
그리고 강화병 몬스터와 병사 몬스터 사이에 체력 차이도 좀 줄여.
It's a good game when you have things to do. Yeah, the First Descendant is fun. It's just, there are times, like there were just moments and pockets where the First Descendant was really good up until they pushed Season 3 out by 7 months. Pushing Season 3 out by 7 months really kind of hurt the flow of the game. There were definitely a lot of issues that needed to be addressed prior to that, and they've done that subsequently. But definitely the game is the best when it has stuff to do. Only 10 levels of Purge starting tomorrow. That's great for newer players, right? They don't have to fucking farm through a bunch of levels of Purge that don't have matchmaking just to be able to run level 10 Purge now and run and slow down pubs. He said no doing Purge challenge after we beat the first level. Fucking Lamau.
종전에는 일반 몬스터가 쓸려 나가고 체력이 높은 일부 몬스터와 전투하는 단순한 경험 중심이었다면 엑시오는 그룹 단위의 몬스터와 전투하는 경험을 체감할 수 있도록 설계했습니다.
So the
See, like, this whole thing here is like, it's nice to have him there explaining things, but he could have just said everything he was going to say there. It could have all been like pre-written down, and the MCs could have just read it, and it would have saved like 3 minutes. That was probably like 2 minutes, even on 1.5 times speed. What do you mean no one's pub queuing for Purge level 1?
HP
None.
gap between soldier and champion mobs got narrowed as well. So instead of weak ones getting wiped out and dealing with...
Dude, the fact, I agree with quite a few people, the fact that they filmed the big screen in the back instead of just showing, like cutting to a source that just had this as a 4K video was throwing as fuck. Like, this is just so much throwing. Like, the particle effects, everything. Like, they should have just switched to the source.
Higher HP mobs for the rest of the battle.
That really put some people off. It put a lot of people off. I liked the stage. I liked the like having everybody up. I thought it was really cool for pan shots where everything in the background was background. But I think when you focused on the background, it should have been direct source and not panoramic of LED screens. I read comments of people saying they hated the cameraman. I feel bad because it's not the cameraman's fault, but it is. Yeah, I mean, trigger mods are designed, Bacon, to be used for people who have everything else. Like when Bunny was sitting in the lounge, well, they wanted to make sure that if you were watching part of the stream one-handed, that was cinema.
Fights in Axion will feel like you're against a whole group of monsters.
그리고 신규 몬스터들의 위협적인 공격에 대해서 플레이어가 사전에 인식하고 대비할 수 있도록 해서 상호작용을 즐길 수 있게 하였고 외형만
I like the two like new enemies they're showcasing, basically like the tormentors from Destiny in this game. I like the idea of them. I'm curious to see how they play, how dynamic they are, and if they become something that you just two-shot, or if you actually have to play around them a little bit. Because I do like the idea of these enemies and like how dynamic they are, and I'm pretty happy with that. Surviving a blood moon horn on 7 days, since that's what you did before bed. Fucking lol. Dude, 7 days is so good though. The spikers are going to be amazing. I'm hopeful that they are. The Mantis Scythe hand, yeah. Because Scyther was taken.
새로 외형만 다른 몬스터가 아니라 새로운 메커니즘과 공략법이 필요한 몬스터들을 등장시켜서 더 흥미로운 전투 경험을 가질 수 있도록 준비하고 있습니다.
So for the new mobs attacks, we made sure so that players can see them come in and be prepared, making battles more interactive. And instead of just reskinning the old enemies, we added new mechanics and attack patterns that actually need strategy.
Bro, look at that though. If this is the way it's going to be, this is going to be irritating. Can I just like double tap to go back like 5 seconds? No. I wish there was like a button that I could. I know there's a button to do it, but is it just like over? Okay. So this is what I want to talk about right here. This is going to be annoying as fuck. Pay attention.
Drinking out of cups.
What up, Yuki?
Being a bitch.
Pay attention to this enemy. It teleports to Bunny and it puts the locator over top of Bunny. And then the player seemingly instantly sees it and tries to roll out of the way and cannot get out of the way fast enough.
And instead of just reskinning the old enemies, we added new mechanics and attack.
That is going to be annoying as fuck. If the timing on it is so fast that you get hit every time.
This stretch brought to you by our community and Fabletics.
Like that is going to be. You can double tab to go back and forth. Yeah, I think I can just hit the over arrow. But check at that. Look at that one more time, guys. That is going to be irritating if that is the way it works. Because even Freyna got hit on this one. Like, watch both of these attacks.
We made sure so that players can see them come in and be prepared, making battles more interactive.
Oh, no, Bunny got out of that one. Okay. So it looks like you can get out of it.
Attack patterns that actually need strategy, making fights way more interesting.
You can get out of it. So that's the important
kind of
part.
news many of the community have been waiting for, especially for those of you who
were environment. Yeah, I think they could have definitely done more for the environment.
See more challenging battles. I mean, Director, you also mentioned new monster mechanics, which I'm personally really excited about as well. 그래서 플레이어들이 바라던 이런 전투 경험에
gotta stay loose for the grind. You just got to keep moving, right? Just don't stand still, right? If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a spiker.
개성과 더 난이도 높은 전투가 이제 추가가 되는데요. 또 새로운 몬스터 메커니즘도 많이 기대가 됩니다.
네. 지금 화면에 새로운 몬스터
I'm really curious about that because they basically somebody asked about 8-man teams and they said they weren't going to expand the party size, which is a question that I was actually thinking of asking myself. So they're not going to expand the party size, so I am curious as to if the Axiom Plains is only 4-man, and then when you instance in, since the Wall Crusher is going to be like a universal thing that happens at a specific time, if it's just going to merge players from instances together. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. So like if you're on a 4-man Axiom Plains team, and then there's another Axiom Plains where like one person sees the Wall Crusher and runs up and touches the portal, it'll take your 4 plus that one person plus the next 3 people and put them in one instance. That's how I'm expecting it to be. Axiom's only 4? I don't know. But they're not allowing you to team up in a larger team than 4. Did they say if you could do a private Axiom? They never mentioned it, as far as I know, Abe. That's probably what'll happen. I think it will because that's going to allow you to have the most dense player pool to keep the activity feeling full. Asian difficulty dodge mode. Comes with emotional damage if you get hit. Emotional. I love it, dude.
균열의 군단이 화면에 나오는데요.
Which case you can party private and then split and invite into 2 teams. I don't think you can invite like that. I literally think for the Wall Crusher, it's just once you hit the instance, it's just going to take your team and pair you up with other teams that are trying to get in at the same time. Yeah, you're going to be like merging 2 or more parties. Since the boss is just an instance, I think that's what's going to happen. I think that's what's going to happen because I don't think that they're going to allow 8 people on the plains. I'll be surprised. Like, we'll have to wait and see. But I'm assuming the planes is still going to be stuck to 4 players. It's going to be real tough then. There'll be so many levers in the wall crusher if they do that. What do you mean? Well, what they're also saying is that if you zone into a wall crusher solo, the wall crusher is going to have the same amount of HP solo that it has for 8 players. This gameplay looks more alive. It does because they're by an area that's active, right? But here, let me go back again because I want to look at this. People just quit because they don't get the team they want. Possible. I want to watch Freyna do this again. We already see it with current Colossus. I mean, it's entirely possible. Like, if people are getting bad teams, they'll leave and then rejoin hoping to get a better selection. It's possible. It looks like Freyna's poison is nuking these things in one shot.
네. 지금 화면에 새로운 몬스터 균열의 군단이 화면에 나오는데요. 균열체는 노체인 군집남.
I mean, Freyna's poison is killing these in one shot, and they're poison resist enemies. You guys are seeing this, right? Like, it's not only me. Like, let me go back one more time. But you guys are seeing this too, right? It's not just me. You don't think they're resist yet? They're bright green, right? They're bright green coming out. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, Zero. Absolutely.
지금 화면에 새로운 몬스터 균열의 군단이 화면에 나오는데요. 균열체는 노체인 군집남에 의해 계승자의 속성에 적응하는 특징을 가지고 있는데요. 화면에 지금 이제 보이시는 것처럼 프레이나가 독속성 스킬을 적용하면 그 다음에 새로 생성되는 균열체는 높은 독속성 저항을 가진 상태로 등장을 하게 됩니다.
I think to your point though, Submit, I think 8 players with 8 effects would be too much for current gen consoles. I think it would just be too many effects. I think there's current gen PCs that would struggle.
So it looks like the new Legion of Breach monsters are on the screen now. Breach spawns adapt to the...
You think they build it up? You think their resistance increases over time? So the longer you peel out, like on one element, the worse it gets over time? That'd be interesting. Like, if to where they built up to like 90% resist. Like, maybe I misunderstood them, but I could see that. That could be interesting. Then, honestly, for this kind of shit, Valby's going to be king. Like, Valby's going to be queen. Ajax is going to be great. Like, anybody that's non-at that can just bypass.
Drew their parent, the Breach Cluster Stack. Like you see here, if Freyna takes them out with toxic skills, the next one...
Well, the other thing you have to keep in mind here too, Abe, is they're actually not showing damage numbers. Right? Like, they're actually not showing damage numbers right now. So you have no idea what this build is, right?
That spawn will have high resistance to toxic skills.
And they're not showing, and they're like not showing HUD and stuff. You guessing these are zones? Probably. This might be the, like, whatever they called it, like the toxic zones or the radiated zones or whatever. This is probably where the, like, game gets harder, right? Numbers obfuscate gameplay in most instances. You're okay with that? They do. It's one of those things where sometimes I pay attention to what's not shown. And what's not shown is the damage. So it makes it really hard to compare this to current gameplay. Again, I'm not somebody that's being negative. I'm just pointing out things, right? Like, I'm still hyped for it. I want to get in and try it, but I don't think that it's bad to point out things. It wouldn't necessarily help us because we don't know the enemy's resistance versus current players. You don't, but you would have an idea, right? Like, if she was hitting some, like, ridiculously low number or something like that, it could help you infer her build. The only damage we saw was Haley doing the big dick on the dropship. Yeah, and even still, like, there are so many things about that that we don't actually know. But you can at least infer some things from it. It's just good to, like, generate a conversation. What up, Toom? I just think it's nice to generate a conversation. Like, I'm excited to get in and play this, because if they say this is, like, the hardest content that they have, and that you need to have a full Descendant with 10 catalysts on it, with arcade tuning, with weapon cores, and with component cores, to be able to play this content, I'm excited, right? Like, why wouldn't I be excited? So I'm excited for what they've said, but now I have to look at all of the available information and sort of like cut through that to see what's actually there. Endless Toad Lepic will be very good. I think that you're probably going to see very few Lepics, and you're going to see a lot more, you're not going to see a lot of Lepic, you're going to see a lot of Nell. You're going to see a lot of Nell doing toe. That is what I think you'll see. Do they show Haley's ability icons? I think they do, and you can see that she doesn't have buffs and stuff on. More Ajax too, yeah. Does our lovely game have any future? I think that what I will say, Toom, is I'm not a fan of drip feeding content, but the amount of content they're talking about drip feeding and doing monthly balance patches, and they're doing a lot of things every month from now until December. I still wish they would have like front loaded the content, but I think there's going to be enough stuff that on their busy months, you might have a month worth of content. And on their non-busy months, you might have like 1 or 2 weeks worth of content, and then be able to go play something else for a couple weeks and still stay up to date. So the only thing that remains to be seen is how does it play. Nell replaces 3 characters, basically. Yeah, Nell has toe, so.
Now on our dev live in June, we did explain about the adaptability of these
I think that from what I saw in the dev live stream, the game is going to be in a better place than it currently is.
creatures. So we talked about the ways to serve their adaptability by defeating them with weapons that have different elements than skills. Or you can create
I'm excited
that have different elements, maybe like Freyna and Innis.
You think proliferating Eugen? I think if they make Eugen's proliferating allergy not suck, you could see Eugen. The problem is Eugen's proliferating allergy is not user friendly compared to Freyna's poison. Mobile app was badly needed. The downside is it doesn't really do what we want. It's okay, Granola. We're just talking about it.
And director, you said there were other ways to handle them as well. 근데 디렉터님께서 이게 좀 다른 방법으로도 대응이 가능하다고 하셨는데 그건 또 어떤 것일까요?
제가 대답하면 안 될까요?
I'm gonna answer to the question.
네, 감사합니다. 분집낭이나 분집 터널 지금 화면에 보시는 것처럼 파괴해서 새로 생성되는 균열체의 적응형 방어를 초기화시키는 방법이 있습니다.
So as you can see on the screen, you can reset their adaptive defense by destroying the cluster stack or tunnels.
네, 분집낭은 전장 전체의 적응형 방어를 무력화하는 만큼 파괴하기가 더 어렵고요. 터널은 더 손쉽게 파괴가 가능하지.
So basically, if you destroy the tunnel, you destroy their defense. So you're better off just farming the tunnel, right? Hopefully they add more features to the app soon. I think if they add the ability to research from the app, it's going to be a big W. I think until they add the ability to research from the app, it's just an L in my book. DevStream had you hyped. They showcased a lot of really good things. Just couldn't get it working right away. Always huge concerns when materials are involved in paying. Yeah, I mean, there's always a chance for bad actors to be able to use the API to make calls that are unintended. And if your network isn't perfectly secure in the most up-to-date way, there's always a chance that bad actors could use it to do things that are really nefarious. So I think erring in side of caution is always good, but I also think that until the app... So I was talking to Rusty about this. What up, saucy baby? I was thinking, implementing the app right now, like Hack Free Cats, yeah. When it comes to developing a product, okay, when you develop a product, you need to have a need, and then you need to fill that, right? See a need, fill a need. The current the current app, in my view, was developed without fulfilling a need. So the need that I see from the app is being able to do your research, to be able to move items back and forth freely out of your vault and your inventory, something like that, right? Something that facilitates your life being easier in the game. If the app does not do any of those things, like think of Destiny 2's app, right? Like it lets you save loadouts, swap loadouts on the fly, pull things out of your vault. There's a lot of things it does. That app is useful. Nell is non-app. But the current First Descendant app, or like 14's app, exactly, like, or Dim, or you can look at a bunch of things. So the current First Descendant app is a framework, but it does nothing. So because of that, you could have just not launched it and it wouldn't have changed anything, right? So to me, like, I'm happy they are developing an app, but until you have, it's like an egg timer, exactly. So until it actually performs a task, it's not worth my time. Hopefully that makes sense. I'm not dogging on them for the app, but I'm just talking general business, right? Like if you develop a product to fill a need, right? Like people are thirsty, so you sell them water, right? Like people are hungry, you sell them food. People need entertainment, so you sell them Netflix. The app was developed without filling any need, so it's unimportant. Free gold, 50k gold when everything costs fucking 3 mil. I'm good. I don't know. That's my view. Again, could be a hot take, could be a bad take. You guys can disagree with me. That's perfectly fine. We don't always agree on everything. But just in my view, you develop a product to fill in a need or service. And unfortunately, the app right now does none of that, so it's not important to me. You like the app? You just hope it gives mats? Yeah. You definitely agree? So that's my thought on the app, guys. You got 75k gold in the app? That's not bad then. Maybe it's more. Maybe it's worth it. Maybe I'm fucking retarded. Hope they're gonna add research in the new update because that would make the app really big. I think that I agree with Ecto, or not Ecto. I agree with Zero that they probably have to lock some things down in order to be able to do it. Nah, you're right, brother. Okay, yo, what up, Dark Style? Uninstalled as soon as I saw you couldn't craft. Yeah, that's what I think. Said you can't, you can move items if you can't find the menu. So maybe you need to find it. I'm just gonna use the app for daily check-ins for the events. I think that works better than nothing, right? There's a cumulative daily gold reward. It adds up to 1 mil if you log in a week. Then it's a free 1 mil gold. Maybe it's worth it. Like I said, maybe I'm fucking dumb. They want to keep you logging into the game. Of course they do. A game like the First Descendant or any game that has a cash shop, their goal is to get you to log in every day. And if they can, their goal is to get you to log in every day and click the store. Right? Like if a game that sells you something can somehow get you to log in once a day and somehow get you to click their store tab, they're winning. That's what every live service game wants. Exactly. Because every time you click like a store tab or something, there's a chance you're going to buy a good. Yeah, like Bungie gives away free Bright Dust, and then using that Bright Dust takes you to the store where you can use the Bright Dust to buy cosmetics from the store. And then while you're in there, you'll see something you want and you don't have the Bright Dust for it. There's a chance you swipe, right? It's just gamer psychology. Like that's what these guys strive on. And there's nothing wrong. Like I'm not saying that they're bad for doing that. It's just how it works. The question I should have put on the list was, can we convert void shards into gold? Dude, wouldn't that have been nice?
하지만 해당 터널에서 생성되는 균열체의 적용 방어만 초기화를 합니다.
So taking out a cluster stack is harder, but it disables the adaptive defense across the whole battlefield. Tunnels are easier, but only the breach spawns coming from that tunnel will be affected.
Can we like just put AOE skills below them? 그냥 광역 스킬 밑에다가 확 깔아두면 안 되나요? 안 된다.
그렇게 호락호락하게 냅둘 수는 없죠.
Life's not that easy.
네,
So you can't. They said you can't put AOE skills under them, so you can't put like Franus Poison and just keep them out.
분당이나 터널을 파괴하는데 효과적인 무기와 스킬들이 따로 존재를 하는데요. 예를 들면 시즌 3의 신규 무기인 박멸자는 군집낭과 터널 파괴에 효과적이고요.
So there are specific weapons and skills that are effective. For example, the new Season 3 weapon, Exterminator, works great to destroy the cluster stack or tunnel.
네, 혹은 래픽의 포화 아니면 블레어의 끝내주는 요리.
No, they're definitely gonna have to do something. When's the event store? Are you guys ready for the event store? Did see the emote video I made with like made it in the video too. No, I must have missed it. It was 11 a.m. in Korea. They couldn't have done this a bit later. No, they couldn't have. You only buy the free stuff. I think there are some people that play the free game and they play it 100% free. I'm from the school of if you're enjoying the game and you have the money, like it's something you have personally, then you should reward the developers, and it's up to you what you can afford to reward the developers if you're playing the game. If you're somebody that can't afford to reward the developers, there's nothing wrong with that. Devs seem happier than last live stream. Yeah, I think they are.
감미와 극한 등 파괴 위형의 스킬로 공략을 할 수
You
know when the event drops tomorrow, right?
This story, like Lapix Overkill,
Yo, thanks for the follow.
Stone Snare, and Janeth.
Wow, really interesting to see. And we also have another.
Thanks for the follow, guys. We keep them anonymous. Word of mouth is plenty to award them. If you enjoy it, yeah, exactly. Like you don't have to spend money. You increasing the player. There are lots of ways to reward developers other than spending money. I'm not saying spending money is the only way to reward developers, and I agree with you, Hunt. If you're somebody that enjoys the game and you can bring players to the game, then that is also a good thing. You like buying tacos? I don't blame you.
Content as
big
well,
proud of you, big dog. I appreciate you, Saucy. We tried to do what we could. We tried to do what we could and represent our community. Look at 33 as a prime example. 1,000,000%.
Are assault ships. 예, 또 다른 종류의 메커니즘도 있죠. 바로
1,000,000%. So here's the clip that everybody's talking about. You can see like her 3 is not active. She didn't shoot her 1. She's only using her 2 here. Seemingly she has absolutely no buffs on her. And this is the clip that everybody's talking about.
Yes, looking at that video, I mean, yeah, I think there are various ways to destroy it.
The reason everybody's talking about that is Vash ran the calculations. The reason everybody's talking about that is because Vash ran the calculations. And in the current sandbox, if Haley was to shoot a level 1 unarmored, no resistance target, she would do like 60 mil. So what Vash took away from it was that and that was with her like having buffs and everything. And she's right there unbuffed. The gunship isn't debuffed, nothing's happening, and she's hitting twice as hard as she can in the current sandbox based on Vash's calculations. And that's with her 2, not her ultimate. So dev mode was on. So take that as you will. Defense resistance, that 25 mil is insane. Exactly. So just kind of take that as with a grain of salt. But that is one thing that people have noticed, was how hard Haley hit at that exact moment just using her 2. So just want to put that out there because this is something that's being talked about. Yeah, but I mean, like maybe you could do the same thing with ATAMs. We have no idea, right? Or maybe the rocket launcher, or is it the bigger drop ship versus what Haley shot at? I have no idea. Didn't he quit like ages ago? Something wouldn't be stuff. His numbers, well, Haley hasn't really had a damage buff, right? She's getting ready to get one. So that's the idea, is how much stronger is she in the new build? She has keywords on her 2nd. That's the thing, right? And that's where there's a lot of context that is missing, right? We don't know if the ship is resistant to pierce damage, or is like has a weakness to pierce damage. And if her 2 has pierce damage or some new verb or keyword on it that makes her 2 much more effective than other skills to take these out. So this is another one of those things where it is definitely important to look at it, but also understand there's some context missing, right? So it's just, I wanted to make you guys aware of it because this is going to be a conversation that you are going to hear probably for the next couple days. Is people are going to bring this up, whether it's my stream, other people's streams, Twitter, Discord, because it's being brought up, it is going to be talked about, and I just want to make sure that we kind of like at least gloss over it, right?
That big thing. 그래서 영상에 보시는 것처럼 되게 좀 다양한 방식으로 파괴가 가능한 것 같습니다.
네, 맞습니다. 강습함도 여러 가지 파괴 방식이 존재를 하는데요.
I just want to make sure.
차라리 강습함에서 지금 강화하는 적들을 처치하는 게 더 나을 거예요. 네.
So assault ships can be destroyed in various ways. Regular weapons won't do much. With regular weapons, it's better to focus on the enemies that have already came out of the ship.
네, 하지만 픽업 웨폰을 발견했다면 얘기가 달라집니다. 손쉽게 강습함을 처치하고 몬스터를 한 방에 몰살시킬 수 있고요. 그리고 스킬로도 대응이 가능한데요. 지금 보시는 것처럼 카일의 초전도 추적이 빡!
Was Kyle's radius big enough to take out all 3 of those ships? Because that's pretty big for Kyle's radius, wouldn't it be? Like, I don't think Kyle's radius is that big right now, is it, guys?
킬러의 맹습. 네, 이런 격돌 이용해서
괴롭힘.
It's bullying.
네, 죄송합니다. 격돌 유형의 스킬로 쉽게 파괴할 수 있고요. 헤일리의 폭풍 올감이나 극한처럼 조준 사격 유형의 스킬도 역시 강습함 파괴에 효과적입니다.
You're wondering if Nell's reactor will need to have a sieve timing range? I doubt it. I would say you're probably better off just to straight roll damage on them.
But if you spot a Pico weapon,
you're hyped for the near collabs and the swords. I'm curious to see how the swords work. The devs look like they're having fun. No, it is good to see them sort of like enjoying themselves. I think that there was a lot of the game's not, so let's be honest, the game itself isn't in a real great spot. So the last couple of dev live streams have really been egg on the face for the devs. And I think this one was more about just trying to get the community hyped and excited for season 3. So I think they needed to bring a level of just them enjoying the content to the stream, or else it would have been a fail. It automatically applies to sieve scans just by popping a reticle at enemies. I don't think a sieve. Well, it definitely, like, hitting the tab button or whatever to like a sieve, you could definitely see it hit a lot more things. So
that changes everything. You can take out the ship easily and wipe out the enemies in one go. And there are also effective skills with the Clash tag like Kyle's Superconductivity Thrusters and Keelan's Onslaught, or skills with the aimed shot tag like Haley's Storm Snare or Janeth. They are also great in destroying the ships.
Okay, so that only took out one ship. Okay. That only took out one ship. Dude, I thought his fucking 3 took out all 3 of the ships. You're fine with the announcement? So much better now? Yeah. I didn't like the fact they're adding a new mechanic to null Freyna deleting all. Just release weapons that fully cancel that. I think that's going to be the way they do it moving forward, is they're going to add things to nerf characters by not nerfing them. They're just going to indirectly do it by changing enemies or types or whatever. And then that's how they'll nerf characters. And then they will add things that go around or bypass it. Need to slap receive bonuses all the time. It's just going to depend on how you play, right? Like how her power's purple. I think a lot of people thought she was going to be darkness before they announced her as NA.
사실은 더 세게 때리고 싶었는데
I wanted to punch him a little bit
얼굴
harder.
보니까 불쌍해져갖고 살살 때렸어요.
저 맞을 짓을 좀 했나요?
Why you
아,
wanted to
들어.
punch me?
검색해보세요, 게시판에 가서.
You can search on the
네, 안에도
internet and
보고
you can
있어요.
tell why I wanted to punch him.
네, 그래도 때리지는 마시고요. 일단 wow. So all in all, it sounds like there will be plenty of opportunities for different descendants to shine in
Gotta go
various
touch
ways
grass,
within
yo. I
the
appreciate you,
이야기
Zero.
정확하게 보면 확실히 엑시온에서는
I gotta get more
여러
coffee here in a
대승자들이
minute.
활약할 수 있을 것으로 보입니다.
You thought she was
이게
going to
시온
be
전투를
fucking necro?
준비하면서, 준비했던 의도이고요. 이네즈나 프레이나로
Thought we were
단순하게
gonna have Jin Woo on our hands.
다른 계승자들도 저마다의 방식으로 전투에 기여할 수 있도록 했습니다.
So that is exactly our design intent. You can go full-on elimination with Inez or Freyna, but other descendants can have their own ways to contribute.
네, 어떤 계승
But definitely, if you heard what they said, so if you listen to everything they said there in context, Haley's 2 has a keyword on it that makes her do more damage to ships. So keep that in mind, because they specifically called it out. We were talking about it before, like with Zero, and we were just kind of mentioning how it could happen. They specifically called out that that's what's happening. What up, Crazy?
자가 참여하는지에 따라서 엑시온의 멀티플레이 양상도 달라지기를 의도하고 있습니다.
You like
We wanted the
necromancy?
flow of multiplayer battles in Axion to shift depending on which descendants are in the party.
I mean, personally, I'm looking forward to taking down those assault ships with Kyle or Keelan. And as we explained during the Dev Live in June, destroying that assault ship will count as defeating all of the enemies inside. So, and you'll receive all of the rewards as well. We hope that players will enjoy these spectacular battles in action.
Yeah, that's what we were just talking about.
Massive assault ships. Now, moving on to the next scene. Yeah, 그래서 강습함을 파괴하면 이 강습함 안에
That's what we were just talking about.
판정이 되고요. 모든 보상 또한 획득을 할 수 있고. 자, 다음 장면으로 한번 넘어가 보겠습니다.
Look, the new launcher looks like came straight out of Doom. Which one, King Kyle? Yeah. No, it's okay, Crazy. You're not. There's no problem asking me if I saw it. Absolutely. No, we just saw it. We just talked about it. Which one? Like the one you pull from the wall, or the new one that looks like it's a fucking skull chewer? What up, King? Those monsters are the new Legion type of breach, so maybe they'll have different resistances. Yeah, I think we were talking earlier. Maybe they'll just have stacking resist. I don't think it's a Haley specific thing because she's on screen. No. No, I agree, Kennedy. They specifically said descendants like Keelan and Kyle have whatever they called the verb that does additional damage. And then there are descendants like Haley, and they mentioned a couple other people that have a different type of skill. It's called like shot something, right? And effectively, and essentially, it's more effective, right? So it's not only them. There are just going to be different descendants that are going to have different verbs added to them that are going to make them more or less effective in certain types of situations.
Something's coming. 네, 뭔가 오고 있죠? Oh, that's like one massive monster over there.
Bro, I hope
Is that
these
like a
things
mission
aren't
boss?
disappointing. I just really hope these things aren't disappointing and they don't turn into tormentors. Like Destiny 2 tormentors are one of those things that like everybody's just like, fuck. You know what I mean? So Nell's Fusion, I can't remember. She was NA. What'd they say she was? She was Tech Fusion, right? I think she's NA Tech Fusion. I'd have to go back and look at my notes. You hate tormentors? They were like cool when they first showed up, and then they were just frustrating. Yeah, she's NA and she's Fusion Tech, so that's the reactor you should be looking for. Tech Fusion NA, yep. Okay, so that's the one you guys should be farming. They're nice because they move fast. I don't remember any other enemies moving that fast. I think it allows for a level of dynamic gameplay, and I think that's what we need. You need to receive bonuses now. Player cool. Those drops like candy. Shit, look. Players are going to drop like candy, right? All right, runs away laughing. Fucking Lamal. We hated Tormentors. They were cool when they first showed up, and then they just became irritating as fuck, especially in like Grandmasters. Do you think they're going to have app-specific events? I mean, I think they need to do something or else the app's worthless. Fusion for damage and tech for support builds. It'll show. You'll see Nell's skills here later on, and you'll be able to see what they are. We'll get to Nell's skills, so you guys can see exactly which ones are for which.
거기 있는데 이거 뭐 미션 보스인가요 이게?
아니요. 이건 미션 보스는 아니고요. 칼날 발톱과 강철 집게. 네, 지금 집게 나오네. 팍 하고. 네. 라는 돌연변이 몬스터예요.
They're actually spikers
These
called
guys look
Razor
good,
Claw
though.
and Steel Pincer, sorry.
Oh my god, that goddamn Tormentor. Dude, I think everybody is in that boat. I really do think when they first showed up, they were cool as fuck. And then after that, they just became irritating. The reactor's dropping in the White Knot Observatory today. Guys, go farm one today. This week. So, guys, there's going to be one dropping this week. So, make sure you got a couple weeks to get it. But definitely farm up a couple good ones. I would say you're probably going to want... Her cooldowns were pretty low. They were 30 seconds. On most of her stuff. So I'd say you're probably just going to stack damage on it. Honestly. We just need to see which one her damage skill is. If her damage skill is like tech or if her damage skill is fusion. But I would probably say you're going to want like non-app plus either tech or non-app plus fusion. You're probably just going to want to stack damage on it. Maybe duration, but I'm assuming you're probably just going to want to stack damage. It just depends on how you're going to build her. I would get one for damage and then I would get one for duration.
So that's the monster that appears randomly. Like it's. So
I don't think you're ever hurting yourself. Not cooldown. Her skills are 30 seconds. So getting them down to like 3-second cooldown is probably going to be pretty easy just through mods. Because she's not going to be, as far as I can tell, she's not going to be a crit hit descendant. So if she's not a crit hit descendant, you get a lot of cooldown just through your mods. Right? Just use the reactor for Valby's fusion build. You could. That's my thought, guys. I could be completely wrong, but if she's a non-crit descendant, you get a lot of cooldown just in building into her mods. So you're thinking range Endura. It could be, I don't know. I mean, if you're trying to hit 300 range, because she's 300% range, maybe you could put range on it. You stick with cooldown Endura. I think there's going to be a couple different ways to build it. That's why I think it's going to be curious. You're just going to have to look at it and see what's going to work. I don't think it's going to hurt to maybe get a couple different reactors now. Just to get some stuff set up and maybe get like a couple reactors. And then you can sit on them. And then once people know you have like a cooldown Dura, you have like a range, whatever, and then have a solid damage one. And then kind of go from there. Oh, she definitely looks like she's non-crit.
I'm expecting it's going to bring quite a twist to the battles on Axion. 예, 그래서 저게 아마 랜덤에 좀
She definitely looks like she's going to be non-crit.
가져올 것 같은 몬스터로 보입니다.
네, 맞습니다. 크기부터 상당히 인상적인데요. 돌연변이는 이제 패턴은 단순하지만 공략이 필요한 몬스터.
With Beetle, yeah, exactly.
예를 들면 칼날 발톱과 강철 집게는 단단한 갑주를.
I mean, if you're thinking, I mean, she could be a crit descendant. That's why we got to look at her. We just got to look at where her damage skills are. She might be a crit descendant, right? If she's a crit descendant, then you have to build her a little bit different.
신규 공격 무기인 박멸자를 활용하거나 아니면 한 번에 큰 데미지를 넣을 수 있는 스킬로 공격을 해야 갑주를 쓸 수가 있습니다.
So they are pretty hard to miss. The size alone makes them stand out. Spikers have relatively simple patterns, but it still needs strategies. For Razor Claw,
honestly, you could probably build her. Yeah, every fusion can build into crit. If you build her into crit, you might be able to get away with using bravery on her to like really help with those cooldowns. That's where there's going to be a couple different options to look at her. I think sort of coming up with some good builds ahead of time so we can go in and test them is going to be the best way to do it. Because think about how many people play Valby as a crit build, and then there's been like a whole movement here recently to playing non-crit Valby. Just because you don't need the crit damage. So if you don't need the crit damage, you can do some other stuff with quality of life, and it makes Valby play a little bit better. It might be the same thing with Nell, right? You might be able to look at it like you could build her into crit damage, but if you don't need all that extra damage, you could build her outside of crit and just make her a more robust character, right?
and steel pincers, the key is to crush their armors using the new ultimate weapon Exterminator or skills that deal heavy damage with one hit.
네, 이런 돌연변이를 처치 않아도 미션을 완료할 수는 있는데요. 하지만 플레이어를 계속
need weak
추적하면서
point builds. I'm
미션
debating
진행을
making a weak point python with extra mag size. The question is going to be she's going to be, what do we say, fusion and tech, and she's non-at. Has low power modifier with peacemaker, better scaling on non-at.
So it is possible to clear the mission without killing them, but they will do everything it takes to bother you during the mission. So how to deal with them does matter in Axion.
저 영상은 나중에 쇼츠로 올려주시면 좋을 것 같아요. 저게 사운드랑 들었을 때 더 효과가 멋있게 보여집니다.
It's more powerful and impactful with the sound, so we'll maybe post it with the shorts.
Yes, we will post it with the shorts. Yeah, I think that's a great idea. All right, moving on. Let's take a look at the Vulgus bosses within the Axion planes. 예, 좋습니다. 이번에는 액션평의 벌거스 보스들을
You may be wrong. No, I don't think that there's. I think that there's definitely going to be a couple
주관적인
different ways to approach
벌거스
it.
보스는 더 다채로운 패턴을 가지고 있는 형태입니다. 지금 화면에 나오는 심연 갑충은 땅 속으로 파고들어서 갑자기 솟아오르기도 하고 몸을 날려서 플레이어에게 달려들기도 합니다. 전투 중에 외피를 생성해서 몸을 보호하니까 외피를 파괴해야 하는 그런 메커니즘을 가지고 있습니다.
So unlike spikers, with their significant size and
Because a lot of it's going to depend on how you approach it, right? Like if your goal is to keep like your teammates' weak point buffs up and stuff like that, you're going to build more into duration and a bunch of other shit. So you're probably going to build with like a non-app or like a non-crit versus crit. It just depends on which red mod you put on. I think that we'll have to like think about it quite a bit to figure out what's going to be one of the better builds for her. But I think if she's going to be universal, like if she's going to be support plus DPS, then there's probably just going to be a couple builds you can put on her.
simple mechanics, Vulgus bosses have various patterns. For instance, Abyss Scarabs hide underground and burst out all of a sudden or launch themselves straight onto the descendants. They create an outer shell mid-fight to protect themselves, so breaking that is very important.
Kind of looks like Halo 4's Promethean Knights a little bit.
그리고 두 번째로 나오는 저 보스는 균열
Fusion
전파자.
Moon Lake or Observatory.
전투 중에 제트팩을 호출해서 등에 장착하고요. 제트팩을 장착한 균열 전파
We'll have to look and see if you want to get like a fusion reactor or a tech reactor based on what her actual skills are and which ones you're going to be doing for damage.
자는 공중에서 포격하는 새로운 유형의 전투를 선보입니다.
So Breach Spreaders, which is the second boss, they call in a jetpack during battle. Once it's airborne, it bombards you from above, turning the fight into something completely different.
Also, the patterns of these new monsters really seem quite diverse, and with so many different strategies to tackle them, I'm really looking forward to facing them in Season 3. So 이번에 추가되는 좀 이런 새로운 몬스터들 패턴이 너무 다양한 것 같고, 공략법도 다채로워서 기대가 많이 됩니다. And we still haven't seen the wall crasher.
They didn't change. No, that's another thing is they didn't specify, right? Like, are her red mods gonna change her skills like Inez and like Viesa, or does it absolutely make no change whatsoever? I think that's a really good thing to note because that could completely change what you need and how you use her kit and which reactor you need, right?
But we'll get to that in just a moment. But first, let's hear a bit more about the Axion planes. 그래서 아직 그 커뮤니티에서 많이 기대하시는 월크래쉬.
Yeah, or does her passive change it? Yeah, there's a lot of questions.
평야에 대해서 조금 더 설명을 들어보겠습니다.
Season 3 looks like more of the same overall, so in that regard, we'll see how it goes. Joker, I think a lot of people are... If you listen to what they say, it sounds fun, interesting, and entertaining, and more engaging. But I think that we've talked about this numerous times. You have to build like trust and goodwill, and the current state of the game has sort of burnt trust and goodwill from players. So there's a level of player animosity and player trepidation when it comes to new content, because it's like, is it just going to be the same thing? Right? Even though it looks different, does it look different, but it's more of the same? So I think that you're going to have a lot of players that are very cautious when approaching this content. But your guard is up. I think that is how a lot of players are approaching it, Joker. I think that's how a lot of players are approaching it. So the important part is that the first impressions are really good. I'm just really happy to announce daily missions and the 2-hour Wall Crasher event will keep things interesting. I think it will and it won't, because I think the biggest issue with the 2-hour Wall Crusher event is what happens if you don't get to play. Like, it is very easy to go, well, it's every 2 hours, but not everybody is going. Like, what happens if you just miss that window every day for a week? It's sort of the same issue Diablo 4 had. I think as bad as it sucks for them, they should probably set it to be like at the top of every hour instead of every 2 hours. I think 2 hours is pretty limiting. I know that doing it every 1 hour is probably going to give more resources than they're expecting, but I think that you should be able to do it like at the top of every hour or something. You think the Axiom Plains being an all-in-one farming zone is not good? It's not a good idea. It replaces Sigma. I think that it's both parts good and bad. I think if the area is dynamic and fun and there's a lot of shit to do, then it's great. But I think if it's like boring, bland, and repetitive, it's going to be terrible, because then people will get burnt out and bored. Untapped potentially definitely want this game to succeed, desperately want the game to succeed, There's definitely a lot that could be done here.
네, 앞서 전투
At the start, it'll be good, but people will burn out. I think that's the concern. So we just have to wait and see how it goes.
영상에서도 봤지만 엑시온의 미션은 일정 주기마다 격전지가 되어서 더욱 격렬한 전투가 벌어지게 됩니다. 격전지의 몬스터들은 더 위험해지는 대신에 더 좋은 보상을 제공하게 됩니다.
As you saw earlier, Axiom missions turn into these hot zones called unstable dimension zones at certain intervals.
Like how they explicitly said, though, the drop the other content will be better on farming those items. I think that makes sense. Like, this is you can get everything here passively, or like quote unquote passively, or you can go other places to specifically target farm.
It's become more dangerous, but the rewards get better too.
네, 엑시온 평야는 최고 레벨의 플레이어들이 참여하는 필드이기 때문에 아마 플레이어분들은 격전지를 중심으로 멀티플레이를 즐길 것으로 예상하고 디자인을 하고 있습니다.
Since Axiom is designed for top-tier players, the co-op opportunities for them will
As ruthless as your criticism can get, it's because I know the game is good. Know the good that the game can do. I think so. I think that's where sometimes fanboys get a little triggered, is because they can't deal with people offering like sincere constructive criticism. And when people offer it sincerely, it's because they see that the game can be good and they want the game to be good, so they offer very harsh criticism, not to detract from the game, but to help the community and the developers think about the game and to uplift the game based on that feedback. So I don't personally think there's anything wrong with like having strong criticism, as long as it's in a constructive way. That is done in good faith to make the game feel better, right? Low-key, hope those big claws are actually randomized, pop out of nowhere. Yeah, it'd be cool if it was random. The space is also filled with people crapping on the game and offering no criticism. Sometimes it's a reflex. I think that is a fair counterpoint, East. We've all seen people who just shit on the game to shit on the game. Whether that's because they've been burnt or whatever. So I think that there's definitely a line, and it's just trying to know where that line is. And I think people who are like good at talking about the game, talking about the positives and negatives, and articulating it and having a constructive conversation like we do here, I think people understand that the conversations are in good faith and they don't get too shitty. I think we're gonna have a map table in the lounge that shows Axiom. We can pick the spot to see cinematics of the battle. It'll be like battle chess. I think so.
will revolve around these unstable zones as well.
And for those max level players, what kind of requirements should they meet if they want to access this?
So here's where they're talking about, let me go get some coffee, and then they're going to explain how hard the Axiom Plains is and what you need to do to start it. So let me go get some coffee, and then we'll go over this. And this will let you guys see what they said about it, and then we can discuss that. Give me a second, guys. All right, guys. I can't wait for the lounge, Sonic. Of course you can't. Raised with a tough love mentality. Same I was. I didn't think there was anything wrong with being critical of people and stuff because that was how I was raised. If you can't fucking have a conversation, then you should. If you can't have an honest conversation and deal with some level of criticism, you probably shouldn't be on the internet.
Around these unstable zones as well.
All right, so here they're going to talk about the difficulty level of the Axiom planes.
And for those max level players, what kind of requirements should they meet if they want to access the Axiom planes? 그러면 액션 평화는 그 플레이어들이 어느 정도로 달성해야 그 진입이 가능한지 궁금합니다.
시스템적으로는 마스터리 랭크 18 이상, 그리고 시그마 섹터 스토리를 완료한 다음으로 이어지는 스토리이고요. 난이도 측면에서는 풀 세팅된 계승자로 즐길 수 있는 컨텐츠로 설정을 하고 있습니다. 그리고 격전지는 풀 세팅된 계승자로도 난이도가 높게.
What I think is people expect the game to be changed from what is intended to be, which is a looter shooter game, and wanting it to be something different, wanting more content to play. We all want those expectations. We all want, but those who expect it to be a different game is ridiculous. Do I know what you mean? I do. I think that because there are some people who are so invested in the game, that yeah, they are unable to see the game for what it is and take the developers for what they say it is, and they have expectations, and when those expectations aren't met, because they've invested so much time, they sort of take it personally. Each month all the way up to December, basically getting new content each month that adds up to the entirety of Season 3. I'm definitely not a fan of drip feeding content, but it looks like they've got enough content lined up to at least make it to where there's something to do every month, which is a positive. Season 3 is going to be the 7th, right? Did they mention something about trading mods? They mentioned something about trading. So what they mentioned, and if anybody has like different understood it different, let me know. They mentioned trading mods and that you can trade mods for Caliber. So it's effectively a Warframe system. You can trade them for, I'm assuming, other mods, or you can trade them for Caliber. Does that make sense? Now, if you guys heard something different, let me know. But that was effectively what I understood. If I'm wrong, tell me, because I don't want to provide people with wrong information. The only thing I didn't like was the new player boost path. It's optional, but you should be able to skip 80% of the game. I understand that. We talked about it a little bit earlier. Giveaway to players. I think it is. I think it's a nice thing for sure, Hunt. While giving it a weird function. I think so. I definitely think so. I think that it's going to be nice for content creators like me that I can just give away like whatever the meta, you know, mod is. I can just give it away or whatever. So understood, but it didn't mention it being player to player specific. I thought it was player to player specific. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I think it's just trigger mods, right? Oh, you want this mod or you want this skin? Let me trade you for mods or Caliber. Yeah. Well, and that's one of those things too, because that's the way it is in Warframe. That's the way it is in Warframe. What up, Desperado? In Warframe, you can effectively trade frames for other frames, or you can trade frames for whatever you want. You can trade them for resources. It doesn't really matter, but you can trade. And then you can also trade for plat, which is Caliber in that game. So it's the same concept. We'll get to it because they mention it. Trigger mods are like Riven and Warframe. I think there's something like that. I think that where they're like Rivens in Warframe is the fact that they have random rolls, but I think they're still within a framework. I think this will all be tested. Add full trading later on, probably. What up, Buckeye?
체감되도록 했고요. 멀티플레이를
Most excited for the supply drops, Wall Crasher event, daily missions, and for Luna. Yeah, I think that's where a lot of people are going to spend their time. The big issue I think for the Wall Crusher event is the fact that it's going to be every 2 hours. So you're going to have to like time things around that, and I think it's going to exclude some players. I think they'll end up making it a 1 hour event. They didn't say it was only trading between players, but you might be able to sell items to an NPC. That would be interesting if they allow you to sell items to NPCs for Caliber. That would be interesting.
빠른 진행이 가능하도록 설정하고 있습니다.
So system-wise, I'd say MR18 or higher, who have completed the Sigma sector content already. In terms of difficulty, it is designed for descendants equipped with a highly sophisticated build. Even with that full setup, it's going to feel a little tough at the unstable zones, but party play makes it much easier to push through.
근데 저희가 새벽부터 준비하고 리허설을 하도 많이 하니까 저도 목이 조금 지금 갈라졌어요.
I don't know that they're going to be ultra rare. I think trigger mods are going to drop from Wall Crusher, right, guys? Is that basically what we understand? Is that the Wall Crusher event is going to be where you farm trigger mods? They've not specifically said that, but I think that was the understanding, question mark. If I'm wrong, let me know. Might be nice if they have a 2-hour cooldown on Wall Crusher. My concern about the 2-hour thing is say you get in and you can only play for like 45 minutes or an hour a day. You're going to be limited and not having access to the Wall Crusher. Should be supply drops. 2 hours to get a randomized valued mod is I don't know if these mods are ancestor mods. It could depend, right?
잠깐 다른 얘기를 하자면
There was they answered a lot of questions, but there were definitely some questions that in hindsight you start to wonder.
조금 화이팅 한번 하고서 마저 얘기를 하면 좀.
But yeah, if you listen to what they said, MR18 to get out here, you're going to want to build, you're going to want Sigma Sector. I think at some point they even mentioned that you're going to want to have like maxed out RK tuning and shit. You're shocked they didn't mention tomorrow's patch details at all? I mean, honestly, their stream ran so fucking late that there was no reason to talk about the patch tomorrow when it's going to happen.
Well, hello.
Yo, thank you for the follow.
Thanks for the follow.
I hope they implement the able to sell amorphous materials at some point. You have way too much. I think they're talking about a different way to open them. You can't equip trigger mods without maxed RK and 10. You need maxed RK and at minimum 10 catalysts on your descendant. Moxie's mic unmuted. Yeah, it was funny. Like we were talking about him hot micing earlier when he was in here. Because Moxie was in here earlier. We're giving him shit for it. And I commend him for keeping it on track. The community manager did the best job he could to try to keep it on track. The Wall Crusher thing's not going to take 2 hours to complete. It's going to trigger every 2 hours. It's going to trigger every 2 hours. I want to make sure that that's clear, drummer.
점핑으로 한번 타실래요?
To go a little sidetrack, we woke up a little too early today and we've been doing the rehearsals oftentimes, so we need more energy.
화이팅 한번 하고.
Donald, I think what they're going to do is the Wall Crusher is instanced. So at the top of the 2 hours, everybody's going to run to the center of Axiom and they're going to hit the door to go in, and then it's going to teleport people out, pair them up in teams, and then send them into an instance versus the Wall Crusher. That is my assumption of how the back-end coding of that is going to work.
한번 다 같이 외쳐보실까요? 화이팅을.
Why are people wearing masks? What do you mean? Like, where at? Some people just don't want their face to be seen. Did they say Timeline Wall Crusher also granted global buffs? They said that it did, right?
화이팅!
자, 이제 방금 장면을 잊어주시고.
Playing the game while listening, so you just misheard.
Didn't happen.
I think it's fair to ask. You enjoyed my question during the live stream. Good looking out, Brave. I wanted to make sure. I'm hopeful that eventually they add multiple tiers of difficulty, so they don't have to nerf content. They can allow players who are like less skilled, or we'll just say less skilled, have access to it. But then players who have spent a lot of time can crank the difficulty up and farm rewards faster.
There's some good news that I just received. Viewership on YouTube went over 15K. 15,000명 돌파했습니다.
Yeah, so everyone on the server will enjoy like speed crafting or whatever.
20K, we just have 5K left. Let's go. 2만 명 향해서 5천 명 나왔습니다. 가봅시다.
자, 그래서 뜬금이 없지만 아까 풀 세팅된 계승자라고 얘기하셨어요. 풀 세팅 기준이 뭔가요?
I mean, honestly, the days that we're live, like we'll be hitting the Wall Crusher at the top of the hour. You know what I mean? Like at the top of the 2 hours, we'll be hitting the Wall Crusher no matter what. Like, and if it's easy, like if the Wall Crusher isn't actually hard, we'll just do a thing where maybe we run with different community members, we raffle off spots, we do whatever to get you guys in. The Wall Crusher sucks dick. I might have to take specific people in with me, and then we might only have a couple slots, but we'll have to wait and see.
Full setup, but how do you define a full setup?
The first couple times we clear it, though, I'll definitely be pulling like specific. That's if we can organize it. Yeah, if we can. Hopefully, you can at least take a party of 4 in, right? Hopefully. You think it's because they're members of the Akatsuki? Glad they put it out there that you don't need 8 Serenas. I figure it's not going to be that tough, Brave. I figure if you have 8 Serenas, you're basically gonna fucking bend it over.
네, 모듈 세팅 그리고 아르케 조율 만렙을 끝내고
I think you
난이도
bend it
보완을
over
끝내고
if you have 8
무기와
Serenas.
외장 부품, 진단포 세팅도 어느 정도 완료된 계승자를 기준으로 난이도 설계하고 있고요.
높네요. 네.
오늘 보시는 영상도 이 정도의 세팅이 된 계승자로 실제 플레이를 진행한 장면입니다.
지금 뒤에가
So the bar is set pretty high up there. Descendants, whose modules are all set, Archaea level has reached its peak. Reactor has enhanced, weapons and external component cores are all set. So that's who we're targeting for this content. And in the video that the Descendant you're seeing have about this setup as well.
So there they explicitly said what we said before. The Descendants they're showing off in this footage have max reactors, max RK tuning, fully catalyst out with weapon cores and component cores. You get a feeling the Stormhanger isn't going to be a joke? You think so? We'll have to find out. The change to the Void Vessel was good. I don't want to, I'm not going to rehash that too much, but I think the change to the Void Vessel is good. That they are just going to make the Void Vessel an activity, and then they're just going to refresh it instead of adding the Void Vessel and then adding something else and adding something else. Because eventually you add too much content and you just dilute it. There's no shot the Wall Crusher is any challenge at all if you're forced to kill a boss with 4 random teammates. I think Synody, that there's a lot of truth to that. If at minimum, 4 of your teammates are completely disconnected from you and what you want to do, then the difficulty level of the Wall Crusher has to be at a certain level to where a disjointed team can take it out without coordination. So the difficulty curve on this is going to be lower than if you could go in with if it was designed for a pre-made fire team of 8 with coordination. Right? Let's hope people don't try to gatekeep because someone chooses not Serena. I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't have people dropping out and then re-queuing until they found a team they wanted. You would like a Wall Crusher fight with only one type of Descendants, like one frame. What do you mean, Gunner Schmidt? Imagine Keelan wrapping around him. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays.
I heard that there were some other exciting systems in Axion, like objectives that players can cooperate in, and also something I think many of you are looking forward to, hover bikes. 그 밖에도 액션에서.
So here are all of the things. Here are all of the things that you're going to get. So you're going to have just the normal battlefield. You're going to have daily world quests. You're going to have supply drops, and then you're going to have hover bike missions, field colossus, wall crusher, and then there's like the poison zone or whatever. They talked about Keelan. They did. Was beautiful. It's clearly for Serena. They had some decent looking skins. Worst case, it'll just be a 52 pickup. It'll just take longer. Possibly. Wonder if we can solo fault. I don't. That's the question right now, Saiyan, because I think that you just queue up. But maybe there's an option to just like put it on private and go in. We'll have to find out when it comes out. Watch people drop instance at the first booba smash. Did you imagine?
호버바이크 많은 분들이 기대하시는 그걸 활용하는 등의 좀 재밌는 시스템들이 있다고 들었습니다.
네, 그렇습니다. 엑시온의 플레이어들이 함께 격전지에 도전하는 일간 퀘스트가 존재를 하고.
Supply drop seems to be for mutated cells. That's what that box is, right?
고요. 그리고 엑시온 평야 곳곳에 낙하하는 보급물자 컨텐츠도 있습니다.
So, in Axion, players can take on daily co-op quests that focus on unstable dimension zones. And there are also supply drops scattered throughout the area.
네, 그리고 보시면 화면에 보시는 것처럼 호버바이크로 정해진 시간 내에 완주하는 간단한 레이싱 미션도 있고요. 그리고 월크래시어 출몰 이벤트가 사실 하이라이트긴 한데 이거는 잠시 후에 설명을 드리겠습니다.
As you can see on the screen, there will be a simple hoverbike racing mission where you can try to finish within the time limit. And the highlight, though, is the wall crusher.
We don't know what the rewards will be, but they'll refresh daily. That's like when it pans over. If it does again, you'll see like purple flags on the map. I'm assuming you can do those missions like once a day or once a week. And they'll have specific drops, like maybe it's gold, maybe it's Legos, maybe it's fucking crafting mats, maybe it's fucking anamorphous material, maybe it's like guaranteed shots at new Descendants or whatever. They don't really explain exactly what you're gonna get. You're so excited. I think it's gonna be a good time.
Event which we will cover in just a bit.
Another thing,
my big one is just, is everything going to be a loot pinata? That's my only concern. If I'm honest with you guys, my only concern is it just going to be one big zone full of loot pinatas?
a lot of the players are curious about is, Director, last time...
It doesn't mean it's not going to be fun, but that is my concern.
You mentioned that
I would like to at least have to put both hands on my keyboard. Yes, you have an unrelated question. I noticed yesterday there are things to complete in zones again, but for some reason yours weren't counting. I would have to see what it is. You'd have to send screenshots of what it is in the Discord, the First Descendant channel, and either me or somebody else might be able to look at it and give you a better idea. I would try that, and either during the stream or after the stream or something, we might be able to help. Both hands on the board ain't about First Descendant. Can I just face roll it? You will at work? Yeah, send it later, and hopefully somebody will have an answer. Honestly, I'd love to see many different characters. You're sick of seeing Serena. I'm gonna bring my tank ass Inez. I mean, I think that depending on if they really balance everything up to make all gun descendants on par with Serena and all skill descendants on par with Inez, then I think you're going to see a lot of non-attribute descendants out there. Like, I think you're going to see like the return of Valby going in hot because Valby can bypass the elemental issues. So you'll see a lot of Nell because she's non-attribute and a lot of Valby. You're probably going to see a lot of Nell because Nell's non-attribute, so she'll just be able to group enemies and burn them out really fast. So I mean, I think that outside of the Wall Crusher, you're probably going to see a fuck ton of Nell, like a literal absolute assload of Nell. And Nell might even be really good for Wall Crusher, but I feel like you're just going to want people who can do it just a shitload of damage, and Nell is just going to be there to facilitate it. So having like 8 Nells isn't going to be as good as having 1 Nell and 7 Serenas. Yeah, don't forget they're bringing skill descendants being brought up to be on par with Serena after Inez. Yeah, I think it depends on how you look at it, but basically they said Inez was the benchmark for skill and Serena was the benchmark for gun. Even though Serena's more of a skill descendant, she's technically a gun descendant. But Valby has a bikini to show off. She do. 1 Nell, 1 Luna, 6 Serena, possibly. I just think yeah, it's going to be interesting what they do. Valby also buffs electric descendants. Fresh Ajax build that kills Ice Maiden Challenge with the shields might be awesome against Wall Crusher. Maybe.
Axion will feature an all-in-one reward system. So how exactly will that be implemented?
No, I wasn't streaming during it because we were part of it, right? We were part of it, so I didn't stream. I mean, you're getting my unfiltered reactions now. I think you're getting my honest reactions. You're just not getting them in real time. I've had time to at least be like yay or no. But
그래서 액션에서의 보상은 이제 올인원으로 변경된다고 했는데 이거는 혹시 어떻게 되는 걸까요?
Judge,
액션에서
could you imagine me fucking hot micing and accidentally being like, well, this looks like fucking dog shit, like right in the middle of their live stream, or me talking about something and being like, fuck you, God, take my balls off your chin, and that being what fucking hot mic'd.
경험치, 아르케 조율, 진강포어, 변이세포를 모두 파밍할 수가 있고요.
오케이.
시즌 3의 신규 콘텐츠인 트리거 모듈.
오케이.
네, 이것까지 엑시온에서 파밍할 수 있습니다.
That would have
There are a
been
lot.
so
Axel lets you
bad.
farm everything from EXP.
He was
and
embarrassed.
materials to
It was just
augmentation
unfortunate
cores
for
and beauty
Moxie.
cells. Trigger modules, the newly added content for season 3, will all
I know you mentioned this earlier, but I wanted to say to you that I thought you deserved to be on the wall of players. At least you didn't see me. I was there, Barry. I was in the top left of the content creators for a while, and then they reshuffled them, and it put me down bottom. But I was there the whole time. Constructive criticism, basically constructive criticism. God, get my balls off your chin. I'm there. You'll see it here in a little bit. I'm on there. They show Freyna shooting everything with contagion mobs who are supposed to get resistance. So toxics resist in that case, yeah. But I just saw the dev live stream. Yeah, we're cooking through it. We're trying to cook through it. Judge was top and bottom. Sounds legit. I swapped with Moxie.
also be available in Axion.
네, 그리고 엑시온에서는
What a joke it was. You didn't like the live stream? What part didn't you like, Za?
모든 도면, 네, 모든 도면을 전리품으로 파밍할 수 있지만
Sorry you missed it? Don't worry, mate. I was there.
타겟팅에서
I appreciate
파밍하기는
you.
어렵고 기존 콘텐츠에 비해 효율도 낮기 때문에 특정한 계승자나 무기를 파밍할 때에는 기존 콘텐츠에서 파밍하는 것이 더 효율적이도록 설계하고 있습니다.
So you can farm
I think that'll be the end of me. You think
blueprints in
so?
Axion, but it's not
That's
necessarily
why you guys love
efficient
me. I
when
appreciate
you're
you,
targeting
Deadshot.
specific ones. Meaning, if you're looking for a particular descendant or weapon blueprint, it's still better to utilize other content.
네, 물론 이미 마스터리 랭크 29에 도달한 플레이어분들께서는 크게 상관 없으시겠습니다만 소수의 계승자만 육성하고 엑시온에 진입한 플레이어분들은 엑시온을 즐기면서 부족한 도면을
I'll be a bottom
하나씩
for you,
채우고
Word, dude.
나머지는 기존 콘텐츠로 돌아가서 파밍하는 방식으로 신규 콘텐츠를
Just give me a
즐길
reach
수가
around.
있습니다.
This probably doesn't concern players that have already reached MR29, but if you rush into Axion with only a few descendants built up, don't forget to use the existing content to speed up your farming while still enjoying Axion.
Yeah, really great to hear that new and returning players they'll still be able to enjoy the new content in season 3 while continuing to farm certain items. So we'll talk more about the
Power
new reward
bottom,
system changes
exactly,
a bit
Ness.
later. But for now, let's talk about trigger modules. So 신규 복귀 유저분들이
So here they're going to talk about trigger modules, and some of this, like, I just felt like there wasn't enough information. Exactly. This meat ain't going to beat itself.
이렇게 시즌 3의 신규 콘텐츠 즐기면서도 일부 파밍을 계속할 수 있는 것은 너무 좋은 것 같습니다. 이 좀 다른 보상 개편에 대한 이야기는 뒤에서 더 하기로 하고요. 잠깐
So I watched this in real time, but we'll see if maybe we catch more now that we're watching it a little slower. Well, we're not watching it slower. We're watching it at 1.5 times, but we can pause, right?
이야기 나온 트리거 모듈로 넘어가 보겠습니다. Trigger modules. I still and really have a lot of questions for this, and I'm sure the community does too. Director, you gotta tell us. Could you tell us how they work and what types of modules players can expect? 이 트리거 모듈을 어떻게 활용하는 거고 이게
Yeah, this must be the build that they were using when they were on the planes, right? The crit money with HP collector. This was the one that this was the build that Vash was memeing.
또 어떤 것들이 있을지 설명 부탁드립니다.
웃으면서 하래 좀.
With smile.
다 같이 웃으면서 좀 하래요.
Smile and talk
네,
for it.
생일이니까 우리 퍼디 생일이잖아요.
네.
It's the birthday for our
It is,
game.
it is the
It's a happy day.
네, 트리거 모듈은 계승자의 새로운 스킬이고요. 트리거 모듈을 사용하려면 우선 계승자 40레벨, 아르케졸 40레벨을 완료해야 합니다. 소켓 부여는 10회 이상 완료된 계승자에 한해서 엑시움이라는 아이템으로 개방을 해야 합니다.
10회 나야 돼요?
10회.
Nice big gold slot to the left. That's where the trigger module was. Guys, I know they said they watch Real Asian Robots stream, but let's be honest. They really watch mine. Let's be honest.
So the Trigger module is a fresh new skill for Descendants. To unlock it, you gotta hit 40 with both the Descendant level and Arcade Tuning level. Socket assignment must be completed 10
We
plus
all
times,
know.
10 plus times as well. And then you will need a special item called Axiom to open the slot.
I basically designed their UI for them. They should just send me some caliber and we'll call it good.
네, 개방한 슬롯에는 트리거 모듈을 자유롭게 장팔착할 수 있고요. 그래서 빌드를 자유롭게 만들면서 플레이를 즐길 수가 있습니다.
With the
Crit
open
dev
slot,
build, yeah.
you can swap Trigger modules in and out freely to experiment with your builds.
So I'm guessing that thing over there, it's the slots for equipping them. So how do they actually work? 아마 화면에 보이는 저 슬롯이 이제 트리거 모듈을 장착하는 슬롯.
Luna getting a debuff mod makes sense with the resistance mechanics. Absolutely. Replace battle of stamina with emergency measures. It was an interesting build choice, wasn't it?
같은데 어떻게 동작하는 걸까요? 이거는.
네, 화면에 보이시는 것처럼
와우.
예,
와우.
계승자
So here's where things get like, this is where I didn't understand. So these are the tags on the skills. And then these must directly relate to the effects of the trigger modules. Measures is in the build. Yeah, measures was in the build. Saw the mod too late. You already typed. Since when did Korean sound like a chipmunk? Since 1.5 times speed. Bro, I watched a 5.5 hour stream last night. I can't do it again. So we're just going to go through the shit we want to talk about. And we're going to do it at 1.5 times speed. We'll pause where we need to talk because I don't shut the fuck up. And then we'll blow through the rest of it. Were you in the panel? I was. Jump around the stream. Yeah, we're just going to do what we can. Somewhat into the questions. Yeah, I mean, I was in, like, unfortunately, I was like the last one. It was the best 5 hours, though. It wasn't bad. Yeah, so it seems like these are going to be the tags that your skills have. And then these are going to directly correlate to being able to be synergized with trigger modules. So if a trigger module says it works on chained, or it works on install, or it works on destroy, or whatever, they will directly be tied into these. Yeah, you can't do a 10-hour stream. Well, you guys know me. I would definitely double it. Gameplay mechanics, basically Markov. My big thing was, my big question was, will the devs add more than 2 tiers of difficulty? That way, lower skill players can complete activities, but higher skill players can get more rewards for doing more challenging content. That's basically what it boiled down to. And effectively, they said no. They said they're just going to continue to add content that is just increasingly difficult over time. That was basically what I asked. But yeah, so that's what this looks like, guys. So basically, I'm assuming these are going to tie directly into the trigger mods. And you will have a trigger mod that says it affects firing enhancement. And that trigger mod will affect Enzo's number 4 skill or something.
의 모든 스킬은 유형, 태그를 가지게 되고요. 이 유형은 스킬의 연출에
So
맞춰서
hopefully that makes
주관적으로
sense,
설정을 하고
guys.
있습니다.
와, 저희 화면이 뒤에 크니까 글씨를 읽을 수가 있는데 시청자분들은 잘 보이실까요?
We have a big screen so that we can read
What up,
out the
Tuli?
fonts, but can you guys really read this?
네, 이거는 나중에 대부 노트 통해서 한 번 더
They're going really fast because nobody's going to read all these. It's just good to know
보여드리면 좋을 것
that
같습니다.
that's how
Share it
this
with the lab
works.
notes. And so every descendant skill has its own tag. These tags
Pretty
match
much a
the skills
second
animation,
mutated
so it's
cell.
quite intuitive.
네, 예를 들어서
It's just going to be very
플레이나의 특성 트라우마는
specific
전방으로
on
독탄환을
what it
던지고
affects and
엉덩이를
how it
굴리는 스킬인가요?
affects.
폭발형 발사체, 지면 지속, 지속 피해 유형을 가지게 됩니다. 이네즈의 부유한
I think that there's probably going to be them doing it this way is going to prevent one mutated cell from being meta across the entire board, right? There will probably be a handful of good mutated cells and there will be a handful of bad ones. But doing it this way is going to prevent you from putting on X mutated cell and just having that mutated cell cook. So it looks like the new mods don't affect guns. At this time, Brave, the mutated cells they're showcasing go on your descendant. That doesn't mean that it's not going to affect your like gun skills, right? So like aimed shot might affect like Haley's 2, but it's not necessarily going to affect your fire rate or something like that. Yeah, these are trigger modules, not mutated cells though. Yeah, and that's interesting because I thought, you know, mutated cells are going to be more for skill descendants, so maybe these were going to go on weapons. You pretty much quit the game. It might be enough to bring you back, Markov. Burnout 2 real. I mean, if you're not doing this as a full-time job, then I think taking a break is good for you because it keeps you from like actually getting burnt out to where you resent the game. Because that's the worst thing is if you're not doing this as a full-time job, but you're playing it with people who either one do it as a full-time job or you're playing it like it's your full-time job, the burnout is going to set in and then you're going to get animosity. You'd rather play other games. There's nothing wrong with that. I think that is the best way to do it. Just play it as much as you really want to. Exactly. And if you're not doing this to make money, then it makes sense to just disconnect and come back when you're enjoying it. If you're doing this to make money, then there's a level of it's your job, right? Been enjoying playing other games and getting your dailies done? Yeah. In this kind of game, if I don't feel like I'm committing myself, I feel like you're behind. Good news is you're actually not, though. So in your mindset, it's kind of opposite. I get that. But the good news is you're actually not really falling behind. Because you already have everything. So you're not really missing out. But I get it. You run maybe 1 to 2 hours at a time. I think that that's not a bad way to look at it. You know, you're not actually, but like having God rolls. Yeah, it's one of those things where even though you know the truth, it doesn't stop the way you feel, right? Like even though you know something, your feelings don't always make sense with logic.
Well, hello there.
We all have that, right? And it's whether it's this game or whether it's life or no matter what it is, you're like, I know that this isn't factually accurate, but my feelings are hurt. You see what I mean? Yo, thanks for the follow. We do keep them anonymous. So if you're hanging out, chilling, relaxing, no, I appreciate you. You must speak up to me in the community. Have a good night. Either way, thanks for the follow. What up, Lauren? So, truth, you only know Booba? As long as Booba's helping.
부유하는 번개는 좀 더 단순한데요. 추적형 발사체라는 유형을 가지게 됩니다.
So take Freyna's Venom Trauma, for example, which fires toxic bullets and leaves a toxic puddle. Naturally, it's tagged as explosive projectile, ground DOT, and continuous damage. And with Ines Floating Lightning, it's even simpler. It's tagged as a tracking projectile.
Wow, I mean, I wasn't expecting such a detailed breakdown of all of these skill types. I have a feeling...
Start playing again, you're like, man, it's too easy, and you got off again. It's definitely a farming sim where you get on and you can just no-brain it and have fun. And that's basically where it's at right now.
that the community watching this, you're going to lead to many discussions on the build. Yeah, 그래서 이렇게 모든 스킬 유형이 나열될 거라고는 아마 플레이분들이 예상하지 못했을 것 같은데.
The hardest part, guys, is like if they create this like really complex. how do I want to say this, right? Like, I should just be honest, right? We should just be honest. The biggest issue I'm going to have is if they create this system where it's like super complex and super convoluted to where you can do like all of this different theory crafting, but then none of it matters. Trigger mods will affect certain tags. Basically, that's exactly what they said. So certain tags will be affected by certain trigger modules. So that's going to prevent one trigger module from being the go-to for every descendant. So like you'll have a descendant like over here, you guys can see my cursor. So like default like onslaught for Keelan is going to be Clash. So if you have a descendant like a trigger module that affects Clash, then it'll work on Inez's 3, it'll work on Keelan's 2, it'll work on nothing of Jaber's because nobody does anything with Jaber, right? Like, so then that one will be good for those descendants. I feel like it helps with build crafting, even though it's just Serena. That's true, though. I mean, you'll be able to optimize Serena out the ass. Some OP build. Well, that we talked about it before. Is it like a kangaroo court? It's basically a kangaroo court. The biggest issue in all transparency, we talk about it all the time, is if you're already 100% overpowered, adding 100% more damage to you doesn't really matter because you're already 100% overpowered. So I'm really hopeful that the content at least needs some level of this build crafting. And it just pushes them away. Then they'll distill it. If they find that nobody is interacting with this, they'll just get rid of it. Either it won't matter or boom, they'll end up another Serena. We gotta wait to find out. Unfortunately, there's like so much good in this live stream, but there's also a shitload of we just gotta find out. Great game as long as it's not your main game. I think that is going to be it for a lot of people.
이걸 기반으로 이제 커뮤니티에서 많은 토론을 진행할 것 같습니다.
네, 그리고 이번에 추가되는 트리거 모듈입니다. 여기 트리거 모듈에 네.
See, I wish they would have showed how some of these worked in game. But you can see right here, so they're highlighting battering ram. And they're saying that battering ram is a clash mod. So if your skill is a clash tagged skill, then you will get some type of benefit from the battering ram. We don't know what it is because they don't showcase it, but that is effectively how I think this system works. And then there's some all the way to the right that affect everybody, right? So like MP Bullet is not tied to any one type of verb. So because it's not tied to any one type of verb, it works on everybody.
위에 유형이 이 바로 트리거 모듈들을 작동시키는 원리인데요. 예를 들어 충차는 격돌 유형의 스킬을 사용할 때 자동으로 발동이 되고요. 격돌이란 유형은 카일, 세레나, 킬런, 애쉬모, 벨비, 이네즈에게 있습니다.
So now let's check out the new trigger modules. The tag listed on top of each module is what triggers them. Battering ram, for instance, is triggered when clash tag skills are activated, which Ajax, Kyle, Serena, Keelan, Asmo, Velvi, and Inez can use.
Good.
Yay.
네, 그리고 아예 유형이 없는 트리거 모듈도 있는데요. 재장전이나 약점이 아닌 곳을 타격했을 때 스킬 사용 시처럼 보편적으로 활용이 가능한 트리거 모�ül도 존재합니다.
Some trigger modules have no tag at all. They kick in during more general actions like reloading, hitting non-weak points, or using a skill.
So we have
Yeah, no, I think that if trigger modules change the way you play, and then red mods change the way you play, it could be a really good system. 10% chance of 3%, yeah. Basically something like that, Wordu. It's probably going to have different numbers, different variables. But I think that what you're saying is a really good chance on how that's going to work. Like for Meteor, when using a skill that has a projectile tag, 30% chance of doing of casting Meteor at location at 10% spell power or something like that. And then those values are probably what is RNG and makes it to where you can farm for additional modules to make them better, right? That's what's going to give you like the Riven concept.
9 new trigger modules that will be added, and new trigger modules will continue to be released every month throughout season 3. 그래서 이번에 여기 화면에 있는 9개의 트리거 모듈이 추가되지만 시즌 3가 진행되는 동안 매달 신규 트리거 모듈이 출시될 예정이라고 합니다.
네, 그동안 저희가 이제 밸런스에 대해서 부족한 점이 많아.
Slowed a lot in the last few months, yeah. But I mean, you guys have a lot of hours, and I think that some people are enjoying the game and they're at 2,000 hours and it's still their main game, and that's perfectly fine. But I think other people who have played 500 hours and have burnt out and have decided this is going to be a part-time game for them is perfectly fine too. I don't think that you need to be like full-time in this game 10 hours a day, and I don't think that people who play the game 2 hours a week, like their opinion is any less valid or whatever.
그렇기 때문에 처음 출시할 때는 조금 방어적으로 출시를 준비를 했고요.
You want trigger modules for pre-reg?
간단하게 완성해서 컨텐츠를 쌓.
That would have been nice if they would have done something like that, like some sort of like exclusive one-time only trigger mod that you would have got.
올리도록 하겠습니다.
So we made our fair share of balance-related mistakes, so we're playing a bit safe this time, making sure to stack on only solid content each time.
네, 그리고 말씀하신 대로 매달 새로운 트리거 모듈 그리고 변이 세포, 변이 세포를 업데이트해서 시즌 3에는 더욱 다채로운 빌드를 활용할 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
Way too many hours.
Like I said, we're planning monthly updates with new trigger modules and mutant cells, not bunny cells, so that players can have way more.
See, like that one that says normal AoE double strike. I'm wondering what that does. I'm wondering if that normal AoE double strike makes all of your skills hit a second time. Like imagine Inez is 2 or Inez is 4, but the initial damage hit twice. Like how fucking crazy that would be damage-wise. Like that would be broken strong.
More build variety to play with in season 3.
I'm guessing these trigger modules will be formed in Axion as well.
They all sound cool. I think it'll be interesting.
맞습니다. 네, 액시온을 즐겨야죠. 네, 액시온에서 파밍하고 트리거 모듈의 효과는 랜덤한 범위를 가지게 되고요.
랜덤이요?
네, 랜덤하게 범위를 가지게 됩니다. 네, 불필요한 트리거 모듈은 분해할 수도 있는데요. 11월에 준비 중인 모듈 1대1 암거래를 통해서 거래도 가능해질 예정입니다.
Fucking skill multi-hit, yeah. And then that other one looked like it was a snare. There was one over there that was like some sort of like cursed trap, where it was for like ground dots. I wonder if like when they hit the ground dot, it like slows them down. Nice for your Serena's like area support. Dude, could you imagine? You imagine Serena's 4 double procking?
So you will of course farm this in Axion, and each trigger
Yeah, like Curse Snare, I'm wondering if it doesn't just like slow enemies down when they walk into it.
module comes with a randomized effect range.
These could change up the way things work or just make things a lot more fun. The question is, if they allow you to just delete things as soon as they spawn in, it makes them really hard to be fun and effective. Because like putting Cursed Trap on somebody like Freyna, if everything dies instantly, you really don't get the benefits out of it. If they add a good trading system, I think a good trading system is going to help some people out. I think it's going to increase their players. We'll just have to wait and see. Depends on how effective these mods are. Absolutely. You think Double Strike allows you to hit, allows your creature to hit twice? Because it says it's for normal AoE, so it'll be interesting to see how these work.
The ones you don't need can be dismantled, or starting in November, you can use player-to-player trading system. That's for cooking up.
So it says you can either dismantle them, or you can save them and trade them in November. Unless you can craft, so chat, unless you can dismantle them and craft new ones, do not dismantle any of these fucking mods and save them until you can trade. Unless there is some crazy good benefit to you dismantling them, which I highly doubt, just save them till you can trade them. Yeah, unless we have like, unless there is some reason you cannot do it, then save them. You buying fucking a Lanka Riven for 3K? Only dismantle if they put a cap on the number of mods you can hold, like Warframe or Rivens. And even then, be very, like, make sure you're talking to people to find out which ones are worthless before you accidentally dismantle something that you could trade out to buy a skin with. Right? Because if these are like Rivens and getting like a max roll on one of these is going to be enough for you to trade it to somebody for like 1500 fucking caliber, you would be really fucking pissed if you fucking broke down a 1500 caliber mod that you could have used to like buy a skin with. Right? They have 5 series of the mods. It's going to be a big pool. You might have to buy additional capacity, Sora.
Wow, it does look like these trigger models will bring lots of changes on how we build our descendants. Okay.
I'm just trying to help you guys out. Fucking hodl the trigger mods, man. Hodl the trigger mods. We ride this shit to the top, boys. You have 40 million caliber? Jesus Christ. I have none. You can send some of that shit my way.
Okay, I'm gonna move on to the main story of season 3. 예, 그래서 트리거 모듈로 계승자 빌드가 많이 달라질 것 같은데, 또 다음은 아주 중요한 거죠. 이번
Fucking
시즌의
hodl
메인
gang
스토리에 대해서
showed up.
한번 이야기를 해보겠습니다.
Sad thing is we can't buy capacity for mods yet.
텐션을 올려.
Need more energy.
아야. 네. 네, 지난 갑자기 텐션.
Oh, Kuiper, not Caliber? Okay. What the hell are you supposed to do with Kuiper now? Same thing you're doing right now. The Ancestor mod market? Yeah. How do you get a million caliber? I don't know.
이렇게 하니까 정신이 오락가락 하는 것 같아요. 네, 잠시만요.
분명히 얼굴.
Do you think they'll eventually get the game's balance in a good spot? Tell me what you mean in a good spot. I think eventually everything will be on a similar strength level when it comes to Descendants. Will the enemies be in the same... Will the enemies be challenging? That's the question. But do I think that they'll like balance the Descendants to where they're all very similar? Yeah. At some point. I think they're going to get there pretty soon. It's just, will all of the Descendants be able to fucking delete everything on spawn?
Because of the lighting.
자, 정신을 차리고 다시 하겠습니다. 저희가 이제 지난 시즌을 거치면서 스토리에 대한 플레이어
Is that the currency for buying like color? Yeah, colors and cosmetics. Yeah. You can say he's a killer whale. Yeah.
분들의 반응도 좀 좋아졌는데요. 그런 응원에 보답하기 위해서 이번 시즌 3에도 흥미로운 스토리와
Kamishi
신의
going
만들어서 보이기
after.
많이 노력을 했습니다.
So throughout previous seasons, we saw player responses to the main storyline getting more and more positive. That's why we put a lot into season 3 as well, preparing engaging cinematics and story beats.
Speaking of that, I heard the director is feeling a bit of pressure because player expectation they keep rising. 아니, 플레이어들이 또 기대치가 갈수록 높아지잖아요. 이래서 약간 디렉터님께서 부담을 느끼신다고 말씀을 주셨는데.
In the future, everyone will be dealing 100 million damage like Haley. I think it's going to get to a spot like Warframe did where things are just so fucked and then they'll fix it later. Like, I think they're going to move shit to where it's so fucked. And then once everything's so fucked, then they'll be at like the peak amount of fuckedness. And then once they're at like the peaked fuckedness, then they can start adding content that is above that to where they can move into it slowly. But I think at some point we're going to get to peak being fucked. Like, arch your back and relax your holes. That's where we're getting to. And then after that, it'll get better. That's what I think we're getting to. And it's not a bad thing. It's just we're going to get there. You have to get there before it gets better.
뭐 부담 느껴도 어쩔 수 없죠. 앞으로 더 잘하십시오.
Well, what can you do? You just have to do better.
네, 더 잘하십시오.
사석에서 한 얘기를.
아이고 또 그렇죠. 근데 앞으로
Take it like a champ, exactly.
잘하면 이제 제덕.
알겠습니다.
네, 스토리가 나쁘면
Stares at Dr.
If everything goes
Kate.
well, it's because of me. And
그죠,
if
everything goes
something
well because of me.
you know who to blame.
Kamishi, you're wanting too
It's
much.
very hard to smile today.
끝날 때까지
What if you don't want to protect your holes? Then just sit there and let it happen, Barry.
괴롭힐 거예요. 네.
Well, anyhow, thanks to our producer. Yes, I mean, that cinematic last time with the ending with Daya, that was really awesome. I'm really looking forward to how the story unfolds.
What is my take on the amount of skin showcase versus the actual gameplay? My take is going to be I'm going to skip basically all of them on my review, if that tells you anything. I'm just like, some of the skins they showed were really good, and I think they had some like good skins, but I mean, skins pay for the game, so they need to showcase what pays for the game. I get that, but I think we could have seen more gameplay, and I think we could have seen more in-engine gameplay with like them playing it, because most of the stuff we saw was like 30 seconds on loop or a bunch of 10-second clips merged together to make 1 minute that was on loop. So I would have liked to see more gameplay. I will always want... You could have made it a 2-hour stream of gameplay, and I would have been like, that's not enough. Armors and Gunner skins. I think it was crazy amount of skins, though, compared to before. I mean, they're definitely going to double down on the skins every 2 weeks, right? Because that's making them money, and I think that, honestly, there's going to be a push to make money at the beginning of Season 3 when hopefully more players are tuning in. So it would make sense that they're going to try to push a lot of skins and a lot of good-looking skins a lot of creative skins during the first like month of the game because they're probably going to get a big influx of players. So they need to make money, so it makes sense. Was hell more expensive than a couple hours of game dev? You think so? Dude, this might have just been in their back room. Thanks for the follows. They might have just had this in the basement.
3. 지난 시즌 다이아의 그 시네마틱 또 잊을 수 없죠. 엔딩이 정말 멋졌거든요. 이번 시즌에서
Disappointed they're slow rolling out the content. My view on that, Pixel, is I really wish they would have front loaded the content because I think players are going to drop off before they ever see the full breadth of the content. And that's disappointing because you need to really like shock and awe players to keep them there. But I also see the flip side of the coin that if your players are sticking around, you want to give them something to do every month. But honestly, the real reason they're drip feeding the content is because it's not done. And they've specifically said the content isn't done. So I think a lot of people assume that their development cycle is much more efficient than it is. And I think people assume their team is much larger than it is. So there's like a mixed bag on why they're doing it. I personally think like shock and awe and trying to get like 100k players that show up on August 7th to stick around is more important. But at the end of the day, I understand why they're doing it. I personally am always a fan of more content though. Am I going to play Mecha Break? I don't know. It's more of a PvP game. I've got Elden Ring I'm worried about right now, so like it's on my lawn. It's like on my list, but it's very low priority. Like the new sub bosses, I think the new sub bosses are pretty cool. I like the idea. Yeah, they have a ton of bugs on release, so it definitely isn't that efficient. I'm sure they're understaffed. I'm sure they're being pinched. And it'll get better for them if Season 3 does well, but if Season 3 doesn't do well, it's just going to get worse.
또 어떤 스토리로 이어질지 너무 기대됩니다.
네, 제가 설명해야 되는데 두 분이 저를 아주 극딜을 하시네요.
There's so much damage dealing towards me.
Mecha Break leans heavy into the lounge and base. Well, Mecha Break's like really goony too, right? It has mixed reviews. I mean, I heard the PvP's fine. I heard the PvP's supposed to be fun. Space Marine 2. Space Marine 2 is supposed to be pretty decent. Take Elden Ring bosses and push them into First Descendant. Dude, half of our players play the game one-handed, and fucking poor little Timmy No Thumbs could never do that.
Right before I have to explain things.
Be a 0% clear rate.
일단 진행하겠습니다. 네. 시즌 3에는 메인 빌런 카렐의 서사가 본격적으로 이어지는데요. 그 사건 속에서 넬과 엔조를 중심으로 계승자들의 이야기를 풀어가게 됩니다.
The game is great for new players and returning players, saying. I think the game is great for new players and returning players. So the hope is that Season 3 will bring in new and returning players and that they'll stick around. Is there anything specific that would push me away? The game being too easy. The game literally just being loot pinatas. If everything is a loot pinata and nothing matters, then if something better came along, I would be like the meme of the guy holding his girlfriend's hand and his like head turning. I mean, if the game is just too easy and nothing matters, then that would really hurt me. Back, went to lunch. Did you guys have a good lunch? What up, Lestat? Played a couple months ago. There were some issues, but it was fun. Oh yeah, talking about that. Yeah, I mean, I heard Mecha Break was decent though. I'm not for sure. Ask chat Bacon if anybody knows. Only with new content and better content, especially if you're not one-hitting enemies. The game needs real challenges and stakes. I think that you definitely need a real challenge. You need stakes. You need to feel like you're overcoming something. But I also feel like there should be a level of accessibility for new players who can't do that but want to feel like they're involved. So that's why when I asked my question at the end of the dev live stream, I asked about multiple levels of difficulty. Because I think that's what you need. Answering? No, not a problem. I'm always here to answer questions. Best First Descendant was August, September for challenge. It was definitely a lot different back then.
So in Season 3, the main villain, Karel, finally gets a spotlight. The Descendant story unfolds through the eyes of Nell and Enzo.
네, 사실 넬이 계승자로 각성을 하는 거는 모든 분들이 알고 계시니까 스포일러 걱정 없이 얘기할 수 있어서 편하네요. 네, 사실 그동안 가장 계승자로 등장하기를 기대받았던 NPC가 넬이잖아요.
그렇죠.
네, 그랬죠. 그런데 짜잔, 다이아가 등장하고 동향이 갑자기 달라졌어요. 네.
So it is very nice to talk about Nell's awakening as a Descendant without spoiler panic. Honestly, Nell's been the most wanted NPC to join the Descendant lineup for quite a while. But then, tada, the Daya showed up and totally flipped the script. tada.
따란, 제가 어제 다이아 컨셉 디자인을 봤는데요. 상당히 기대할 만합니다.
내일 얘기할
Into the
차례입니다.
land
So
between. What do you
yesterday I
mean?
saw the concept art for Daya, and it
Don't do that. Run a Valby loop on Fortress, defense line, or outpost. There you go, Bacon. Would be nice whether first isn't buff characters. Well, I think them doing it like every month is going to help, but my biggest concern will be that every month they're just going to buff characters. So hopefully every month they don't buff characters. Hopefully they balance things by either adding or subtracting and not always adding. For casual to hop in and out of the game, first sentence pretty good. I'll agree with that. Dying in your room is like 95 degrees. Bro, move to the US. Get central air. It's too hot where you live.
is really, really
That's Elden
amazing.
Rings world.
Speaking
Gotcha.
about
For
that,
me,
I
it's already
remember,
too
like,
easy.
you know,
That's
in
why
our
I'm on and
previous dev
off.
life-
That's why it makes Descendant very powerful. Everything's going to fall over before you make them powerful. I think that is what's sort of holding the game back. It is like an actual end game, because I think that the onboarding process and the new player process is really good, but the end game is where it fails.
There's like discussion.
Fan isn't
with our players
working.
about, like which
Buy a new fan.
NPC.
Just joined. You guys get Nell abilities? Not yet. We'll be looking at them here in a
and
second, I
director, you
think.
chose Kate, and it looks like
Venom
Nell
injection,
into the
mod
game.
hunters. I know it's
기존의
interesting, right?
NPC로 계승자 등장하길 바라는 그런 캐릭터에 대해서 이야기를
Bun
했는데
needs a
피디님이
mini split
내려오시고
AC. She just needs a window AC unit that she can plug in. They need a version of Steel Path. They need something that is an end game that gives you shit to grind for.
디렉터님은 케이트를 골랐는데 결과는
They're just missing it.
윈.
예, 승리하셨죠.
이게 권력의 힘이에요.
It's all about power.
네, 회사는 시키는 거 하는 겁니다.
Place a bowl of ice in front of your fan. Here comes Hunt with big brain ideas.
It is about power. Okay, back to the story. 그래서 이제 좀 스토리에 대해서 다시 한번 좀 진지하게 이야기를 나눠보시죠.
Yeah, you're screwed, Bunny.
진지하게 부탁드립니다. 김민석 님.
Just break the window out. That's all you got to worry about. Oh, they're adding 3 new versions. I think they're just adding 1 new version of Void Vessel, aren't they?
네. 시즌 3 스토리에서 다루려고 했던 중심 이야기 중 하나는 카렐이 왜 잉그리스를
Or just get naked. It helps when it's hot. You give Bunny so many cooling tips for a room. I think naked is the play. I'm sure I'll get Snake's vote on that one. He'll judge that all the time. Basically, Barry's telling me all the time. Same thing. Barry's like, dude, it looks hot in your room, Judge. Maybe you should take off some of them clothes.
침략했는지에 대한 것이었습니다. 카렐은 인류 입장에서는 맹목적인 침략자일 뿐이지만 카렐 역시 지키려고 하는 것이 있는 인물이고 그것을 지키기 위해 수단과 방법을 가리지 않는 인물일 뿐입니다. 벌거스라는 종족을 이끄는 군단장으로서 카렐의 대의와 목적이
Have I listened to the soundtrack? No, I haven't listened to the soundtrack. Have you been rocking it?
드러나는 이야기를 다루고 있습니다.
So one of the key stories we wanted to dive into in season 3 was why Karel invaded Ingress in the first place. So from humanity, he's just an invader, but there must have been something that can explain his own behavior. Maybe he's fighting to protect something, and he will just do whatever it takes to defend it. So this season reveals his cause and mission as a Vulgus general.
근데
What are my thoughts on the idea for content is more guns rather than skins? What do you mean? What do you mean, Frost? Actually one of them added since day 1. Yeah. Ancestor mods so far. None. I cried my eyes out through every episode. Dude, I wasn't happy with the end. No spoilers for people, but I wasn't happy with the end.
님이 좀 전에 시리어스하게 하라 그랬는데.
I thought the end sucked ass, but I thought the Squid Games was good though.
카렐의 인생 네컷. 카렐의 인생 네컷 드립치는데 2만 명을 달성했다고 합니다.
그 드립 덕분이 아닐까 생각이 드는데요.
This is about the time I was making the joke.
So over 20K on YouTube live viewership, everyone's getting all the rewards.
Season 3 got mixed reviews. I just don't think everybody was happy with the
사실 통역
end.
없으면은
I definitely prefer more content than cosmetics, but they need to pay the bills. So I understand that they need it.
드립을 정말 많이 치는데 통역 때문에 한 10%밖에 안 하는 거예요. 네.
I wanted to make more jokes, and I can make more jokes.
They need to do merch. I think they could do merch, and it might help them out a little bit when it comes to. I think they do merch and statues. It'll help them with their budget deficit. Heard it was bad. Never watched the show. It's not terrible. Guns need to change and rework, especially more guns in the launcher category. I think they're working on it, but yeah, we'll see what the balance patch looks like for weapons later on this month, right? Seen random clips of Squid Games. It's not bad. I enjoyed it. Energy drinks are so good. The watermelon one's the best. Which energy drinks? None. Did they issue rewards for the stream? Not yet. They left it wide open for season 4. They absolutely did. The figurine culture is wild, but it sells. I think it would sell out the fucking ass to this community. Squid Game energy drinks, are they actually good? Maybe they just don't have them here in the US. Maybe that's just like a weird EU thing for you guys.
But then just because of the interpreter, I can't really say much and share the jokes as much as I want to share the joke that he
You definitely buy some like figures or statues, but they need to officially license them. Yeah, they would definitely need to like officially license them for sure. They're so good, but they're sugary. It's an energy drink for you. The US is different from yours because we have like, you guys have different regulations.
just made. So he thought
In the US, you
title
can
of this
like put cancer in the can.
screen, he thought it's like a photo booth
Your country doesn't allow you to do that.
moment of Karel.
근데
누가 이렇게 찍어줬을 것 같잖아요.
Because someone must have been taking this
근데
picture for him.
글로벌 플레이어분들이 인생 네컷을 아세요?
So
해외에서도 유명해요. 나름대로.
there's this like a live 4 cut brand that it's like a photo booth
Basically,
brand. It's
like
very
you guys
popular in
can't
Korea.
tell me I'm not
It's
telling the
popular.
fucking
Come to
truth.
Korea, take those pictures like Karel over there. 네, 카렐처럼 이렇게 딱 와서 사진 찍으면 좋을 것 같습니다. 네.
아니 잠깐만요. 네. 아 근데 네. 네네.
죄송해요.
근데 저희 지금 2만 명 돌파했다고 했는데.
Hey guys, seriously though, thank you fuckers for hanging out. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for chatting. Thank you guys for just being here, for chilling, for enjoying the stream. We're going over the dev live stream, but we're kind of doing it passively and talking about good things. So thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for enjoying yourselves. Thank you guys for all of the, like, just all the chat and all the good content. I definitely appreciate you guys. Yeah, that dude got fucked. I watched Asmon talk about it. The only thing that can save difficulty hardcore players, which you asked for, new difficulty tiers. They need difficulty tiers, Gunishment. Until they add difficulty tiers to the game, there will be no difficulty. My stream helps you grind 30. As long as I'm helping you fucking not be bored while you're running 30, then I'll call that a W. Honestly, until they add difficulty tiers, the game will never be difficult.
2만 명 이상.
I'm just gonna say it.
네, 거기서 멈추지 않고 3만 명도 갔으면 좋겠습니다.
Let's keep going. Thank you
세상에
for your participation.
준비해 주실 수 있죠? 네, 지금 보시는 분들.
Until they add
준비해 주실 수 있죠?
difficulty tiers, there will be no
Okay, we're always-
difficulty.
Let's keep going up to 30K. And our producer said there may be more rewards. Maybe. 네.
Maybe.
Maybe. 네.
네네.
네, 알겠습니다. Let's keep going. Thank you.
네, 좀 피디님
I kind of feel like the rewards were lackluster for the stream. They should have doubled everything they gave out.
많이 피곤하신 것 같아요. 계속 잡담을 예정이
Difficulty tiers and reward corresponding rewards for it, 1,000,000%. I think that's what they need.
없던 잡담을 계속 하고 계세요.
더 하고 싶어요.
He's sharing so many jokes that were unplanned.
I think I have an in-game video that I was going to put out today that I'm not going to be able to, just unless I maybe in stream early and just work on some thumbnails. I might be able to get a YouTube video out for you guys. But we'll have to wait and see.
Because maybe he's tired.
네, 다음 이야기로 저는 진행을 해야 되니까
Let's
다음
move
이야기로 넘어가 보겠습니다. 네. 그리고 또 하나의 중심 이야기는 근데 이거 이야기가 지금 이어지시나요?
Are you following us with the main
네,
story?
내일 이쁘다.
네.
네.
Kind of over their rewards. They keep getting the exact same
어떻게
rewards. They're
각성하는지에
free, but they're
대한
boring as
이야기를 하는
fuck.
건데요.
They are
지금까지
though.
등장한 모든 계승자의 각성 순간은 배경
Those skins are making you feel like you're playing Smite again. You got to collect them all. As long as your wallet can
So up
afford
till
it.
now, Descendants Awakening was just tucked away in backstory, but this time we're showing it front and center. You will witness Nell, the pretty
All the
girl
normal
on the
easy
screen.
and then the hard normal and
She's
then release a new
awakening
mode.
as
Exactly.
it will be covering the main storyline for the
Vamp Nell. Yeah, dude, if they give her those eyes and you can use those in the gooning area, it's over for a lot of people. It'll be carpal tunnel hell. These guys are going to be sued for fucking insurance money.
first time ever.
네, 드립은 조금 자제하면서 네, 할게요. 블레어 스토리를 통해서 저희가 처음으로 얼티밋 각성을 다뤘잖아요. 스토리 안.
Am I wrong? Could it have gotten more? It definitely could have, Kamishi. They need to stop putting things on Korean Standard Time, and they need to start doing this type of content during the West's time zones, and they'll be better off. They'll be better off. I think that they really need to pay attention. And because most of their players are in the US and EU, so that is the time slot they should be hitting. I think they're absolutely throwing by doing it at like noon KST. I think they're absolutely fucking throwing. They haven't hit 200k pre-reg. I think 200k pre-reg is going to be hard for them to hit. I ain't right. Why, Saucy? Because I talk the truth. Time to grind your receive radius duration components, guys. You guys are fucking crazy. Yeah, we know 42% of the player base is America, and then like the next largest demo is like the EU. So that's where they should be basing their time slots around.
그래서 네, 많은 분들이 그 장면을 굉장히 좋아해 주셨어요. 그래서 이번
Especially when you have to be up for 6 a.m. for work. Yeah, and there's a lot of people that couldn't watch the stream just because of that, right? And then you guys come here to watch the stream with me, and I pause it every 3 seconds, and I talk about dumb shit, and then you'll never get through the stream. So welcome to hell, bitches.
내일 같은 경우에는 일반인이 계승자로 각성하는 모습을 보여주는 첫 번째 인물이잖아요. 그래서 저희
Wall Crusher being in an area was disappointing. I mean, we knew it was going to happen, though.
를 제작을 했고요. 많이 좋아해 주시면
I'm sure people couldn't be bothered to do it, maybe. Yo, Z, thank you for banging me. You had to be up at C6 and still said, fuck it, you're a crazy bastard. 5-hour stream spread into an 8-hour stream. Dude, it's a 5-hour dev stream that I'm only going to probably watch an hour of with you guys, and it's going to take us 8 hours. Welcome to hell, motherfuckers.
좋겠습니다.
So we first touched on Ultimate Awakening through Blair's story, which
You
a lot of
rewatched
players
about 2
really
hours ago, got
enjoyed,
tired?
But
Yeah.
now she will actually be the first character whose awakening as a descendant will be fully shown. So we're putting a lot into it and really hope you will love
It was long, boys.
All right, then let's talk more about Nell, the main character of season 3. 예, 그러면 시즌 3 8월의 주인공 넬에 대해서.
All right, we're about to see her skills, right?
Let's begin by taking a look at her gameplay.
All right, I'm going to use the bathroom before we do this, boys. Be a cool presentation for a necromancer. Dude, they definitely should have Gen Wooed her ass. Did a recap though, so I'm caught up, just like hanging around hearing everyone's opinions. You think I have better insight than most? Yo, I appreciate that, mate. Seriously, I try to be honest with you guys and give you guys like measured takes. So I appreciate you guys taking your time to just like sit and hang out and just listen to what we got to say. But I finished watching this morning. Really love your comments to the dev. I was trying to make something good, you know, Cheryl. I couldn't help myself. I had to put a joke in there because Denny's was pointing to me. So like I had to shout out Denny's for pointing. Because it's just the way I am, but let me grab a drink, guys, and then we'll look at Nell. You think we'll be able to rearrange furniture in the Gooner Cave? Get the fuck out of here, Granola. Nobody cares about that. No, probably not. All right, what I missed? Nothing. Biscuit's actually real. Biscuit is real. Biscuit is real. So that puts like anybody that thought she was a dude using a voice changer or she was an AI voice, like her reveal basically put an end to that shit. I want a fish tank in a fishing game. Fish tank could be interesting if they add a fishing game. There's a game with fish. Once Human has it. What they said they were going to do some type of bike racing, so all right, let's check out Nell, right guys?
일단 넬의 플레이 장면을 한번 보겠습니다.
Let me take this off 1.5 times speed because I think this is something people actually care about. So
네, 지금 나오고 있는데.
네, 처음에 넬 전투 컨셉을 염동력을 쓰는 총기 딜러라고 제가 들어서 약간 걱정을 했어요. 액션 연출이나.
Is there any upcoming games going to take your attention away from First Descendant? Borderlands 4. Borderlands 4 is... I'm going to be splitting my time with Borderlands 4 in probably September because I think September is going to be a little sparse on content.
전투 메커니즘이 좀 단조로우면 어떡할까? 그런 걱정을 했거든요. 하지만 이제 오늘
So you can see, like, they'll explain her skill. What up, Dynamic? Her skills look really good, though. I like the idea that she's right now, that she's not a one-button descendant. I like the idea of descendants that you actually have to pay attention to. So you jump in, you use her 2, and then you either use her 3 or your 4 to offset her 2. You hit your tab, and then you use your 1. So she definitely has a skill weave, and I like that. Having her combo seems interesting, yeah. Price, it's $70 for Borderlands 4. But I'm not going to go too much into Borderlands 4 because we're talking about this, but Borderlands 4 seems like it's an open world game, which could be interesting. So there's a lot of good things that like Borderlands 4 has going for it. And Moxie is one of the few people that has like early access. So like you can always check out some of Moxie's info because he's one of the only people that has access to the game to get an idea.
또 보니까 예상보다 더 박력 있고 재밌는 메커니즘으로 만들어진 것 같습니다.
At first, when I heard Nell's concept was a gun-wielding telekinetic DPS, we were a bit worried. I was a bit worried that it might end up feeling too flat in action or combat mechanics. But once development kicked in, it turned out way more dynamic and stylish.
근데 특히 저 블랙 롱코트.
I think there are going to be a lot of people playing the fuck out of Nell. I didn't figure it was going to be your type of game, Sprit. As soon as you mentioned it, I was like, dude, it's not going to be your type of game. You're making tea? What kind of tea? The animations on her skills look good. Arabic tea? I have no idea what kind of Arabic tea there is. What do you put in it? I like that her skill has toe. I like the visuals around it. I like the extra weak point. I like the marking. I like the fact that you need to use your one after you tow everything. Like, there's a lot about her skills that I really, really like the idea of. I should have told you. I tried. Go back and rewatch the stream we were talking about it. I tried. I was like, oh, I heard it's kind of goony. Toes? Get those fucking glorp toes out of here. Saw you guys on the stream, dude. We tried to have a good time. We tried to be there. We tried to represent the community. I tried to ask a question that the community wanted an answer for.
그리고 염동력. 총을
Some
쏘는
rose
장면을
cinnamon.
보니까
That sounds good though.
않습니까?
So the long black coat, the
Welcome back, guys.
telekinesis,
잘했어,
the
Welcome back,
그쵸?
it
그쵸.
must
혹시
remind
이제
you something.
놓쳤을까봐 한번 쳐다봐 준 거예요. 이게 약속된 드립은 해줘야지. 네.
It's a planned motion.
Yes,
네,
I'm
회사는
sure.
그런 겁니다.
I'm sure many players.
잘했어.
Yes, great.
이따 맛있는 거 사줄게.
Oh, I'm sure many players are curious about Nell's element and archetype. Just by looking at the screen, I think some of you might be already thinking about which reactors to prepare.
Nell or Granola, not Nell. Probably melee, as long as they don't fuck it up. If they fuck up melee, then I'll be pissed. Nell's Nidus, she's 100% going to be your new main. I think she's going to be a lot of people's new main.
And Nell's element is non-attribute, and she uses tech and fusion archetypes. Interestingly, her passive also.
Interesting. It's interesting the way her skills are split up. So you guys that have like seen the stream, rip Lepic. Lepic's fucked. Those of you guys that have like seen the stream already, her skill split up is interesting. Because Ring of Breach is what you put on the ground and it does like dot damage over time and does weakness. And then you can use Gravitational Reverse, which groups everything together and does explosive damage. Or you can do Gaze of the Abyss, which gives everybody like, it like gets rid of your breach, I think. But it gives everybody in the radius a weak point damage buff. Why I say this is interesting is because Ring of Breach is fusion and Gravitational Reversal is tech. So they're on opposite anyway, they're opposites, which means you can't build into both at the same time, which is interesting. I think that it would have made more sense for like Ring of Breach and Gravitational Reversal to have been both like tech and then made Breach Discharge fusion. I think that was an interesting decision that they did, because the idea was you're going to be pairing your 2s and your 3s up. That was the way they explain it, and you'll see here in a second they explain it. But I think that swapping them was an interesting design choice. I don't know why they did it. If they were going to add proper in-game, yeah, I think so. There were some good questions asked. There were some really shitty ones. Yeah, no, well, that's the other thing that we talked about earlier, is we have absolutely no idea. What up, Anthony? We have absolutely no idea if a red mod is going to universal, like, make these universal. Swords will be so game-changing if they implement them right. If they implement swords right, it's going to be big dick. If they do them wrong, it's literally a waste of 6 months of development, because no one will use them. What up, Anthony?
So includes the fusion archetype, and I'm gonna rely.
Python's about to go crazy on her. I don't think Python is. I think everybody's thinking Python's gonna go crazy on her. I think the new weapon they're adding is gonna be better because of the AoE. I think because of her grouping, the new weapon is gonna do much better. Like, you could maybe make a use case for Python on bosses, but I think you're just gonna, unless they really buff the fuck out of Python, you're just gonna use the last dagger for a single target like DPS. Unless they change something up, but I think the new scout rifle is gonna cook because she'll be able to group the enemies and then just destroy them. Did they say there's gonna be a vendor tomorrow? You love how she's not a brain dead character like Serena. She could be. You don't know. I mean, we don't know till we actually get into it. I'm not ready for them to show whole kitchen sink. Happy they showed us a lot of stuff. I think it was good to showcase everything. I think it was good to showcase as much as they did. Fallen Hope needs some love. We'll just have to see how they end up being. Mine are just Malevolent. Malevolent could cook the fuck out of the game too, right? Like, these are just my early projections without getting in and playing it.
On the director to explain more about her skills. 그래서 넬의 속성은 무속성이고요. 사용하는 아르케타입은 공학과 융합입니다. 이게 또 특이하게도 넬은 패시브에.
Did they say anything about adding any more preset slots? It sounds like they're going to make presets per descendant instead of like a universal preset slot, but we don't know how that's going to work. We don't know if they're just going to give everybody 3 free preset slots in that 1, 2, 3 slot they have, and then you can buy more. We have no real way it's going to work, but they did mention that we were getting descendant specific presets versus universal presets. And it still doesn't do enough damage, yeah.
융합 아르케타입이 존재하는데요. 스킬에 대한 자세한
Nell's always been the one in charge of Albion.
부탁드리겠습니다.
네, 먼저 패시브 스킬 의심과 통찰입니다.
No Serena on Wall Crusher for at least a week. I think that Serena's going to be the thing on Wall Crusher. You like Mecha Break? Some people are going to like it, some people aren't.
넬은 애시브를 사용하면 버프와
Alright, so I'm not going to pause a whole lot here because I want to make sure you guys can like get an idea of these skills before I fucking interrupt, so
효과를 제공하는
I'm going to let you guys watch
스캔을
this
적에게
and you can ask
부여합니다.
questions.
그리고 엔조와 동일하게 암호화 보관함에도 메리트를 가지고 있고요.
So first up is Nell's passive, Suspicion and Insight. Whenever she uses on Asif, she marks enemies with Asif skin, which gives the buff and special effects. Also, like Enzo, she gets bonus perks when opening encrypted vaults.
So, old man, I will, but it won't be out today because I have shit to do tonight. Like, as soon as I end stream, I have shit that I have to go do. But what I'll probably try to do is take my discussions from stream, which is going to be long as fuck, and I'm just going to cut it down to as short as I can make it, to where you guys get my opinions. But it's only going to be the stuff that's, like, relevant to Season 3. It's not going to be the whole live stream, because the whole live stream was long as fuck. So I'm going to try to make it like a 20-30 minute video if I can. But you guys know me, I talk way too goddamn much.
엔조랑 진짜 무슨 사이예요? 스킬도 막 같이 쓰고.
네, 일단 시즌 3를 한번 보시죠.
What is this whole
Basically, Barry. We're doing an escape room tonight.
a relationship between Anzo and Nell?
그리고 1번 스킬 균열 투사는 전방으로 관통하는 발사체를 날리는 스킬이고요. 스캔 표식을 가진 적을 맞추면 추가 피해를 입히는 스킬인데요. 한 번에 많은 스캔 상태의 적을 명중시켰을 때 더 높은 리턴을 제공하는 스킬.
Man, look at all of those fucking damage numbers when they line up. You've never done one? We've done one so far and I enjoy it.
스킬입니다.
So her first active, Breach Discharge, fires a piercing projectile straight ahead. Hitting enemies marked with scan deals extra damage, so it's all about tagging as many scanned enemies as possible in one shot.
I'm pretty sure you've already got yours out, don't you, Sin? I'm pretty sure the Q&A breakdown? Fuck, dude, there was like 3 good questions asked during the Q&A breakdown. Everything short of the Q&A breakdown, like, there's 3 good questions, man. Everything else was just mid. Everything else was just mid at best, man. Dude, that stream was long as fuck, wasn't it, Sin?
네, 그리고 2번 스킬 균열고리는 전방의 적에게 디버프를 부여하는 균열을 생성하고요. 균열을 오래 유지하면 유지할수록 디버프 효과는 더욱 강해집니다. 다시 스킬을 사용할 때 균열을 회수하면서 폭발 피해를
You guys are troopers. I never even watched the Q&As when I watch dev live streams.
입히는 그런 스킬입니다.
So her second skill, Ring of Breach, creates a breach in front of her, and it gives debuff to enemies. The longer the breach lasts, the stronger its debuff effect becomes. You can reactivate the skill to retrieve the arcade breach.
When they zoom in on this, I want to look at it.
An explosion in front of you. It's complex.
저희가 리허설 할 때
When they zoom in, oh dude, when they zoom in, we're gonna look at that.
해봤거든요. 그랬더니 너무
I definitely think there was some I definitely think there was some like lost communication, but I think for the most part it wasn't too bad. There's definitely some lost communications though. Go nuclear because most of the questions were not good about stuff. We already knew this in the game for like how many years now? Well, yeah, and a lot of times people just ask dumb questions. They ask repeat questions. They ask questions that have already been answered. Yeah, I mean the Q&A is always like a crapshoot at best. Just waiting for you to cover it. It's long. You'll have what I have here, and you guys can watch the YouTube stream, and then I'll cut this up probably tonight and have it out. Have like an abridged version that doesn't have me talking for 3 hours in it. And we'll go from there. Nail buff, Luna buff. Dude, these bitches are gonna cook.
그래서 제가 설명은 조금.
All right, so this is what I want to look at. Let me look.
Well, hello there.
Thanks for the follow.
Yo, thanks for the follow. Keep anonymous if you're just hanging out. No, I appreciate you. You want to speak and get to know me in the community. Have a good day. Either way, thanks for the follow. This is what I want to look at, guys. So let's look at this shit behind their head, right? Basic info. It's 30-second cooldown, so we'll get it to 3 seconds, right? Maybe use bravery set. We don't know. So 5 stacks.
Well,
so you're gonna get 35% weak point damage buff. Damage interval at 5 seconds. Base duration's 15 seconds, which is pretty long. We'll definitely be able to get 100% uptime on this skill. We're going to be able to get 18 meters on radius on this, which is okay, right? It's nothing crazy, but, you know, 18 meters, that's what, like 45 feet or something like that. So it's not as big as I'd like, but we can still do quite a bit with it. Skill power is relatively low. Continuous damage skill power is like relatively low. So that means we're going to be able to do a lot with our fourth bucket. Fourth bucket's actually going to matter on this skill. And then there's something about a cooldown reduction on RK Breach, which I think is using the third skill. Reduces the cooldown by 90%. So there might even be a reason if you're building into a 1-2 build. If you're building into a 1-2 build where you predominantly use 1-2, if you get a 90% reduction on the cooldown, you might not even need to put reduction like cooldown on this. You're going to need cooldown for your 3, but we need to see how that works, right? But this will, like, using your 3 will instantly reset your 2. Well, not instantly. It'll take it down to 3 seconds, right? So you're using your Ring of Breach is going to do a lot. Actually, your Ring of Breach is, yeah. Wait, is this your 4th skill? Either way, it all still matters. I just might have had the skill numbers off.
특집 화면을 보고
Even if I had skill numbers off, it makes sense.
분석하실 수 있도록 화면
It's just you would use this with like a 2-4 combo instead of a 2-3.
을 제공을 하려고 하고 있습니다.
So when we're doing the rehearsal, we were planning to share all the details about her skills because we wanted to share a lot.
No, it says active skill 2, Ring of Breach, but then it has a 4 in the upper left-hand corner. That's where it's getting confusing, chat.
About her new exciting skills, but then I was struggling too much. So there's the tooltip on the screen, so maybe you can refer to that information and then get the necessary information.
네, 그래도 최소한은 해야죠. 네.
Yes, of course. We will cover the most important parts.
네. 3번
It's super confusing that there's a 4 up there, but yeah. They had a lot of typos because what I said made sense until I saw that 4 up there and I was like, wait, they're talking about their 4 skill, but everything I said is actually accurate because it's their number 2 skill. It's just fucking whatever for whatever reason they put a 4 up there.
스킬 반중력 현상은 저도 어렵네요. 네, 이번 스킬로 균열을 켜둔 상태로만
I think Ring of Breach, like I think the 2+3 is gonna be fucking crazy. Especially if you can cast 2 and then cast 3 to toe. And then they'll still be towed, and you can recast your 2 to get the buff back.
사용할 수 있는데요.
Even though it's going to be at a lower stack, it's still going to be interesting.
균열을 소멸시킬 때 주변의 적을 견인하고
We're just having multiple Nells. Same background for Serena's red cards for some reason. That's interesting.
피해를 입히게 됩니다.
So her third skill, Gravitic Reversal, can only be used when the bridge is on from her second skill. It instantly neutralizes the bridge, pulling in nearby enemies and deals damage.
Yeah, so I think there's like a choice in how you combine skill 2 and 3. So depending on the situation, players can either maintain skill 2, keeping the debuff a bit longer, or they can convert it into skill 3 to pull enemies in and deal the damage. Yeah, it does sound a bit complicated, but I think our players are going to figure it out.
I mean, it's not that complicated. I think it's going to be good.
Players playing Nell, they will need to make smart decisions based on the moment. Yeah, 그래서 2번 스킬과 3번 스킬의 약간 콤비네이션 거기에 좀 선택지가 보이고 또 뭐 2번 스킬
Trigger mods can't wait for the different things already.
스킬과 3번 스킬로
It's going to be interesting for sure.
변형해서 좀 피해를 입힐지 약간 복잡해 보이지만 또 직접 플레이해 보면 이게 충분히 해볼 만한 그런.
Because this is a normal AOE, which is going to give you that double. Remember that double mod? So maybe there's some extra things that could happen here. So where does her being a gun descendant come in? The fact that she increases weak point damage.
네, 맞습니다.
굉장히 좀 매력적인.
She's a support. I don't think that her, she necessarily herself does a bunch of extra damage. She facilitates people to do extra damage by adding additional weak point susceptibility to the enemies. Which then for her would enable her to use her 2 and then tow the enemies and then shoot the enemies and then use her 2 and then use her 3 and then keep juggling the enemies. She's basically Lepic that gives you weak point.
그런 새로운 계승자로 보입니다.
네.
She's basically Lepic that gives you additional weak point damage, and then her 4 can give everybody a bunch of weak point damage.
네.
The question is just if her 2 and 3 does an insane amount of AoE damage that you can clear with her.
말씀하신 것처럼 상황에 따라 스킬을 사용하는 계승자고요. 예를 들어 단일의
I think that part comes in with her 4. I think that part comes in with her 4 Brave.
강력한 적은 균열의 디버프로 총기 데미지를 극대화시키는 전략을
Love I can make her
선택할
play
수
as a
있고요.
support role. I'm like the
약한 다수의 몹이
0.1%
있을
that
때는
likes it.
균열을 회수할 때 입히는 피해로 선멸을 시도할 수도 있습니다. 혹은 강화병 몬스터가 다수일 때는
I think her 4 gives you the ability to shoot anywhere and get a weak point on it.
벌고 몬스터를 뭉쳐서 사격하는 전략을 활용할 수도 있습니다.
So like Jason said, it's all about case-by-case combination. So for example, against a strong single target, you can use Arcade Bridge's debuff to crank up your gun damage. And for groups of weaker mobs, by recalling the bridge, you can deal solid damage to...
To be fair though, she groups, but they don't stay towed as long as Lepic does. Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say. She can group, but they don't stay towed. Because if you notice, they group and it only lasts about a half a second. Granted, maybe she has no mods on her. But I didn't see where it looked like you could extend the toad timing. But they didn't really show the skill for 3 yet, so maybe you can. But basically her toad doesn't seem to last as long as Lepic's.
To wipe them. If you're surrounded by a bunch of champion mobs, you can use skill 3 to pull them in, buy yourself some free fire time, and group them up for easy clean shots.
Yeah, for me, the recall animation of skill 2 it really stood out. I mean, I can totally see a build forming from the community where you reduce the cooldown as much as possible. You keep deploying, recalling skill 2 repeatedly, wiping out enemies.
You're curious? I would say unless they're immune to tow, it'll work. You know, I'm saying toad, but you're hearing toad. No, I get that. It's because I have a fucking accent.
Really efficiently. 그래서 2번 스킬 이게 좀
because I have an accent and I have an accent, a stuffy nose, and I only slept for 3 hours. So yeah, basically I suck. It's not even the accent, it's you. So here we're looking at the skill. More? You want more? So here we're looking at the skill. Detonates an arcade breach, causing gravitational reversal. This pulls enemies near the arcade breach and deals explosive damage. So what accent? I think I'm told all the time that I have an accent, like a Midwestern Southern accent. I don't think I have it really bad, but I hear that I have it. So the cooldown's 30 seconds, which isn't bad. MP cost is 34, which isn't bad. This one has a really high skill power modifier, so this is going to be a really heavy, like this is going to be really heavy in your 4th bucket, so you just have to keep that in mind. Explosive damage radius is going to be the same as the other one. There's nothing in here that shows that you can extend the time that an enemy is suspended in air from their suck. So I still think that if you're trying to like suck and if you're trying to like tow enemies so they can't do any damage or attack, I still think Lepic is going to be better. But I think where Nell is going to excel is in the fact that she can group them, and then you can speaks from his diaphragm, so enunciating is a bit different. I think so. You sound sexy. I don't know about accent. I do what I can. I definitely speak more from my diaphragm because of just the way we talk here. So it's so I can project better into the mic. If I was able to ask a second question, probably one of the fucking 7 I submitted to the devs. Probably one of the 7 I submitted to the devs, man. I want to know more about the end game. If I could sit down and talk to the devs, I'd want to pick their brain about the end game. What is actually an end game? Like, what is their actual plan for the end game? Because right now they have none. It just meant to say that I heard it. No, it's okay, man. You're not pissing me off or bothering me. But yeah, I still think so. Nell is to group them up to where she can do a bunch of damage where everything's in one spot, and I think that's going to pair well with the new scout rifle. So my argument for that is Nell is not at, which cells drop defense down and resistance. Won't need the extra time to deal damage. That, you know what, Hunt? That's not a bad argument. With the suck, I think the idea behind her isn't to actually tow the enemies. I think that she was designed and that scout rifle were designed to be married hand in hand. So I don't think that she needs things to be like stuck in the air for her to have a long time to do damage to them. I think the idea is that you can group them so weapons with AoE can dispatch enemies quickly. So I don't think that you actually need to have the ability to have things like hung in the air for like 1 to 2 or 3 seconds for her to burn them out, because I don't think the enemies on the plains are going to be that beefy. I think if you group them up and start shooting into the stack with the scout rifle, you'll evaporate them before it ever even matters. And even if not, if they start moving away, you'll just regroup them and do the same thing. Did you send them all your questions? I did. Nell will basically work with everyone and pulling and giving weapon damage, which is nice. Yeah, I think that her by herself, she'll do just fine. But if you pair her up with other people, it'll be even better. Yeah, so I think there's definitely going to be some opportunities here, but I agree with like where Hunt's saying like his argument is that you don't really need them to be towed. I don't think you need them to be in air. I think the idea is just to group them up so you can burn them out. I think that's the plan here. I think that's the way she's designed, and that's the way the content is designed.
이 정도는 아니겠지? 이 정도는 아니겠지?
It's not gonna be that fast.
네, 그렇게 선멸하는 빌드가 또 나올 것 같이 보였습니다.
이렇게 하고 싶다 막.
네.
Ends a big weapon buff, yeah.
네, 진행하겠습니다. 네.
Bro, if for whatever reason any of the devs watch my content, watch my streams, like watch it in post, watch it while I'm live on YouTube or something, you got my email. Like legit, just DM me or fucking send me an email or add me on Discord. We can talk about whatever you want. How do you tell if someone's towed? Towed is something that doesn't happen really anymore. Lepic is the only person to do it because they took it away from Valby, but it's when Lepic like groups everything up and puts it up in the air. That's when it's towed. Lepic and Valby used to be able to do it, and then they took it away from Valby. Being said, Luna's firearm build would need a significant buff to be able to keep up with her. I mean, that's possible. Especially if, yeah, I'm curious to see what they do with her. Still sad about the Valby nerf? Yeah, maybe they'll bring it back. Remember you used to farm outposts with her, ragdolling?
귀했다. 생각해줘요.
진행하겠습니다.
I'm curious to see how she's gonna affect the meta and if she replaces Valby, or like if she really like hurts the usage of Luna. Like if people just use her over Luna for specific content, because she can still do a shit ton of damage on top of everything else. I'll be curious to see how it works out.
네, 진행.
Slayer had said the Slayer set has something about toe. That's exactly what it was for. It's just something that nobody does anymore.
네. 고고. 네. 넬의 4번 스킬 심연의 시선은
MP
아군에게
back or
버프를
something,
걸고
yeah.
자신의 모든 공격은 약점 판정
That way you could keep 100% uptime on toe back in the day when it was a lot harder to do. Enzo's 2 weapon damage, 30 I think right now you can give Enzo's 2 weapon damage buff, one's 30%. We'll have to see because he's getting ready to get a buff, right? You can't you can pull a lead out of the outpost while your teammates can farm the outpost. That was fun. Nice.
으로 변경하는
That would've made things
핵심
a lot easier.
스킬입니다. 4번 스킬이
For
유지되는
Purge, you
동안
can see Nell.
스캔된 적을 1번
Maybe.
스킬로 타격하면 4번 스킬의 지속 시간을 늘려주는 효과가 있기 때문에 스킬 콤비네이션으로 더
I mean, I could see it, maybe. We just need to see. I mean, because, like, Lepic really does nothing other than grouping, so if she can do the grouping, and her grouping ball is big enough, but she can also give buffs and damage buffs, then she'll replace him in Purge. Because Lepic's doing nothing other than grouping.
오래 유지할 수가 있습니다.
So Nell's fourth active, Gaze of the Abyss, is very, very important. It gives a buff to nearby allies and make all of her own attacks count as weak point hits. Using skill 4 and
I'll rewind this stream because what they said there was pretty important. Thank you, Dad.
This stretch brought to you by our community and Fabletics.
What they said there was pretty important because this was one thing everybody was asking. And it also lets you know that some of her buff is only for her, right? Because, like, there was a lot of questions about if her buff was going to be for everybody or for her. All right, so here you go.
the Gaze of the Abyss is very, very important. It gives a buff to nearby allies and make all of her own attacks count as weak point hits.
So she does not make allies' damage count as weak point hits, like all of their shots. It is only her shots that get that benefit. So you do not use this to buff everybody, to make everybody's, at least in the current state, without a red mod. Now, red mods might change that, but in the current base state, her like ability to always hit weak spots is only for her.
Using skill 4 and skill 1 at the same time on scanned enemies extends the duration of skill 4. So with the right combo timing, you can keep it going longer.
Yes, thank you. So that was Nell's basic skill overview. And based on that, it seems like Nell will require like quick hands, smart decision making, and especially since there are like choices among her skill combinations.
You have debuffs,
The
yeah,
ability to
basically,
turn, like,
Vol.
all damage into weak points. That really sounds incredibly powerful. And I'm really looking forward to playing as her. I'm sure the community is also as well, and also partying with other descendants. Yeah, 그래서
Because, like, think about her, it just depends. There's going to be some different playstyles and things you can do with her, so.
넬의 기본 스킬 설명은 이것으로 마치겠고요. 정말 이 손이 바쁠 것 같고 전략적인 판단이 중요한 계승자로 보입니다.
Gaze of the Abyss has a really long cooldown. Hold on.
Now then, let's move on to her
Gaze of the Abyss has a really long cooldown. You can see it's 110 seconds. The duration is 8 seconds, so you can probably ratchet that duration up some. And then the Gaze of the Abyss skill duration increase is 3 seconds on hitting a target as a receive scan target. So right now your base duration of being able to do the body, like the weak point body hits, is 8 seconds. And then if you use your one and hit a target, you can extend that by 30 seconds at 0.3 seconds per hit. So having like a high fire rate weapon is going to help offset that. You might be able to get 100% uptime on this if you can get the cooldown down to like 60 seconds and you can get the duration up to like 60 seconds. We'll have to look and see if you can get 100% uptime on this. I don't know if it's going to make sense to build into 100% uptime on Gaze of the Abyss, or if you're going to want to focus on your 1 and or your 2 and 3. That's where it's going to be a question. What does the spoil box give you? there's these things called mutated cells, Connor, and they go on your RK tuning board in very specific nodes in the corners. MP cost 50. Will a sieve radius on components actually be used? I mean, maybe if there's nothing else to use on her, but I mean, I feel like you would probably want to have MP and shit like that. So.
Modules. 그러면 이제 초월 모듈을 한번 살펴보겠습니다.
Oh god damn it. Let me go back and I'll move my head so we can read it.
Extended modules. 그러면 이제 초월 모듈을 한번 살펴보겠습니다.
God damn it, dude. It's so fast. You can't really get to it all unless they show it again, but
To her transcendent modules. 그러면 이제 초월 모듈을 한번
all right. It's going to be hard because there's like the first couple letters that are cut off. All right, I'm just going to do it from here because I can read it from here. Use the keys. I was, but they it jumps there at the end. We'll just have to do it from here. Granting Gaze of the Abyss all firearm attacks from Nell target weak points. Increasing the weak point damage of herself and nearby allies. While Gaze of the Abyss is active, hitting a target inflicted with the Asive scan with a breach shard increases the duration of Gaze of the Abyss. So hitting a target that's scanned with a breach shard, and I think your breach shard is your 1. So in order to increase the duration of your Gaze of the Abyss, right, like your damage, you're gonna have to hit marked targets with your 1. Yeah. So she boosts weak point damage instead of converting them. What do you mean? But yeah. Yeah, well, it's a multiplier, right? Yeah, it's a multiplier instead of an adder too, which kind of sucks, but it's a weak point damage increase, so she boosts it by 35% based on your weapon's weak point damage. And it's a multiplier, not an adder. So it's going to be... You're going to need to be built into weak point to really see a benefit from this, right? Because if you only have like a 4% or a 5% or 6% weak point damage, you're going to be taking 35%. You're going to be multiplying that number by 35%. So you're only going to be getting like 1 or 2 increase. It's not a plus. If it was a plus, it would be much stronger. But because it's not a plus, it is not nearly as impactful. It's not to say it's not impactful. It's not nearly impactful. You would need to be built around it to get... Boost weapon damage, gives you 100% chances on your hit. So just to make sure everybody understands that. So it's not like it's going to be... Based on this, it's not going to be insanely broken. But it's going to be strong as fuck. You just have to build into it. You can hear my first in a game audio, probably.
네, 넬의 초월 모듈 되찾은 마음은 균열 효과를 디버프에서 버프로 변경하는 모듈이고요. 아군의 실드 관련 버프를 제공하고 이번 스킬을 회수할 때 아군의 스킬 쿨타임을 줄여주는 효과도 있습니다.
So with the Transcendent module restored hard, Breach's debuff effect becomes a buff. Allies get a shield related buff, and by recalling skill 2,
you hit legs will be considered a weak point. It will, but if you're not built into weak point damage, you're going to gain a net benefit of 0, right? Just because something's a weak point doesn't mean you're going to gain any benefit out of it.
skill cooldowns for nearby allies get reduced.
네, 그리고 균열 주변의 아군의 약점 배율을 버프해주는 효과도 가지기 때문에
What up, Nier? Her 4 sounds like Serena's 4 builds, but you're going to have to build into one of your guns with a bunch of weak point mods to roll out your stats. Yeah, I think that you would need to synergize with her. Her benefit isn't necessarily going to be that great if you're not built into her, right? It's not saying that it's not going to be good, but if you're not built into weak point, you're going to gain very little out of having her on the battlefield.
딜러인 아군을 지원하는 버퍼로 넬을 운용할 때 유용한 빌드가 될 것입니다.
So allies near the breach will get a buff on their weak point multiplier, so this can turn
So here's a red mod.
Nell into a buffer for gun DPS allies.
다음 초월 모듈은 부서진 마음이라는 모듈이고요.
So let me go
1번, 4번
back
스킬을
because maybe
변경해
I was
줍니다.
talking and we didn't
우선
hear.
4번 스킬을
DPS air off on their
한 빌드가 딜러인 아군을 약점
cooldowns for allies module restored.
스킬 쿨 아군의 실드
Now, 정말 이 손이
Alright.
바쁠 것 같고
Now let's
전략적인
listen to this like
판단이
red mod because I
중요한
talked
계승자로
through it.
보입니다. Now then, let's move on to her transcendent modules. 그러면 이제 초월 모듈을 한번 살펴보겠습니다.
네, 넬의 초월 모듈 되찾은 마음은 균열 효과를 디버프에서 버프로 변경하는 모듈이고요. 아군의 실드 관련 버프를 제공하고 이번 스킬을 회수할 때 아군의 스킬 쿨타임을 줄여주는 효과도 있습니다.
So with the transcendent module restored hard, Breach's debuff effect becomes a buff. Allies get a shield related buff, and by recalling skill 2, skill cooldowns for nearby allies get reduced.
네, 그리고 균열
Okay, so casting her 2 will give allies a shield buff, and then when you recall it, it's going to reduce their cooldown. We don't know by how much, but that's what it's going to do.
주변의 아군의 약점 배율을 버프해주는 효과도 가지기 때문에 총기 딜러인 아군을 지원하는 버퍼로 넬을 운용할 때 유용한 빌드가 될 것입니다.
So allies near the breach will get a buff on their weak point multiplier, so this can turn Nell into a buffer for gun DPS allies.
다음 초월 모듈은 부서진 마음
And if you're near the breach, you get a buff to weak point damage as well. So
이라는 모듈이고요. 1번, 4번 스킬을 변경해 줍니다. 우선 4번 스킬을 여러 개의 발사체를 발사해서 피해를
It could be
입히는
for
유형으로
certain
변경을
builds.
하게 되고요. 1번 스킬은 표식을
it could be for certain builds. It's just going to depend on if it takes away other utility from the skill. If it doesn't change the skills in a negative way and it only adds a positive, then that's probably going to be the red mod to use, right?
가진 적을 명중했을 때 4번 스킬의 쿨타임을 감소시키고 4번 스킬의 발사체
That's
수를
interesting
스택시키는 그런 구조를 가지고 있습니다. 그래서
Synergy with
1번
other
스킬로
Nells?
빌드업을
Or you could use it like reducing cooldowns. You could use it for anybody that needs to skill spam, right?
쌓고 4번 스킬로 마무리하는 그런 모듈입니다.
The transcendent module Shattered Heart gives a twist to the first and the fourth skills. Skill 4 is transformed into a multi-projectile blast that deals damage. When it hits a scanned enemy, her first skill reduces her fourth skill's cooldown and stacks up more projectile. So you build up with her first and clear out with her fourth.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yes. So with that, along with transcendent modules, we've covered all of Nell's skills.
I doubt they're going to let it stack, Brave. I doubt they're going to let you stack it out that far.
I'm really excited to play as her. And speaking of, let's take a look at her new skin, which will be released on August 7th. 그래서 초월 모듈 포함해서 넬의 스킬을 살펴봤는데 8월 7일 함께 출시되는 넬의 스킨도 살펴보고 넘어가겠습니다.
네, 지금 화면에
They might have been ours. I didn't pay attention to that because they put like other things on the screen that aren't accurate. So maybe, I mean, you could do it that way. You could do it that way with like her buffing, her buffing like her buffing Glay, or you could do it to where you build a weapon into weak point on Serena and then mix a weak point weapon on Serena that does a shitload of damage, plus Serena's 4, which does a shitload of damage, and then get the additional weak point damage from Nell, and then you just cook. Like, there's a lot of different ways you could do it, especially if you're dealing with, like, elemental damage, because, like, weak point scales elemental damage. So if you're building into elemental damage for, I don't know, a new Abyss Colossus or something, you could also see some synergies there. I don't know how it'll work with the Wall Crusher, but there's a lot of synergies.
두 개의 복장이 보이실 텐데요. 왼쪽은
Agent Perforator on Nell.
NPC 넬 복장, 즉 알비온 참모 모습의 복장이고요. 오른쪽은 이번에 새로 추가되는 프리미엄 스킨이.
She's gonna be non-attribute with tech infusion. So I think it's just gonna depend on how you're planning on using her. Whether you're planning on using like her 3 to do damage, or her 2 to do damage, or her 4 to do damage.
야전 전술 참모복이라는 컨셉입니다.
So on the screen you can see two skins.
See you, Sil.
First one on the left side is Nell's NPC version clothing as an Albion executive officer. Another one on the right side is her premium skin called the Tactical Field Officer uniform.
네, 저 NPC 복장은 배틀 패스 전리품
Gotta show them
상자
hips.
보상입니다.
The NPC version clothing will be the battle pass reward.
Gotta show them hips.
네. 얼굴이
I
예쁘네요.
She's just so pretty. Even though she has like
네.
I agree. with skin in season 예정이. 예, 먼저 신규
Alright, here we
정찰소총 is the new 궁극 무기로
back to
넘어가겠습니다.
weapons. I think this gun is going to be
First
really
up
strong
is
on
the
her.
new scout rifle for season 3, the Eraser. 예, 먼저 신규 정찰소총
I think this gun's going to be strong on her.
네, 이 이레이저는
Wait, is it a
적응형
trace
방어에
rifle?
대응하는
I thought it was a
궁극
scout
무기고요.
rifle.
적을 사격할 때마다 적의 방어 기제를 분석해서 방어를 무력화하는
Underboob
효과를
world skin
발사합니다.
win?
적 주변에
Maybe.
피해를 입히고
Eventually, right?
적응형 방어를 무력화하는 효과를 생성합니다.
the Eraser is an ultimate weapon built to counter the
Okay, so it's a scout rifle that shoots full auto like an LMG, like a fucking assault rifle. Like, am I dumb? Am I missing this?
adaptive defense system. Each shot analyzes the target's defense patterns and fires an effect that breaks through them. It deals AoE damage and neutralizes adaptive defenses with a special effect.
액션에서 전투할 때 아주 쓸모가 많겠는데요.
It must be very effective to use in action.
네, 균열체
It's like
상대할
Beetle?
때 균열체 방어를 낮출 수 있는 그런 효과입니다.
When you are battling against the bridge
Interesting.
spawns, it will be very, very effective.
Great to hear. Next we have
Voltia 2.0, yeah. I mean, it should hit hard, right? Because of that.
the Exterminator, new launcher coming in season 3. 두 번째 무기는 신규 런처 박멸자입니다.
박멸자는
Basically
줄전을 하며
word,
발사각 내의 적들을 자동으로 타겟팅을 하고요. 발사했을 때 타겟팅된 적
I mean, that gun might cook on Serena. Just put Serena on the ground using like our malevolent build that we use to like run purge, where it's like a no-fly number 4 build, and then just slap that gun on her and then just fucking cook, right?
적에게 연발로 미사일을 발사하는 그런 무기입니다.
저 갖고 싶어요.
I want it now.
실물 어디다 쓰시게요?
예? 제가 실물로
You mean the
저걸
real
가지고 어디다
It
쓰게?
full autos everything in the game, yeah, but normally their fire rate limits it to where it's not insane. That thing's fire rate was really high.
Not
게임에서
the real gun, but in-game weapon.
게임에서
So
이상한 사람을 만들고
not
있어.
the real gun. Just to make it clear.
You know, when I see that rocket, I remember like
I'm not impressed by the rocket launcher that they've showed off. If you notice, those breach spawns ran at them and they face tanked 3 shots. We don't know how strong their rocket launcher is, but I feel like as slow as it fires and the lock-on mechanisms are just going to make it feel ineffective compared to something like Restored Relic that you can just spam off a bunch of shots really fast and then put up. I just think the gun looks weak.
playing the Glaze like infinite ammo build, you know, before like a year ago.
Yeah.
그래서 저게 어떻게 보면 약간 그 다연장 로켓포 같기도 한데.
Maybe it's
또
weak
옛날
because it's
생각하면
unmodded.
저희 런칭
It might be weak because it's unmodded, but I think the whole lock-on system is going to slow the pace of the game down, and it's like antithetical to the systems they've built. So because it's got a lock-on system and it's super slow, most people won't use it. So you can do Waterboy quotes, fucking Lamau.
초기에 그 글레이 무한 런처 또 이런 거 많이 썼었죠.
흔적기관.
근데 제가 드립 치느라고 설명 못 하셨어요.
Kind of like sharing, yeah, lock-on
We
too.
gotta
Yeah, I just think that people won't utilize it because of that.
explain about the Exterminator. So the Exterminator locks onto enemies within its firing arc. Once fired, it unleashes a rapid barrage of missiles on all targets.
네, 귀엽게 봐주십시오. 죄송합니다.
Thank you.
Thank you for your understanding.
I think it had increased damage to ships, right? Only use the exterminator to destroy nests. If it's effective, lock-on's not going to happen. Yeah, I think that if it's like effective on nests, but if you can do the same thing with skills faster and more efficient, then people will do that. I mean, if it locks onto the weak points, right? The hope would be maybe it would lock onto the weak points. We just have to wait and see.
그리고 제이슨
I'll probably still be live,
아마
Ecto.
흔적기관
I'm still going to be
얘기하신 것
live for a
같아요.
while. I don't know
So
how
the
much of this
weapon
shit I'm
that
going to get
Jason
through.
mentioned, the official title is
I'm taking
Vestige
way
of
too
War.
long.
근데 신기한 거
I'm talking too much, chat.
제이슨님이 그때 합류하기 전이었거든요. 그걸 어떻게 잘 기억하시네요.
What's interesting is that you weren't even part of the team back then.
Yes, I wasn't part of the team, but I did play the first Descendant since the launch of the game. Kind of part of the team, maybe. Yes. But you know what? It suddenly feels so nostalgic looking back on the year. So we're celebrating this first anniversary. It's only been an year, but like, I mean, I don't. It's like it almost feels like several years has passed. I'm sure many of you.
At this rate, it'll be a 3-day stream. At this rate, what's going to happen is I'm going to stream and go through the content and talk to you guys, until I have to go. And then if I have to go and I don't get through it, then tonight, I'll just sit down and just do my thoughts on each section. I'll just like record off stream to where it'll just be short and concise and try to get the video down to like 20 minutes for YouTube.
Some of you watching this.
I'm sorry I talk a lot,
the same
guys.
way.
You guys knew what you were signing up for.
너무 오랜 시간이 또 지난 것 같기도
You knew what you were
하고
fucking signing up for.
아마 시청하시는 분들도 비슷한 기분을
You
느끼지
guys are here
않을까
for the
하는
opinions
생각이
anyway.
네, 합류하시기 전부터 하고 계셨다고 말씀하셨는데 돌아가서 플레이어.
I'm doing my job exactly.
You've said that you've been playing First Ascendant since the launch, but then we gotta check his player log.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
네, 박멸자는 엑시온의 적들을 위해서 특별히 준비된 무기입니다. 강습함을 파괴하거나 돌연변이의 외피와 갑주를 파괴하는 데 효과적인
Need a refund?
무기고요.
Talk too much? Fuck you, Ecto.
So
Go
the
eat lunch.
Exterminator is tailor-made for taking on Axion enemies. It's especially effective at blowing up assault ships and shredding the armor and shells of spikers.
네, 이레이저는 엑시온에서 파밍할 수가 있고 박멸자는 이번 배틀패스 무기입니다.
Lamau.
배틀패스 무기를 활용하면 엑시온의 메커니즘을 더 쉽게 공략할 수가 있습니다.
So you can farm Eraser in Axion, and Exterminator is available through this season's Battle Pass. Using the Battle Pass weapon will definitely give you a solid edge when tackling Axion mechanics.
Thank you, Director. Speaking of the Battle Pass, I heard there were some changes coming to this
I missed
season's
this
Battle
part.
Pass.
So
Okay, so let's move on from Eradicator
I missed this
to
part.
the Season 3 Battle
I missed this part because I got up to use the bathroom. I need to get up and use the bathroom again, but we're gonna watch this part and then I'll get up and use the bathroom.
Pass. 그래서 마침 또 배틀 패스를
Let's see what the change
말씀하셨는데
is.
이번에 시즌 3 배틀 패스에 대한 이야기로 자연스럽게 한번 넘어가 보겠습니다.
제가 설명하는 동안 중군 여기 점핑볼 타고 계실래요?
While you're explaining, while I'm explaining, maybe you can write
펜션들이
something bold
드릴까요?
here.
앞다 드릴까요?
You get more energy.
다 같이 타는 거라면 타겠습니다.
I drink a lot of coffee, man. I don't have a prostate problem. I've drank a whole pot of coffee.
한번 셋이
Before
타서,
the event
네.
ends, Jason's gonna write the jumping ball.
네, 본론으로 들어가겠습니다. 네, 맞습니다. 이번 시즌
I mean, it's only been
3에서는
5
여러
hours.
가지 변화를 시도해 보려고 하는데요. 개발팀 안에서는 저희들끼리 2세대 배틀 패스라고 부르고 있을 정도예요. 먼저 가장 핵심적인
Well, they said it was like an improvement on the battle pass. I think I'm
For
gonna.
season 3, we plan to try out a number of changes to the Battle Pass system. The dev team calls it Battle Pass 2.0 or second gen Battle Pass. So let's start with the biggest and most important changes.
Oh, new skins. So, are we finally getting an exclusive Battle Pass?
I hate the fact that I can turn it to 1.5 times speed, and the guy that's like the MC sounds like he sounds like he's talking normal speed.
Skin instead of just like recolors. 그러면 드디어 이제 색깔 놀이가 아닌 배틀 패스 보상에 전용 스킨이 추가되는 거라 생각하면 될까요?
갑자기 훅 치고 들어오시는데
In-game being
깜짝 놀라고요.
content waiting, yeah.
맞죠? 맞지 뭐.
That is sort of true.
네, 그렇습니다. 이번 배틀 패스에서는 최종 보상으로 새로운 공용 스킨을 추가를 했습니다. 물론 기존 배틀 패스의 보상인 궁극무기 스킨.
Skin items
I
are
don't
the
give a
most
shit about
important,
skins.
but despite these and
Here, look.
for the player
네, 여러분,
보여주셨고.
now.
네. 시즌의 핵심 테마와
Here we
컨셉을
go.
맞췄습니다.
Looking forward to it.
그래서
Just learning.
시즌마다 주요 테마에 어울리는 공용 스킨을 배틀 패스 보상으로 출시를
Appreciate you, Ecto.
So it's a matchy design with the season core theme. Moving forward, each season will feature a matchy universal skin as a battle pass reward.
네, 이런 변화는 보상에만 있는 게 아닌데요. 일단 1일
Like I said, you didn't miss much. I didn't miss anything.
따라서 과제가 설정이 되고요. 그리고 원하지 않는 도전은
I thought I missed more than that. What up, Code?
더 유연하게 플레이를 하실 수가 있을 거예요.
So it's not only rewards we change, we also revamped how daily challenges work. Now the challenges will be tailored to your MR, and if there's one you're not feeling, you
It
can
looks
swap
good,
it out
though.
using the new replace feature, having more flexibility in your own play.
네, 그리고 시즌 도전도 단계별로 좀 개편을 했는데요. 예를 들면 침투작전 5회, 10회, 30회, 100회 달성처럼 차근차근히 목표를 달성하실 수 있도록 조정을 했습니다.
So we've also reworked season challenges to have multiple steps. For example, in infiltration ops, you will progress through different stages step by step, like 5, 10, 30, and then 100 times.
네, 그리고 배틀 패스의 경험치,
You want all the
경험치
things?
계속
Are you
보정을
buying them
했습니다.
all?
이제는 시즌 도전뿐만 아니라 1일
You buying them all,
도전에서도
Code?
고르게 보상을 얻으실 수 있고요.
You gonna
앞으로도 이렇게
Pokemon that
피드백을
shit?
반영해서 더욱 만족스러운 배틀 패스가 되도록 지속적으로 개선을 하도록 하겠습니다.
Not only that, we also adjusted how Battle Pass XP is distributed. Now you'll earn meaningful progress, not just from season challenges, but also from daily and weekly ones. As such, we'll keep listening to your feedback and to further improve the Battle Pass in the future.
Wow,
You guys are
now
crazy.
understand why you called
I'm
it
gonna
the
have to
second
put up-
generation kind of battle pass. And personally, I'm really looking forward to the mechanic theme skin. And
I will
moving on,
be
그래서
having to
이제는
put
계속해서
up
하신 분과
fucking
보이는데
dono
또
goals
다음
to buy new
소식으로는,
skins.
Yes, I'm assuming that the reason the season 3 battle pass features mechanic skin is because of the hover bike. 예, 그렇습니다. 또 이 시즌 3 배틀 패스의 정비공 스킨이 바로 이 호버 바이크 때문이
You
아닐까
bought the
싶은데요.
snowman and the corn
한번 좀
skin, you're
해보시죠.
in. All right, so this is what I'm going to tell you. We're going to look at the bike thing, and then I'm just going to skip right past it because they spent way too long talking about it, and they literally said not a fucking thing. So we'll look at them, we'll let them go real quick, and then we're skipping past this.
야,
와,
just look at the speed of that. 네, 영상 보면 속도감이 정말 엄청납니다.
네, 많은 분들이 실제 호버바이크의 주행 영상을 궁금해하셨을 것 같아요. 오늘은 주행 영상과 탑승과 하차 액션과 연계되는 영상을 준비를 했습니다.
So I'm sure lots of you have been curious about how the hover bikes will look in-game. Today we've got driving, on and off, and transition clip ready for you.
기본형 호버바이크는 액시온을 시작하자마자 기본으로 지급되는 밸런스가 좋은 기체이고요. 화면에 나온 빨간색 호버바이크는 최고 속도가 가장 빠른 스피드 타입의 호버바이크라서 아마도 많은 분들이 이 빨간색 타입의 기체
Funny, how is the outside cold and the inside of your house is hot? We need to talk about some things here. I don't know what you're doing in the house to make it that hot.
를 가장 선호하지 않을까 이렇게 예상하고 있습니다.
So the basic hover bike is a well-balanced model that will be given to all players as soon as they come to Axion. The red one is the fastest and probably the most popular one.
네, 이 스피드 타입과 밸런스 타입 기체는 액시온에서 부품을 파밍해서 연구로 획득할 수가 있습니다.
To get the speed and balance type hover bikes, you will need to farm parts in Axion and unlock it through research.
You know,
It's the
like,
5
watching the video over there,
PCs.
it seems like getting on and off the hover bike, it really blends
I have 3 PCs in this room.
smoothly with the regular gameplay actions. 그래서 영상 보니까 이 탑승과 하차가 되게 기본 액션이랑 좀 잘
Your house is
연결이 되는 것
broken?
같아요.
네,
Absolutely.
많이 신경 쓰고 있고요. 스킬 모션 중에
Thank you for the follows. Keep anonymous. We're just hanging out now. I appreciate you. If you want to speak up to me in the community, have a good night. Anyway, thanks for the
자연스럽게
follow.
액션이 연계되도록 했습니다.
So we paid close attention to it. We received a lot of feedback about awkward pauses during skill emotes. So we
Buy
made
2
sure
more?
mounting and dismounting hover bikes can flow naturally.
네, 이동 중에도
It looks like I think you can actually grapple off of the hover bike because I didn't see them jump there, but yeah. And the house is built for winter. We take that though.
호버바이크를 자연스럽게 탑승할 수가 있고요. 또 호버바이크를 주행하는 중에도 그래플링 훅을 사용해서 자연스럽게 연계를 즐길 수가
I
있습니다.
think he
You
explains
can
it here.
hop on the hover bike while moving and can even use the grappling hook and enjoy the natural transition.
Okay, so basically you can summon the hover bike and you can get on it. You can grapple to get off of it, or you can double jump to get off of it. So it's not bad. I think it's going to be a nice movement tool. 72 degrees outside. You have no AC, making it too warm inside. Yeah, dude, PC's fucking cooked, boys. Sweden weather issues. Poor thing. Bunny Cave's supposed to be warm, but for bunnies to survive, you think so? All right, guys, give me a second. I'm gonna use the bathroom, and then we're gonna go through this. Are cold in the summer. It's nice and hot in the winter. Is because they're well insulated. You know the feeling. Yeah, you guys over there have it completely different. 3 in the office also. Yeah, I've got 3 in the office, 1 in the other room. Also, guys, thank you guys for being here and thank you guys for hanging out. We've literally done essentially a just chatting stream for almost 5 hours. We've done like no gaming and you guys have hung out and chatted with me the whole time. So seriously, thank you guys. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for chatting. Thank you guys for just enjoying the content. I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for everything you do. Thank you guys for being here and thank you guys for just vibing. First Ascendant Season 3, break through my bank account. Meet the wallet crasher. Fucking Lamau. Feel bad for your right arm. My right arm. We gamed the dev stream, yeah.
That kind of
You
gets me
barely
curious.
play
Can you
First
ride the
Ascendant
hoverbike
today?
anywhere
Just
you want?
vibing,
And,
right?
like, what happens if you want to use
The bunny skins, you just need the fucking bunny emote, right?
skills while we're riding the hoverbike? 그래서 두 가지 질문이 있는데 이제 호버바이크를 모든 곳에서 탈 수 있는지 그리고 탑승하는 중에 스킬 사용을 하면 어떻게 되는지가 좀 궁금하네요.
Dude, my arm was so fucking sore last night. Give it to daddy. From where they just like fucking refused to call on me until the very end. Yo, thank you for that. Thank you for that, Pub Dad. Thank you for the follows. Keep anonymous, so I appreciate you guys. Bro, I was literally holding my arm up with my fist. Dude, and Denny's was trying, man. Bless Denny's fucking heart, dude. Denny's might as well have been jumping up and down. I just think that they were trying to prioritize content creators and regular stream, like in regular viewers. So it was just like some of these, and then some of these, and then some of these, and some of these. Well, I called Denny's out. Like, if you guys watched it happen, I fucking thanked Denny's. Who's coming home with daddy? Thank you, Pub Dad. I was just like, I thank Denny's for pointing at me. I was also like the only, what the fuck is Denny's doing? Yeah, he was pointing at me. I was like the only person that didn't ask if they could hear my mic. Did you notice that? I was the only person that didn't fucking ask. Well, it was hard for you guys to spot. For them, they turn around and I was eye level with them, right? Yeah, I was the only person that wasn't like, hey guys, can you hear me? Is my mic working? We did a mic check for absolutely nothing. I just want to make sure my mic's working. Sorry, Judge. What'd you say? I couldn't hear you? It was just, no, it's not you, Ecto. I just mean in general. Like, even, like, a lot of people were like, hey guys, can you hear me? Because we did mic checks. I mean, we did, like, all the content creators and everybody, like, a lot of us did a sound check. So, I mean, they should have been able to hear us, right? Devs were like, yes, we can hear you. Went back and looked. Denny's was pointing down and smiling. Dude, Denny's was fucking hilarious.
네, 먼저 엑시온이나 필드에서는 자유롭게 호버바이크를
Alyssa tried, but it was hard to get him. Oh, yeah.
유격전에서는 호버바이크의 활용이 제한적입니다. 좁고 길이 복잡한 던전에 호버바이크는 제약적이라고 판단했습니다.
It was just
So you
funny.
can freely use the hoverbike in Axion and open fields, but it will be limited in
all right, I'm going to
dungeons or
skip through
hundreds
this
of
because we saw the bike.
dungeons
를 탑승하고 있는 시에 개발팀이고
can't.
See, they kind of just spent a lot of time talking about shit they didn't need to talk about, right?
Combos and
Yeah, I just limit 않는
Like, look how long they talked about this hover bike.
faster than
밸런스
they.
이 모습을 가지고 왔어요. 원형
We just
작물
type
그리로 달라 그랬던 이에요.
Yep, there's a new
Guys,
login
today,
screen.
reacher
That's all you need to know about that.
With there's like colors
we
on
go.
them. The effects highlighted, I think those are the ones that are being updated. So, director, there's like colors on them. The effects highlighted, I think those are the ones that are being updated in season 3. 그 디렉터님 지금 화면에 좀 색으로 표현된 효과들이 있는데 이게 이번 시즌에 변경되는 효과들일까요?
네, 맞습니다. 주황색이 소폭 변경이고요. 노란색이 전반적으로 리뉴얼된 효과들입니다.
yes, that's true. The orange one will get the attribute changes, and the yellow one will get the overall renewal.
아래 생존과 시즌이 전반적으로 리뉴얼이 되었는데요. 생존은
Did they change the skill cooldown one? Like, the one that they've got changed, isn't that, was that, no, the skill cooldown, well, I'm trying to remember if that's the skill cooldown one on the left or if the skill cooldown one was on the far right. I think the skill cooldown one's on the left because it has a down arrow on it, so maybe they changed it. I don't know. Because that's like one everybody used. It's on the far right. Then what's the one on the left? It looks like a power down symbol. Top right's the cooldown. Okay. Critical hit rate change. Interesting. Interesting. So there might be something useful there. We'll have to see what they actually change it out to. That's interesting. And then the bottom one on the right looks like it's specifically for Luna, right?
조건부로
Like the one on the bottom right looks like it's specifically for Luna.
이런 효과들이 증가하는 효과로 변경이 되었고요.
I thought the new one was skill cost. It might be skill cost.
So the survival and season lines will receive.
Oh, it's definitely
reward.
156.
Survival has changed to an effect that conditionally increases attribute resistance.
Bottom
max
right was for
max
Nell.
HP.
I mean, the bottom right definitely looks like it's for Luna. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe they did say bottom right was for Nell, but it definitely looks like it's for Luna.
Max shield and DF.
네, 그리고 시즌 항목은 이번에 시즌 3 신규 콘텐츠에 어울리는 효과들로 변경이 되었습니다.
HP and MP and last row changed too, yeah.
이레이저의 공격력을 더 증가시키거나 넬의 표식 효과를 강화시키는 이런 신규 콘텐츠들에게 도움이 되는 효과들로 이 시즌 라인이 배치가 되었습니다.
So the season line will now have effects that match the season content, like increased number of targets for Exterminator, increased damage for Eraser, and strengthened effects of Nell's scan.
I'm thinking, like, yeah, maybe the strength and effects of Nell's scan is the right. Like, maybe that's the Asive. I don't know.
Yeah, so I think many of you have been expecting this. So this season's effects include enhancements for new content such as Nell, the Exterminator, and the Eraser. Now, let's move on to something I know a lot of players have been looking forward to, the Wall Crasher. 자, 이번에 많은 분들이 궁금해하실 내용이죠. 바로 Wall Crasher입니다.
They spend way too much time talking about, like, him entering the arena. I'm just going to tell you guys that now. They spend way too much time talking about this.
Wow. 정말 와우한데. Is that the Wall Crasher's entrance scene? 저게 딱 등장 장면일까요?
네, 맞습니다. 월크래셔는
He's small as
정해진
fuck.
시간마다
It's definitely
액션
perspective,
평행 중앙에
right?
거신 조장치가 있거든요. 요거에 끌려서 방금 보신 것처럼 하늘에서 쿵쾅 하고 쏘는데 허벅지 아프. 네, 지금 이 장면은 시설 내부에서 월크래셔의 등장을 바라본 계승자 시점이라고 할 수 있죠. 일종의 네, 그런 장면입니다.
So at set intervals, Wall Crasher will summon to the center of the Axion plane by a certain device. What you're seeing here is the inside of the device, just as Wall Crasher makes its grand entrance like with a wow factor.
Oh, he's fucking massive. Like when they show the fight and there are people like grappling in the air around him. Now wait till you see him, Connor. Like when they show the fight and you look up, it's like fucking ants grappling in the air trying to grab a hold of him.
Yes. 피디님이 저를 괴롭히는 걸 좋아하세요.
So the producers
no,
always bullying me.
통역이 약간 always bullying이라고.
No bullying between, yes.
Feeding and bullying.
Okay,
네.
okay. So when you move into that device, I think it turns it into like an instance with 8 players. 그러니까 딱 말씀하신 그 장치로 들어가면 8명의 플레이어가 참여하는 인스턴스로 변경되는 그런 형태일까요?
네, 맞습니다. 월크래셔가 나타날 때 액시온이 이렇게 전조 현상으로 뒤덮이거든요. 이때 액시온 필드에는 다른 거신들, 그레이브 워커나 엑시큐셔너 같은 거신들이 나와요.
That also looks like the arena they said they weren't going to use. Is it just me or does that look like the arena they said that they weren't going to use like a month ago?
이제 필드에서 나오는 모습이 어떻게 보면 이제 처음 게임에 추가되는 거죠. 그러면 이제 시간이 되면 보시는 연출과 함께 월크래셔가 슉 하고 이제 등장을 합니다.
So before Wall Crasher,
They didn't speak on his resistance, but during the combat you can see that you can put debuffs on him.
shows up, Axiom will be flooded with omens.
It looks very similar, Connor.
Too, like Grave Walkers and Executioners. When the time hits, just like you see on the screen, Wall Crasher arrives.
슝쾅 해주시죠.
슈가 이거 안 해주세요. 슈쾅. 네. 물론 먼저 시설 내부에 입장한 플레이어분들은 이 장면을 보게 되지만 월크래셔가 등장한 이후에 진입하신 나중에 들어오신 분들은 바로 전투 중인 인스턴스로 난입을 하게 됩니다.
So the players already inside the device will get to see the full intro with that all the sounds.
Yeah, they said the arena was just for testing before, but this arena looks pretty close. If it's not a 1-for-1, I'd be surprised.
And anyone entering after the spawn drops straight into the instance.
I see. But yeah, I'm really curious about how we're going to battle this massive Colossus, the Wall Crasher. The fact that this is the largest Colossus we've ever seen makes, I think, me and the community quite curious. 그래서 역대급 크기의 이 거신이라는 것도 플레이어들의 궁금증을 좀 자아낼 것 같은데 why don't we watch the video and talk about it together? 영상 보면서 함께 좀 이야기를 나눠보시죠. You know, when I look at that, it's like...
So you look up in the air. Pretty sure that's a descendant right there.
I think...
Nope, that's a rock. Never mind. Wait, is it a descendant or a rock?
This is the first...
Nope, it was a rock. Never mind.
...time we're seeing 8 players in a battle, and it does...
When I watched it live during the stream, I thought those were descendants trying to grapple. Yeah, that was my bad, because when I watched it during the stream, I thought it was like descendants grappling, so...
feel kind of new and quite interesting to see actually. 그래서
That's
8명이 이렇게 같이 전투를 벌이는
Needed to be bigger.
처음이거든요. 그렇죠. 이렇게 파티 UI.
Oh, you can see the descendant up there in the air.
8명 쫙.
되게 흥미롭습니다.
I think that's a spider bunny in the air.
예, 파티 UI만 봐도.
네.
The UI is very interesting and fresh.
네, 확실히 플레이할 때도 8명이서
Yeah, definitely some of the shit is like things just floating around him that like in my first look at while I was doing it, I thought it was descendants. For sure. And put focus on content. I think a lot of people think that less right now. The curved screen's giving a pseudo fisheye effect. I agree with that. Are all the names in blue? They are. Which would implement So I know what you're getting ready to say, Abe, and that's going to be that there's an 8-man party. I think it's only in this instance. I think in this instance, it forces everybody into a single party. Most of the stream with skins, absolutely. Because later on in the stream, they specifically say that they don't plan on allowing people to be in parties larger than 4 on the Axiom planes. And this is its own specific instance. So it would make sense that when they put you in this instance, it's an 8-man instance. Really hope you can stack 8-man. If they won't let you zone, and if you cannot be in Axiom planes in an 8-man stack, like in an 8 stack, and you cannot be an Albion in an 8 stack or a 7 stack, it's going to be really hard to 8 stack into this fight intentionally because it's an instance zone, right?
이기는 건 처음이라서 굉장히 새로운 느낌이었어요.
So this is the first time that we're introducing the 8-player co-op, so it was quite refreshing for me too.
네, 월크래셔는 크기가 매우 크고 8명의 플레이어를 상대하기 때문에 화면 전체를 뒤덮는 종류의 스킬을 주로 사용하게 됩니다.
Since Wall Crusher is massive and built to fight 8 players,
it might be something within their engine requiring you to be in a team. It might be something in their engine requiring you to be in a team in order to be in the instance or for the loot to be shared. I have no idea why they did it from a coding standpoint, but I'm sure there's some sort of logical reason that it's coded that way. Maybe if everyone VPNs to Australia, dude, we could all join that one guy in Antarctica. That is some fucking big brain. That is some big fucking brain. Axiom's instanced. No, well, hold on. Before that gets fucked up, Granola, the Wall Crusher is instanced. Because I just misspoke because of the way I read that. The Wall Crusher is its own instance. So the assumption right now is that when you load into it, it's going to take you or your 4-man team and try to combine you to get 8 players from other people that are trying to zone in and play the Wall Crusher at the same time. Because the Wall Crusher is going to come up every 2 hours, everybody's going to try to do it at the same time, which is going to create a full matchmaking pool. Does that make sense? Older versions of UE defaulted parties to 4, but I didn't think newer versions were set up that way. It's probably not set up to be 4. You can probably extend it to whatever you want, but you have to take into like account consoles and shit like that. But it could have something to do with sharing loot, sharing XP, sharing whatever, just in order to make it easy. It might be easier just to put everybody in one party than to create new world flags or to hard code in something specific for this arena to ensure that everybody gets everything. So it could just literally be a thing that's just easier to default everybody into an 8-man team versus reinventing the wheel.
at once, most of its skills cover the whole screen.
Oh, you could Rad, or you could get put in a team where everybody leaves because you're not a Serena.
큰 만큼 육중하게 움직이기 때문에 월크래셔의 행동을 잘 보면서 충분히 대비할 수 있도록 패턴들을 구성하고 있습니다.
It's a heavy hero that moves slow, so players will be able to read its actions and prep accordingly.
I think we're going to explore the map until it drops. Absolutely.
It seems like
what up,
Ajax, he's using his fourth skill to block the Wall Crasher's skills. So I'm assuming that having Ajax in our party is going to be a huge help. 그래서 지금 영상 보면은 Ajax가 또 4번 스킬로 월크래셔의 스킬을 좀 막는 것으로 보이는데 이것도 Ajax 있으면 확실히 좀 든든하겠네요.
Ajax 붐이 오나요?
저도 그러길 바랍니다.
Let's go Ajax.
준비해야 되니까.
Gonna need Eugen to carry.
저도 Ajax의 총매를 20개나 썼거든요. 저 Ajax 되게 좋아해요.
편파적인 느낌이 좀 나는데.
On Ajax.
Go Ajax.
사실 월크래셔 만들 때 Ajax가 스킬을 막을 수 있게 해주세요라고 요청드리긴 했어요.
When we were making the Wall Crusher,
Can't help it, Riley.
that it is something that Ajax can do the shield effect for every party players.
네, 월크래셔의 전투는 거신의 스킬을 피하면서 딜을 넣는 게 핵심이거든요. 그래서 파티에 에이젝스가 있으면 조금 더 딜에 나머지 파티원들이 집중할 수가 있어서 처치 시간과 전투 효율을 좀 더 높일 수 있는.
I'm gonna let them finish talking about this. Maybe just out heal and out burn. That's what I was getting ready to say. When they explain this effectively, they don't make it sound like it's required to have any team comp because they want any random team to be able to beat the content. So because of that, and because of the random nature of it, it doesn't sound like any one specific descendant, playstyle, or synergy is required. So because no synergies are required, and it's not required to have an Ajax or a Eugen, it sounds like with that being entirely optional, you're probably just going to go in and burn it out with DPS.
기대가 될 수 있습니다.
So when fighting against Wall Crusher, dodging its skills while dishing out damage is important. So with Ajax, the rest of the descendants will get to focus on dealing damage, which will wrap things up faster with great efficiency.
But you know, I gotta say this. I mean, since the Wall Crasher's HP, it seems like it's gonna scale with the number of party members.
Absolutely.
So wouldn't it be a problem if Ajax he only focuses on shielding and doesn't do much damage? 근데 이제 파티원 수만큼 또 월크래셔의 체력이 드러나면 이 에이젝스가 계속 실드만 치고
He might have a
제대로 내지 못하면
he might have a raid wide or a wipe, but I highly doubt it. I highly doubt he has a raid wide or a wipe. Because I agree that it would be too punishing for your average players. And if you cannot queue into this with 8 players, and you, at best, you can bring 4 + 4 randoms, you would be fucked if you make it too hard. Because you could be uphill carrying 4 shitty randoms.
소용없지 않을까라는 생각이 듭니다.
네, 뼈 때리시네요. 8세레나. 네, 8세레나.
Probably on that
It's
matchmaking.
like having 8 Serena.
Only MR18. You can still, you know what I mean? You can still struggle as an MR18. MR18 is like the bare minimum to gain access to everything. How you going to get 100%? Are you going to get... What do you mean? What do you mean, Bacon?
Maybe Ace Arena.
네, 월크래셔는 파티원 수에 상관없이
Since the whole server gets rewards anyway, yeah.
난이도를 가집니다. 참여하는 인원이 더 많을수록
Well, you get the buffs, but I don't think you get the rewards, right?
더 빠른 처치가 가능하고요. 파티원이 월크래셔의 타겟팅을 분산하기 때문에 훨씬 수월하게 전투가
Oh yeah, Blue
진행될 수
Beetle.
있습니다.
Bacon.
So no worries, Wall Crusher's HP and difficulty stay the same no matter the party size.
Blue Beetle.
More players means faster takedowns and easier fights since its attention will spread out.
엑시온 평야에서 만나게 되는 월크래셔는 무작위의 파티원들과 함께 플레이를 하기 때문에
I'll do a first impressions on season 3. You can't really review stuff until all the content's out, but you can do a first impressions.
멀티플레이의 전략이나 팀워크보다는 크고 화려한 연출.
With this, you would have to swap to support build, yeah. Unless the new red mods are good.
보스전입니다.
Since you'll be with random teammates on Axion Plane when facing Wall Crusher, the focus is less on strategy or teamwork, but more on huge, epic visuals and non-stop all-in attacks.
Just out heal.
So no 8 Serenas. Let's get Ajax, everyone into the game. Yes. So it does seem like a...
And they're memeing, right? They don't want people to go in there with 8 Serenas because they want to try to like make it more dynamic. But honestly, 8 Serenas is probably going to evaporate this fucking thing.
Different strategy compared to Abyss Intercepts. While Abyss Intercept battles are focused on understanding the Colossus's mechanics and preparing the builds, this Wall Crasher over here, it feels more like an open...
What I mean is minimum to prep swap from mobbing to... I'm still lost, mate. A minute to prep swapping from like mobbing to bossing build. Yeah, I get that though. But I mean, her build's not too bad to change out though. Didn't see an immunity phase. I didn't either. At least not at this point. You can't consistently get 8 people to queue up when the player base is already that small. That's why they're not doing a queue, right? They're not doing a queue and they're just doing a player pool.
Field event where you
can
like
that's
team up
exactly right. Because if the player base gets small, you might have an issue getting players to queue. But if you make a pool, then you don't have to worry about it.
Expected players. 그래서 신충국 요격전이 지금까지 좀 거신의 메커니즘을 이해하고 빌드 준비하고 그리고 공략을 하는 방향이었다면 월크래셔는 예상치 못한 그런 플레이어들과 만나서 즐길 수 있는 일종의 좀 필드 이벤트 그런 것들이 될 것 같습니다. Now that makes it the perfect timing to move on to our next topic, the new Abyss Intercept battles. 그래서 마침 또 언급한 자연스럽게 다음 소개는 새로운 심층.
I'm imagining there's going to be spots where you can swap. I'm imagining there will be spots where you can swap, Rab.
정부 요격
That's a good question, though.
전으로 넘어가 보겠습니다. Yes, introducing the Storm Hanger. 예, 바로 스톰 행어입니다.
아우 영어 발음 좋다. 부럽다. 스톰 행어.
Very nice
행어예요.
pronunciation.
Maybe I'm an idiot here, but I've heard since last night is there's no content, there's no content, there's no content. You're generally asking because I really want to know. What is defined as new content? Isn't a new zone, new enemies, or new story not new content? I would have to hear exactly who was saying there was no new content and what they meant. There's definitely new content here. It's just how long is it going to take to burn through that content? Is this new content that is going to be enough to sustain an entire season with the additional drip fed content, or is it not? That is the question to be asked. But they're definitely implementing some type of content. It just depends on if this content is just loot boxes, like the current content, or if it's actually got some challenge to it. I also think it depends on yours versus their definition. Absolutely. Some content creators developed into just ranters ignore it. Yeah, I think at the end of the day, when you listen to content creators, you need to understand their perspective and what they're saying, and then form your own opinion based off of what they're saying. So far from what I've seen, they've showed content. Is it going to be enough content? I don't know, but there's substantive content being implemented in season 3. In my view. Now, is it good content? Is it worth doing? Is it rewarding? Is it challenging? Is there a lot of replayability? I cannot tell you that until I get it in my hands. Hover bike, it's still not open world. Like, you're not going to see Borderlands 4 in this game. This game is not going to be Borderlands 4. There's going to be zones, and some zones will be larger than others, but they're not going to transition to an open world concept. Does that make sense? Area, from what I heard though in the stream, yeah, the unstable area is going to be something to do. Yeah, most likely you'll be getting the rewards during the zones in the map. Yeah, they won't be getting rare rewards. They at least went in the right direction. I think this is an improvement. Whether it's enough, I don't know, but they're at least taking steps forward.
And of course.
Our story stuff, we get new story things to farm, but not many cutscenes. Yeah, but I mean, like, this isn't a single... I understand what you're saying, and that's where it depends on who's saying there's not content and what they decide is content. It's very much going to be up to the person who's saying that phrase, right? Like, to me, I could give a fuck less if you added any story mode to this. Personally, you could rip out all of the story, all of the cutscenes, all of the development time for that. You could pull all that shit out, and I wouldn't care at all. Because it's like a one-time done, and I don't give a shit, and I'm going to be doing, like, farming. I'm going to be grinding. I want, like, new areas, new content. I want varying missions, meaningful rewards. The stuff that I'm going to be doing hours on end for months, that's what I care about, and I'm not running the story hours on ends for months. That's my personal opinion. My opinion is different than somebody else's. Somebody else might be like, I could give a fuck less about the grinding. I want a good experience when I sit down and play. Like, I want a good experience when I'm getting through, because the grinding shit I don't really care about, because I do it for a half hour, 45 minutes a couple times a week. But I want a good experience when I sit down and play. So that's where I think that it just depends on what people's perspectives are. The new boss is going to be on a timer from what it sounds like, Dean, and it will just happen every 2 hours. Not your 2 hours, at the set interval.
그런 것까지 다 통역을 하시면 굉장히 부끄럽습니다. 네.
That's my understanding. But it sounds like some of you guys
런칭 초기에
are in the same boat as me.
스톰 행거라고 써놨어요.
옷걸이.
I
한국
had a
분들만이
typo
아실 수 있는데.
on the original script.
행을. 네, 행을. 네, 런칭 초기에
It sounds like a lot of you guys are like me. You give a fuck less about the story.
행드맨의 변종이.
How long can you farm him? Probably one clear. I'm assuming it's one clear and done.
네, 이게 최근에 합류하신 플레이어분들은 기억을 아마 잘 못하실 것
Considering it's on a
같은데요.
timer, not everyone's going to be able to
그때는
participate. I think
한
that kind
명이
of
큐브를
sucks.
들고 다른 사람들이 이렇게 실린더를 이렇게 사격.
What do you do? I think that I'm not going to go back through it, but I think there's going to be a pool of players, and they're just going to grab those pool of players and send them all into instances. So whether you go in and another team one-shots him, then you'll just be in that pool and you'll be sent in with other players. You care about everything story included, and some people like the full robust experience. You're for the story and the grind. See, so some people want some people don't want others. There's nothing wrong with people enjoying one thing or the other, but you could completely see how one group or one type of person might say there's no content, and another group could say there's a ton of content. What's keeping me entertained until August 7th? My community. Like, because I get on and I'm just farming for gold to prep for, like, updating builds and stuff like that. If I didn't have an awesome community to hang out with, I would be struggling to play every day. Just transparently. There's just not a lot for me to do as a player that has everything. There's just not a lot for me to do. So where I derive enjoyment is, like, running with the community, running for cores, running for gold, running for whatever, and just hanging out with them and like sharing my time with, like, building a community and them getting to run with their content creator, run with their community, and get drops. That's what I'm enjoying right now.
을 했어야 되는데 모르고 이제 다 들고 뛰고 피고 막 이러면서 막 번개 떨어져서 죽고 전멸기 맞고 막
Transparently.
욕도 하시는 분들도 계시고 네, 뭐 난리도 아니었습니다.
So this is a variant of Hanged Man, the boss that gave everyone headaches in the early days of TFT. New players might not remember it, but back then, you know, if someone's running around carrying the cube, the other people had to smash the tube inside the mouth, but oftentimes everyone was kind of clueless what to do. Everyone was just running around with the cube and then getting the beam attack. So it was very chaotic, and some people actually swore a lot.
Yeah.
Do you know why it was chaotic and shit? Because their team, this is like one of my biggest gripes. And you guys are going to get to hear me rant for a second. One of my biggest gripes is that you cannot fault your players if you don't teach them what to do. So the First Descendant has this really bad problem with making difficult content, but not giving players the tools to figure out how to do it. And then when things are like high risk, high reward and can be over in the matter of minutes, it is very hard to learn on the job. And what ends up happening is, instead of teaching players how to think critically and teach them how to troubleshoot these hard pieces of content, which then makes them better players and more robust players, so you can add more difficult content, the First Descendants team just comes through and nerfs the content because little fucking Timmy No Thumbs doesn't feel like taking the time to learn the mechanic. And it's not entirely his fault, because the developers haven't facilitated his ability to learn. So I actually put this 100% on the developers here. And this is one time I'm going to be like hypercritical of the developers. They fucked up. Both are to blame, but most of it's on the developers. Absolutely. And I think that they fucked up here. And moving forward, they need to be able to teach their players how to be better, or at least give them the options to be able to learn to get better. And then if they don't do it, then it's on the players. So this is one of those times where the developers come through, and instead of doing the hard thing, which is upskilling their players, they do the easy thing, which is removing the challenge. And I think that makes your game a worse experience for everybody. Because you also argue you have the ability to access and look things up the game doesn't tell you, aka guides. I think that's fair. I think that it's a level of friction that's being added to the game that doesn't necessarily need to be there. But I can understand your point, Hunt, that there's like a level of accountability for players. But yeah, I think that it's disproportionately the devs' fault. But I say that if there is good quality information out there and the players aren't going out and getting it, then it's on the players too. Right? So You don't think what we'll be getting tomorrow will get us through the month of August till launch? Tomorrow? No. No, it's just going to be like, there's going to be a couple descendants that you might rebalance. Like you might put a couple catalysts on a couple descendants. But I don't think that's really going to matter. And then the event shop is probably going to be pretty sparse with a bunch of shit nobody really wants. Probably like some mats, but nothing really crazy to grind for. I mean, this month is done. We're getting the cycling purge stage now too, but yeah, like we're going to lose purge down to 10 stages and you're going to be able to like repeat stage 5 and it's going to change things up. But there's nothing here that's like, there's nothing here that's going to excite people to get them playing every day. So like if you're playing, then you're playing, but if you're not playing, you're not coming back to playing. In my opinion, if you're a dev relying on players to create out of game content to teach people, you're failing your players. I don't think that it's the developer's job to make work for content creators. I think content creators should sort of make a better experience for players. So if like game devs are requiring players to seek out content creators content because they did a piss poor job of setting things up for players, then they're setting their players up to fail. So this is one time that I'm hypercritical on the developers. There's still a level of accountability for players. I'm not washing away the accountability for players, but I would say it's like 90-10 or maybe even 80-20. Maybe 80-20, 70-30 on the players, not like wanting to figure it out, but it's predominantly a development fault. It all roots from the same problem, basically. YouTube is the only place to get tutorials. I mean, it's not the only place, but it's one of the easiest places. I think that because you can get video tutorials, it's much easier to follow along. Are we going to get more delays? I doubt it. It's compounded by the fact most people play in random groups, so you get tension between players. Exactly. So like players are checking out because it's high risk, high reward. So as soon as like one person dies, everybody leaves and then you're fucked. Because they're like, okay, I'm playing with a team of retards that don't know what they're doing. I'll just re-roll my dice and try to get a team of less retards. We can provide point by point. Yeah, I think that's a fair point. I think YouTube is nice because it's there all the time. It's there all the time, but streams are nice because you can get direct feedback and ask questions. With the filer changing how they approach it, absolutely. We definitely did. We did a lot to help a lot of people with the filer, and they could see in real time what we were doing and the decisions that we were making, and they could ask us questions and in real time. So streams are a great way to get help if in real time. But if you don't have option, like the ability to watch a stream, then YouTube is great because you at least it's better than like going to Reddit and reading a step-by-step guide.
But now we're just pummeling this hangman with high DPS. But I do miss those early days. 그래서 지금은 완전 일명 딜찍루로 그를 하는 메타인데, 또 근데 말씀하시니까 또 그때가 약간 그립기도 해요.
그리우면 다시 한번 해보실래요?
You want to do it? You want to give it a retry?
이게 추억 보정이 좀 있습니다. 네.
It's just so nostalgia talking.
아마 다시 하라고 하시면 뭐 패드든 마우스든 뭐든 아마 던지실 거예요. 네,
실제로. Since deaths are your own fault now, players don't usually come to try to pick you up now because deaths aren't shared.
네.
If you actually give it a
well, like half of the time in pubs, I could either pick somebody up or I could just kill it. Right? Like if I'm in pubs and we're doing like a Sigma and somebody gets fucking nuked by the boss because they couldn't fucking get out of the way of the big giant red box and then they go down, like by the time I go pick them up, I could have already phased the boss. So like why would I go pick them up because they can't fucking not stand in a big red box when I can just phase the boss? Just in general.
retry, it will actually cost you.
I miss those early days.
Controller at least.
Well, everybody says they miss the early days of how like of the challenging aspects of the game, but then they continue to go further past it. You might as well just play solo. But it's not my job to pick you up if you fucking stand in a red box. You know what I mean? Like I could play solo or I could not. I see what you're saying, but at the end of the day, what you're saying is I in like not you, right? Maybe you, I don't know. But at the end of the day, what you're saying is I can't play the game my way. I have to play it your way. So if I want to play it in pubs, but I don't feel like picking somebody up that took direct damage that they shouldn't have took, then I'm bad because I should pick that player up. And the flip side to that coin is, hey, you're playing in pubs with me. Can you not avoid the big giant red telegraphed attack? Why do I have to play your way and pick you up? Do you see what I mean? Because what in general the conversation there is, no, you're in pubs, you need to play my way. And I'm saying, well, no, you're in pubs, you need to play my way. Don't face tank, right? It's the flip side of the coin.
So back at launch, the success rate was actually below 40%.
Below 40%, I think it will cost the mouse. Indeed, yes.
No, that's not correct. Players make mistakes. But what I'm saying is you're asking me to think your way, but you refuse to think my way. Do you see what I mean? I'm not saying your way is wrong. What I'm saying is you're saying my way is wrong. That is the difference here. Is I'm not saying your way is wrong, but you're saying my way is wrong.
Director, then could you explain more about this Stormhanger? 디렉터님, 스톰행어에 대한 소개를 부탁드립니다.
네, 다행히 스톰행어에는 큐브 기믹이 없고요. 전멸기도 없습니다. 네.
To make everyone happy, the cube gimmick is gone for Stormhanger. No more beam attacks either.
이번 스톰행어는 전기 속성이고요. 변경된 보이드
Need
레벨에서
clans?
공격을
I think
진행하게
maybe
됩니다.
in the
핵심
future.
메커니즘은
We're playing first descent out. We're all wrong. Fucking
강력한 스킬
Lamau.
피해를 약화하기 위해서 EMP 실드를
No obligation to revive
불안정한
players.
코어를 적재적소에 파괴하는 것입니다.
So
Yeah, I mean, it's
Stormhanger is
everybody
an
has their own way to
electric
look at
attribute
it.
boss coming to the updated void level intercepts.
They even nerf
The key
invasion
mechanic is to
puzzles.
minimize
Yeah, the fact they're nerfing invasion puzzles to make it even easier because they're not really worried about. They're just like, hey, it's a daily thing. We want it to take less time. It's basically free gold.
the Stormhanger's powerful skill attacks by destroying unstable cores that give the EMP shield at the right timing.
And of course, in the Abyss Intercept, we'll be able to farm skins as well, right? So it's the first time we're seeing a variant of the Hangman in the Abyss Intercept. So I'm really curious to see what kind of skins will be available. So 이번 심층부 요격전에서도 뭐 프로토이즈나 스킨 등을 파밍하게 될 것 같은데, 이 심층부 요격전의 행드맨 변종은 처음 등장하는 거라 어떤 스킨이 나올지도 무척 기대되는데요. 바로 한번 보겠습니다.
네, 이번 스톰행어의 심층부 스킨 같은 경우에는 종전보다 좀 더 이렇게 스타일리시하게 나왔다고 생각을 하고요. 그래서 저도 기대 중이고.
What's your go-to
특히
farming
지난
for gold?
시즌부터
VP30
심층부 파밍이
is
많이
like nice and
쉬워졌거든요.
easy.
그래서 많이들
VP30 is
도전해서
nice and easy.
지금 뒤에 보이시는 스킨
They're like doing your
획득하시면
evasions every day.
좋을 것 같습니다. 요 화면에서는 잘 안 보이는데 콜로토이즈도 이뻐요. 네.
So the new Abyss Stormhanger skins
These
came
don't look
out
bad,
super
though.
stylish.
I'm not gonna
personally
sit here
pretty
and like
happy with
they've
them.
showed them off. I don't think they
Plus,
look
since
bad,
farming at Void
but I don't really care
bit-
about skins. So
This has gotten easier since last season. See on the screen
Spec Ops Gold is king.
Once 파밍할 거에 대해
고요. 기믹이 발전서
mode. It's an iconic
at 소개 type assignment improvements. Wow. So what is this? Okay, so
Here we go.
I'm thinking
'Cause I'm running
assigning
short on
socket
time.
types are being improved. Can everyone guess what this is?
Better than the fire
Producer,
crab.
Please, you need to give more information on this. 그래서 소켓 타입 부여 방식이 개선된다고 하는데 이거 좀 소개를 부탁드려야 될 것 같습니다.
네, 제스님이 오늘 진행도 하시고 영어로 멘트도 하셔야 되고 한국어 멘트까지 하시고 해서 힘드세요. 근데 좀 있으면 제스님 진짜 좋아하는 게 뒤에 나오거든요. 그러니까 화이팅 하시면서 네네네
Jason
좋아하시는
has
거
a
나오세요.
lot to do today. He has to do the emceeing. He has
It's gonna look like
네,
poop on
할 수 있어요.
Ajax. It'll look good on some people though.
집에서 보고 있는 우리 가족들, 이제 전 세계 계승자 여러분들 위해서 화이팅하면서 네 이러면 저도 이제 멘트가 그 다음에 갑자기 이제 정신이 오락가락하죠. 자 모른 척하고 다시 이제 본론으로 들어갈게요. 네 화면에 보이시는 것처럼 네 기존에는 저희가 계승자 모듈 슬롯 같은 거에 소켓 타입을 부여하면 레벨이 1로 초기화가 되잖아요. 그리고 40레벨까지 다시 키워야 되고 이 전체적인 과정이 사실은 좀 생소하기도 하고 스탯이 1레벨로 초기화되면서 이 체감 난이도가 좀 상승하는 문제가 있었거든요.
So as you may know, assigning a socket type resets your descendants level to 1. You gotta level back up to 40 all over again. So the process was hard to grasp for beginners, and with the level 1 stats, the difficulty increased as well.
네.
So when they explain this system, basically this is just a W for people. Like this is a W for new players.
그래서 시청자분들이 게임에 잘 안착할 수 있도록 소켓 타입
It's just a quality of
레벨은
life thing.
1이지만 스탯은 40레벨 그대로 유지가 되도록 개선을 했습니다.
To help newcomers settle
There are going to be people that don't like this, but at the end of the day, like, they're going to be elitists that say like bad things about this, but at the end of the day, it's quality of life. It's fine.
more smoothly, we made some changes. Assigning a socket type will still reset your level to 1, but your stats will stay as if
It's
you
the
were
true
level
nature of
40.
Wow, I think that's something many of you have been waiting for. So we did see some players bringing like level 1 descendants to various content, but now players will be able to play with level 40 specs. That's really good to hear. And I think it'll be especially helpful for new players as well. Yeah, 이거 정말 너무 좋.
That's the nature of public matchmaking. You can't expect every player to be good or to know what they're doing or be good. I think that's fair. I mean, you can't expect everybody. I mean, you can't expect everybody to know everything or anything like that. I mean, I think that's perfectly fair. But I mean, at the end of the day, if I was to die in public matchmaking, I would just res myself. Like, I wouldn't even wait for somebody to res me. I wouldn't think it was toxic if I didn't get resed. How's this not a win for everyone? I'm not saying it's not a win for everyone. I'm saying there's going to be elitists that probably think this is bad in some way.
동영상인 것 같고,
Level 1 player
확실히
keeps their
좋은 변화라고
20k.
생각합니다.
Worst case scenario,
But this is the
someone
only feature
quits
being
or
added for
rages
new
in
players.
chat.
근데 또 초심자를 위한 피처가 이게 다가 아니라고 합니다.
와우. 네.
이게 뭔가요?
이게 뭘까요? What is this? When I first heard about this, I thought like, wait, are we really doing this? It was honestly a huge surprise, producer. I mean, could you explain the details about this? 그래서 저는 이 소식 들었을 때
People can make
너무
static
놀란-
groups
맞아요.
for sure.
여기 뭐야 표현이 네 되게 약간
If it's a solution to a problem that it should have been addressed in a different way, the matchmaking thing or the leveling up thing, or like the people dying thing with level requirements, yeah. They don't get that often since I'm terrible. You're fucking killing me, Wardo.
쉽죠? 네, 하나씩 소개를 드리면
네, 말씀
네, 디센던트 부스트업은 일반 난이도에 위치한 플레이어를 어려움 난이도로 이동시켜주는 이벤트입니다. 이렇게 되면 일반 난이도 스토리는 모두 스킵을 하고요. 여러 가지 뭐 보상 지원 같은 거를 받아서 시그마 섹터의 스토리부터 바로 게임을 시작을 할 수 있게 됩니다.
So the titles look very, very interesting. The Descendant Boost Up is an event that lets players jump straight from normal to hard difficulty quests. You will skip the entire normal difficulty stories and start off at the Sigma Sector storyline with a proper support.
부스트업은 플레이어가 선택적으로 할 수가 있고요. 노멀에서 스토리를 즐기시다가 중간에 나는
So basically, this is going to be an event around season 3 that's going to let lapsed players and new players catch up to current content. Is basically what this is.
바로 넘어가고 싶다 할 때 넘어갈 수도 있습니다.
So it is an optional event, so you can enjoy the storyline as much as you want to do, and then at some point, if you want to skip the part, you can jump and then use the boost up.
제가 놓쳤네요. 감사합니다. 네.
So then, what was the reason behind launching such a bold event? 왜 이런 파격적인 이벤트를 갑자기 진행하게 된 걸까요?
네. 사실 저희가 이제 서비스 한지
Join Ice Maiden pubs. You'll carry just about 80% of them because they only deal like 200k damage when you deal 1.4. Oh yeah, I mean I could go into like an Ice Maiden non-challenge mode pub, yeah, and just carry.
생각했는데 좀 위험한 것 같아서 지금 스킵했어요. 네. 서비스를 시작한 지 1년이 지나다 보니까 초반 구간에
Have to
플레이어들이
respect,
많이 적어지고
yeah.
이러다 보니까 이제 신규로 들어오시는 분들이나
I
일반
mean,
난이도에서
Bacon. At least they set up like the cephalon thing to make it much faster, but it still sucks, right?
하려고 하시는 분들이 뭐 게임을 같이 플레이하기가 되게 어려울 수밖에 없었거든요. 네. 그리고 오늘처럼 이제 업데이트 소식이 있어서
Still sucks.
돌아와도 막상 뭐 전에 했던 거가를 다시 해야 되는 그런 상황들이 오니까 신규 콘텐츠를 즐기기에 좀 진입장벽이라고 제가 생각을 했어요.
So there were some jokes that I wanted to share, but I refrained myself doing so. Since we're over a year in, early stage players have thinned out. So new or returning players stuck in the story progress often had trouble finding others to play with. And some players came back to experience new updates like the ones we shared today, only to realize they had to clear old content before accessing anything new. It acted as if like a barrier.
네, 그래서 이왕이면 이렇게 신규 업데이트가 있을 때 신규 복귀 기존 플레이어분들이 같이 모여서 네, 플레이를 하실 수 있으면 좋겠다 싶어서 부스트업을 준비하게
I'll let him
됐습니다.
talk,
That's why we created the
but
boost
basically
up,
it's
so
what I
new,
said.
returning and existing players can all jump into the new content together.
For
Okay,
Eckhart
that does make
missions.
perfect sense. But players who just jump in straight into hard difficulty, there's a lot to learn about the first Descendant, and it might be tough for them to actually adjust to our game. So are there any measures that we're preparing to help with that? 그래서
I'm definitely curious if they do a good job of explaining to new players what the fuck is actually going on, or if you're gonna have a brand new player to the game that is turned loose with every system in the game, because there's a reason that games work you into things slowly, and it's because there's an overload of information. You're just starting the game. You're just learning the menu system. You're just learning the map system. You're just learning how to navigate around. You're just learning who to talk to. And you need to take time to learn all of these systems before you're hit with more advanced, complicated systems, right? You're trying to learn the mod system. You're trying to learn how to like level up your descendants. And then if you just springboard from all of that, and then you add in all of the other systems that have been added, you're going to have sensory overload, and you're going to have a hard time even knowing what to do or what to waste your time on or to figure anything out. I'm not saying this is a bad thing. Like, you should definitely be able to help new players, onboard them to be able to do the current content with their friends. It doesn't take like 40 or 60 or 80 or 100 hours. This is just one of those things where if it's done poorly, you're actually going to create a worse experience for your players by not explaining everything to them. Does that make sense? So I'm curious to see how this works for new players.
예, 그 부분은 확실히 이제 좀 이해가 됩니다만 아무래도 바로 어려운 난이도에 진입한 플레이어들은 이 학습량이 굉장히 많아요. 퍼스트 디센트가. 근데 또 적응하기 좀
Because you could create a very bad situation in a very toxic, because we were talking about toxic situations earlier. If you're a brand new player and you walk into the game and you're just given MR19 or MR18, like, people are just going to see you and assume you know what the fuck you're doing to some degree. And if you don't, you're going to find a lot of toxicity because people are going to go, it's not my job to carry you. You're MR18. You should know what you're doing. You're in Wall Crusher. And then they're like, yeah, but I'm like 3 hours into the game. And it's like, what the fuck, dude? Like, your mods aren't set up. Your shit's not set up. Like, I'm here doing all this extra work. You're making my gameplay experience worse. I'm not saying that it's the right thing, but I'm saying that's what humans will do. As a new player in PoE.
아, 그럼요. 지금 바로 확인하십시오. 네, boost pass. 네, 맞나?
As long as everything is explained well to players and they understand what they're doing, then it's perfectly fine. But if your onboarding process is shit, you're just going to make a shit experience for a lot of people, including people that are currently playing the game as well as new players.
네.
Of course, there is boost path to help the players.
네, boost path 준비했습니다. 부스트업으로 어려움 단계에 진입을 하면 당연히
Right.
정보도
So,
장비도 부족하고 할 거잖아요.
I just want to say
부스트
that.
패스를 따라서 게임을 진행하면 자연스럽게 필요한 정보하고 보상을 얻을 수가 있습니다.
Using just boost up can be difficult for the players, so players who jump into hard mode with the boost up can follow the boost path to learn key information and get rewards.
근데 사실 퍼스트 디센던트에서
You can finish off your arcade tuning, maybe.
하다고 저도 생각을 하거든요.
To sum it up, no one will be happy. If it's done poorly, it'll be bad for a lot of people. If it's done well, it's going to be great for onboarding new
So
players.
leveling up in TFT can come a bit difficult. That's why even if a bit late, we created the boost path, a quest line that helps newbies learn the essential information step by step.
Yes, so season 3, it does bring lots of content, and it feels like the great time for
It's a
new
complete
players to jump
nightmare,
in and
yeah.
get started with the first Descendant. Now, you mentioned the Descendant boost up and this boost path are
PoE's not, like, has always been considered a non-noob friendly game, though.
part of an event. Yes, event. Does that mean they'll only be available for a limited time? 그래서 시즌 3가 아주 이 새로운 플레이어들이 시작하기에 좋은 시기가 될 것 같은데요. 이 방금 이 말씀 주신
Aren't they doing this via the Descendant Guide robot? Yeah, but think about, like, how poorly some stuff has been telegraphed in the past. Again, I'm not shitting on the game. I'm just saying, if it's done well, this is going to be amazing for the game, because it's going to allow new players to get in and experience the current content without a bunch of wait, and it's going to allow you to play with your friends who are new to the game without having to spend dozens or hundreds of hours teaching them the game. And it could be an absolute banger to help people out. The flip side to that coin is if it's a poorly implemented system,
Thanks
it's just
for
going to
the
make
follow.
everybody's life worse. Yo, thanks for the follows. If you casually did Sigma Tester without any boost, could have done all your arcade trees by now, if you felt like it, right? It's new friendly idiots like you. Yep, I know. I'm just saying, Robot was one guy I always wanted to skip over, basically. Colossus carry back in 24th. Boss fight behavior.
기간대로 제공되는 거라고 이해하면 될까요?
You're conflicted. I want to make sure new players get to suffer through the lesser hell, but at the same time, I don't want to wish lesser hell on them. Or laser hell. Yeah, I get that. I mean, I think that at the end of the day, if it's good for the game, it's good for everybody, though. Maybe like a player tutorial section to the library. I think it needs to be forced. If you make it optional, people will skip it. Like, there are certain things in the storyline that should have been put in the main storyline that you had to do. Learning how to do target farming, learning how to do a bunch of different things should have been required for you to do to pass through the storyline. That way there was no possible way you were not given the skills to do what you needed to do moving forward. Like, it's impossible for you not to have been given the tools. If you make things optional, people won't do them. I think it's good for new players. Most of them don't want to play catch up. Most games got rid of the catch up. Remove skip tutorial from the instructor robot. I just think it needs to be in the base game. Like, it needs to be required. Current system teaching mid to late game players is not good. So unless they prove how they teach the systems, letting entirely new players jump straight in without ever doing the story is going to be rough. Yeah. They need a built-in guide that shows how you set up your model. Yeah, it definitely needs to be set up in a way that you have to do it in order to move forward. Because then you understand the systems, or at least a base level of the systems, and you can move forward. It was like Chrono Odyssey, right? We were talking about Chrono Odyssey like a week ago, 2 weeks ago. Chrono Odyssey, the main storyline, you start it, you do like one mission, it dumps you into the main map, and then it sends you to go kill a boss that you shouldn't be able to kill. And then it doesn't ever tell you that you shouldn't be trying to kill that boss. And then, like, the whole system is, like, wrong. And the game should have been like, hey, we send you to the new town. We send you out to go get shit to make your armor. We send you out to go get, like, shit to make your food. You okay, babe? Yep, I'll finish up before then for sure. So, but that game should have sent you out to do all these other things, so you knew what you were doing instead of doing it the other way around. Because doing it the other way around caused a bunch of people to quit playing the game and then fucking flame it online. Those be great at teaching people systems because they want people to stick around. Gotchas want you to stick around because you're going to spend your money.
이게 너무 파격적인 시스템이기 때문에 이번에는 시범적으로 좀 운영을 하고 이후에 좀 보완을 해서 대규모 업데이트 때마다 한시적으로
In PoE, there's a mod.
8월 7일 업데이트.
Oh yeah, PoE's got a lot going on with it. Yo, thanks for the follow. We keep anonymous. So if you're just hanging out.
Since the system is pretty bold, we're
So if you're just hanging out, no, I appreciate you. You must speak up to know me in the community. Haven't get to know either way. Thanks for the follow.
running it as a trial for now. Later on, we'll improve it based on the feedback we'll receive, and then run it again periodically alongside major future updates. It kicks off first with the August 7th update. We'll soon share the end date as well.
If they made Gravewalker not beatable and made it to where you had to like learn proper modules and stuff like that, as long as it was scripted in a good way, I think it's fine. Like for the storyline, I think if it would have been scripted and then they taught you, that would have worked well. You could have found a lot of really good ways to make things interesting, right? As long as it was overcomable at some point. It's very good for UI and building targets. Yeah, Honkai Star Rail isn't too bad. I mean, with it being the way it's set up, it helps.
Yes, thank you. August 7th. Oh, and we have something big. I mean, yes, something really big. We don't have it.
이 사람 누구예요?
A few months back, I recall seeing stream new players with guiding systems. Don't recall going through it yourself.
Season 3, your plan.
Yeah, it was definitely a new thing, so it helps. So here you guys go. Everybody, all my Jaber mains.
Roll out monthly descendant balance updates on a set schedule. Could you tell us how that's going to work? 그래서 시즌 3에서는 이제 일정을 좀 정해두고 저희가 매달 밸런스 패치를 하신다고 들었는데 이 부분에 대해서 자세한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
올게 왔다. 잘 대답하시죠.
It's a big topic.
뭐 이거 잘 대답하고를 떠나서 일단 밸런스 대응을 잘 못한 것에 대해서 다시 한번 사과 말씀드립니다. 네.
So once more, my sincere apologies for not handling balance adjustments appropriately.
Still build new
in the past.
characters just
이를
fine.
바로잡기 위해서 시즌 3에는 밸런스 개선 일정을 아예 로드맵에
Jaber zoom in.
배치를 했습니다. 월간 업데이트마다
Hates
수치와
cameraman.
사용성에 대한 밸런스 개선을
Everybody
진행할
hated the
예정입니다.
cameraman.
So for a better future in the moving forward, the balance improvement schedules are now officially part of the season 3 roadmap. Every monthly update will include balance patches with numbers and usability improvement.
네, 지금 저 화면에 제이버를 배치한 것은
Still build new characters just fine. That makes
Jaber.
sense.
네.
아까 성우분도 나오셨잖아요. 네.
아,
Voice actor in the
actor.
beginning, so we gotta
Let's
remember.
go, Jaber.
렛츠고 제이버. 얘기잖아. 그분도 레츠고 제이버라고 좀.
네. 그래서 우선 8월에는 제이버의 사용성 개선을 진행할 예정이고요. 수치 밸런스 수정을 넘어서
So monthly balance patches is going to be a good thing. I don't know if it's going to be sweeping balance patches. From this, it sounds like they're going to just balance underused descendants once a month. So like if it's a descendant like Kyle that sucks, maybe Kyle will get balanced in September.
기능의 개선도 포함한 작업을 준비하고 있습니다.
So we have Jaber on the screen because we will start by improving Jaber in August. It won't be just tweaking numbers, but we are focusing on overall performance
Jaber
improvement.
new main?
네, 제이버가
Maybe.
저희 밸런스 패치에서
If they make him good.
로도 유명하잖아요. 그래서 제이버부터
Probably
시작해서
not, though.
컨셉을 좀 잡았습니다.
So Jaber has been forgone from our balance patches. That's why we decided to maybe this time we gotta focus on Jaber.
네, 그리고 내일이죠. 7월 3일에도
They got to do something with Jaber.
블레어, 글레이, 헤일리, 샤렌, 엔조 이렇게 대상으로 계승자 밸런스 패치가 예정이 되어 있고요.
And if they make Jaber good, it'll be funny to see him a lot more. Well, newer players won't understand the older memes, right? Like if you're a newer player, like you come into season 7 or season 3 and Jaber's actually usable, and then everything you see online, all the YouTube shorts, all the YouTube videos, like everything for the past 4 months that you watch, all of that content is like memeing on Jaber. It'll go completely over everybody's head.
네, 이후 그리고 결과에 따라서 또 8월 밸런스 패치 대상 계승자를 선정할 예정입니다.
So July 3rd, tomorrow's updates also include balance patches on Bunny, Falby, Blair, Glay, Haley, Sharon, and Enzo. So based on that results, we'll decide which descendants
Be a
to just
constant
next.
leapfrog.
그리고 시즌 3의
I mean,
전투
that's a real
밸런스를 지금
fear.
잡고 있는 중인데요. 이 전투 밸런스가 확정이 되면 스킬 딜러의 경우에는 이네즈를 기준으로 성능이 부족한 계승자들의 밸런스를 조정하는 작업을 월간 밸런스에서 진행할 예정입니다.
So once the combat balance is set for season 3, we'll use Inez as
How
the
much they're
baseline
gonna
for
buff
skill-based
Blair? I have no
dealers and
idea.
improve underperforming characters through monthly updates.
The question is going to be, are they going to buff the characters, or are they going to just change their red mods? Are they going to make full-blown changes? Or is it just going to be number tweaks? We don't really know. We're going to have to wait and see over the course of probably like July and August, or August and September, to see the direction they take. If they constantly just make everything stronger than the last thing, then that's going to create a whole nother issue, but we'll have to deal with that at the time.
먼슬리 밸런스라고 하지 말고 먼슬리 주민석이라고 하시죠.
Maybe
실명-
we could
Ajax is in a pretty good spot right
monthly
now,
Juminseok
honestly.
after the director's name instead of calling it monthly balance.
네, 밸런스 패치가 만족스러우면 그냥 월간 밸런스.
You're the only Ajax player hanging.
주민석이라고 해주십시오.
Let's say
Ajax
if
isn't in
you're
a bad
satisfied
spot
with
right now.
the balance patch content, we can call it monthly balance.
We got a couple
If you're
Ajax
not
mains out
satisfied, we can
there.
call it monthly Juminseok.
네, 커뮤니티에 제 이름이 많이 오르내리지 않도록 열심히 하도록 하겠습니다.
I'll try
Did
my
anyone
best to
miss
keep my
you?
name out
I
the
cried
community
the whole
comment
time.
네, 요 드릴까지만 할게요. 제가 게시판 갔을 거야.
I cried the whole time.
주민석 했다 이러고 쓸 거야.
If something goes wrong, I'm gonna go to the comment section myself to leave something saying that Juminseok did Juminseok again.
네,
Daddy Jax.
부정은 다 제가 먹고요.
If they fix his
The
beard
negative
and make his
thing, it
body
falls
not
on
all
me, and
fucked
if
up,
something goes super well, it's gonna be all thanks to the producer.
he looks good with armor
Let's hope
on though.
Let's hope that it isn't monthly Juminseok. Let's
It
make
looks
monthly
good with
balance.
armor
It's
on.
monthly balance, and hope that the overall balance continues to stabilize over time.
Hot take, they should have
now,
nerfed Inez if they
have
weren't
some
planning on
updates
nerfing
quality of life
Serena.
improvements. 예, 그래서 말씀하셨듯이 밸런스 주민석이 아닌 밸런스가
맞아요.
월간 밸런스가 잘 진행되길 바라며 빠르게 변이.
I actually think that I think Finesse, your take is the take of like a large part of the community. If they weren't planning on nerfing Serena, I think your take is a lot of the community's on board with that. I personally think that they had actually planned on trying to do more balance, but after they like basically put one finger on the scale for Inez and they got review bombed and everything else, they just had to back away from it.
개선 소식으로 넘어가겠습니다.
미안해지고 있어 너무 많이.
I feel sorry now.
Yes, QOL improvements. There's a lot coming in the August update for season 3. Now, guys, could you please
You mean
walk us
Inez?
through the
Yeah.
main points? 네, 그래서 이 8월 업데이트에 좀 중요한 항목들이 여기 나와 있는데 간단하게 짚어주시길 부탁드립니다.
I think Inez should have been nerfed harder. I think Serena should have been nerfed as well, personally.
네, 먼저 보상 루프 개선이 있습니다. 기존의 콘텐츠들 중에
They're too scared to
보상
properly
효율이 낮은
balance. They're too scared to properly balance because of the outcry that the community gives. And when your community is very small, you have to pay attention to it.
구간을 개선하고 파밍 동선을 개선하는
They caved as well to their Discord side, absolutely.
평화 중재자, 서리 감시자는 우회 파밍할 수 있는
You would argue that the nerfed Inez wasn't bad. The nerfed Inez wasn't that bad at all. That's the thing. It was just a very slight nerf to her, and it was enough to have people fucking pissing themselves.
다른 파밍처를 추가할 예정.
Surf Luna's toenails
So
can't
first
do
up,
it.
reward loop
They just added bones for you, Vol.
improvement. We're fixing existing content with low reward efficiency
This
and
isn't a
streamlining
gacha.
farming routes. For instance, Haley, Peacemaker, and Frostwatcher farming was challenging, so we're adding alternative farming sources.
그리고 플레이어의
People should have been fine with any buffs and nerfs. I think people should be fine with any buffs and nerfs, but I think buffs and nerfs need to be handled in a timely fashion. I think if you let shit get out of control, you're setting yourself up for an issue. The fact that the devs let things sit for too long is their fault. There was no possible way you couldn't tell within the first week that there was a problem. It's impossible that you didn't know.
나의 네임 카드를 다른 플레이어가 볼 수 있도록 하는 기능도 준비하고
A
있습니다.
lot of the reasons players push back on the nerfs is not that many people have time put in the game.
그리고
I don't disagree with you, Abe, and that's why I think that not doing it in a timely fashion is what fucked him. Because I agree with you that most players can't know life this game. So if you took care of things in a timely fashion, players wouldn't have invested an insane amount of their own time into it, and then in which they wouldn't feel like they were being wronged. Bunny and Franny can still kill behind walls, which is what they were complaining about. Apparently Inez is too strong. Well, I literally think they tried a very minor nerf to see what would happen, and it was enough to freak things out. Not nerfing Inez and Serena is going to make all the new content trivial. I mean, they're going to have to make the content in a way that it's not trivial to them, but then everything is going to be brought up to the level to where it's all super strong, and the new content is like slightly hard, but then everything prior to that is just walkthrough. Everything prior to that's just a loot box.
현재 3개까지만 저장 가능한 역배열 강화 로드아웃도 계승자마다 별도로 저장할 수 있도록 개선해서 세팅의 편의성도 지원하려고 합니다.
The more you wait to nerf,
So
the worse it costs. Yeah, the worse it's going to cost you.
But now you'll be able to preset
The cat
separate
crafting
loadouts.
time needs to be nerfed. Either the cat crafting time needs to be nerfed, or if you were to look at a game like Warframe, like the form of crafting time is probably worse in Warframe than it is in First Descendant, but the real life money cost to speed it up is not even comparable. You can like speed up crafting on like dozens or hundreds of forma, and the amount of real life money it costs you to do like a dozen catalysts here.
Well, hello.
Right? Like we did a value added proposition. Thanks for the follow. We did an analysis a while back, and basically you could buy like hundreds of forma for the amount of money that you bought dozens of catalysts for
each descendant, making setup management even easier.
또 침공은 골드 파밍처로 지금 역할을 하고 있어서 진리의
Yo, thank you guys for the follows, by the way.
단순화시켜서 일일 이벤트 같은 느낌으로
Now Bunny's getting more buffs instead of nerfs,
So
but she's the
invasion
poster
content is mainly
child.
used
Oh
for
yeah.
gold farming at the moment, so we're planning to simplify the Order of Truth puzzle, making it into more of a daily event style experience.
Yes, so due to time constraints, we only covered like the key improvements today, but I'm really excited to hear that Season 3 will also include a wide range of quality of life updates. 그래서 시간 관계상 저희가 좀 주요한 그런 개선 사항만 들었지만 시즌 3에도 다양한 편의성 개선이
Gotta
함께한다고
play
하니
him.
확실히 좀 기대가 됩니다.
Nerfed him to the ground PvP.
There.
I can
How are
see
you guys
that.
doing? Thank you. For...
Yeah, there I was. I was by Biscuit. See, I told you guys I was there. I was by Biscuit. Denny's was below me. Robot was below Denny's. Moxie was down bottom. Biscuit was beside me. Alyssa was below Biscuit. Clyde was there for a little bit. You can see Clyde. That's where the VTuber dropped into, and then below him was Full Measure. Why are you looking at Biscuit? I wasn't. I was looking at my cat. So on my left screen was like where I could see the developers chat, and then on the right screen was where I was actually watching the stream. So I was looking over at the developer chat, and then there was like such a delay that there were weird times where it would like cut cameras. So it'd be like really fucked up. What up, Carnage? What's tomorrow's update? Balance patches, brother. Look at all your bros on screen. Yeah, you clearly looking at Biscuit.
Being with us for so long, 예, 지금 이제 돌파 업데이트의 좀 핵심 피처들을 자세히 살펴.
Denny's fucking pulled a chair stream. You see Moxie's sound alert? Yeah, dude. I was there when it happened. If you nerf or buff Descendants without thinking first, it's like making your own grave. It absolutely is. Chair stream, new outfits. I don't know if it's the swimsuits, right? We should be getting swimsuits as well, right, Carnage? Did you ever hear it? Oh yeah.
함께해주신 분들께 좀 감사드립니다. Thank you.
Thank you.
네, 지금 2시간 저희 지나가고 있는데 와.
It's been already 2 hours. Thank you so much for
즐거우신가요?
being with us.
재밌는 정보 많이 있었나요? 네.
I hope you enjoyed the content.
잘 보고 계시면 머리 위에 동그라미 한번.
But like the delay on wave, like I waved and then like 40 seconds later it showed up on stream. You can see Zero and Ecto. Like if you look over under the chat box, let me move the chat box really quick. If I move my chat box, you can see Ecto. You can see like Ecto up here. And then you can see Zero's here. Like there were a lot of our friends and community members that were able to participate in this. So all in all, I was pretty happy with it. How's the dev stream? As you a streamer behind the scenes, you guys talk? No, because like we were on the same channel as the devs. So if we talked, it hot mic'd. So like most of us weren't saying anything, and then half of everybody was streaming. So it wasn't like as tight knit as you would like. But the important part is like it allows for networking. So you'll see like more of us probably in each other's streams and shit like that, just chatting. So
Make a circle.
it was a
over
net
your head if
positive.
You're listening to it and you're enjoying the content.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, yes, thank you. I'll see you guys soon. First, let me move on to introducing new skin updates. We'll start by taking a look at the new skins launching on July 24th with the Season 3 demo. 자, 이제 7월 24일 Season 3 데모와 함께 업데이트되는 새로운 스킨들부터.
There are like 60 plus content creators. Feel like some of them raise their hands so long not able to ask a question. Certain ones, yeah, I could see that.
보겠습니다.
Are all those content creators? No. No, not all of them are content creators. Some of them are content creators. Some of them are community members. Some of them won like the Twitter the Twitter giveaway. There was like a bunch of different ways to get into it. And then there were a handful of people who were like specifically invited.
자, 중구님이 힘을 내신 컨텐츠가 드디어 나왔습니다.
I don't care about skins, but I know some of you guys do, so I'm going to skim through this pretty quick.
So, Rabbit Game Skin. Wow.
You were listening via their live stream, not from the audio on the call. I was listening to the audio on the call, but there was a little bit of desync. It wasn't terrible, but like some streamers weren't listening to the audio on the call because then it would have filtered into their stream, so they muted it, and that's how they ended up with an audio delay.
Descendant like into Bunny. 이또 바니걸 스킨이 나와 있는데. 이 프로듀서님 모든 계승자를 버니로 만들려는.
That sounds risky. Glad it didn't backfire. I mean, everybody's mic. Well, the content creators weren't that bad. I mean, there were obviously a couple hot mic issues. Like there were a couple issues with it, but you're dealing with people whose job it is to like be professional, so you don't have to worry about it too much. And then outside of that, everybody else, their mics were muted unless they were specifically unmuted. Since we're not getting any meaningful content. I mean, it just depends on what you think is meaningful content. I think there's plenty of content coming in next season, but it just depends on how long it takes to clear it. That hair on Valby looks good. Kind of does though, doesn't it?
네, 농담 아니고 농담이었어요. 네, 농담이요.
Some of them look like Playboy Club. I mean, that's what they were going for. For sure.
Just kidding. 네, 1주년 기념으로 도대체 어떤 스킨을 만들까 고민을 좀 많이 했어요. 근데 그 얘기하는 과정에서 우리 퍼스트 디센던트의 대표 캐릭터죠. 버니가 많이 생각이 났고 그래서 모든 여성 계승자를 위한 버니걸 스킨을
For our first
new social motion. That is so interesting. They're
There
doing
you
it right
go.
now.
So the new bunny
Especially the
emote.
one with that solo bunny dance. Yeah. 좀 해주신 너무
An hour or two of story
social motion
content's
너무
not
재밌는데.
content. I mean, they're adding what, an hour or two of story content, an entire new zone to farm, entire new drop pools. They're adding a new wall crusher to farm. They're adding basically some type of riven mods. They're adding two new weapons, a new descendant, plus whatever else they're adding. New, like you're adding like multiple bikes you can farm for. I mean, there's more than 2 hours worth of content in the new update. That's not content, that's just more grinding. Then I guess we'll have to agree to disagree, because I don't know if your idea of content is single player content and just like running through like a 40-hour single player storyline, then this game's never going to have that for you, because that's just not what this game is.
특히 저 댄스 아주 인상적입니다.
제 멘탈 차리군요. 네, 참 귀엽죠. 네, 귀여워요. 네, 저희가 그동안 댄스 소셜 같은 거를 그룹 모션으로 많이 출시를
Can't wait to run your bike into
했거든요.
other players.
출시를 하면
Think we're going to be able to kill players with it?
어렵잖아요. 그래서 다양한 일이나 유명한 춤 같은 것도 저희
Actually, until now, our dance emotes have been mostly group motions. The problem is that it can be a little bit tricky to fully enjoy on your own. So we're planning to start releasing solo dance emotes. It'll be fun to bring in popular memes or iconic dances from the community as emotes. I hope everyone will enjoy the solo dance emotes.
I would love to see a true end game, and that's one thing that I'm kind of disappointed in, is I don't see an additional end game. I just see more things to grind for. But they're adding new zones and everything else. Is it enough to last for 4 months? I don't know. We won't know till we get in and play it. But is it enough to like come back and try it out for a month? For sure. But is it like, do I feel that you can accurately say they're not adding content? I don't feel like you can say that. Meaningful story content improves the story, not waiting months to get to the next beat. Yeah, then that's never going to be First Descendant. Like, let's be honest, that will never be First Descendant. First Descendant is not a story narrative driven game. If your idea of like meaningful content is like story and narrative, you're not going to get that on First Descendant. You're not going to get that from any looter shooter.
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed the jumping ball motion too. Actually, we saw it today from our too beloved producer and director, and I love to see more fun solo emotes like that in the future. Now, let's move on to the themed skins.
It's just not going to happen.
7th. Yeah, 이런 재밌는 solo motion.
That's just not what this game is. You could look at even Destiny, which has a yeah, you're not going to get like Expedition 33 or Stellar Blade. Even looking at something like Destiny, which has more of a focus on narrative and narrative-driven content, at most, on their title updates, you might get like, what, maybe 16 hours of like story, 20 hours of story on a title update. And then in their seasonal content, you will get like 20 minutes worth of story campaign given to you every week for 16 weeks. Like, it's just what happens in these types of games. Talk to the devs about the Judge Bikini. They were supposed to give it to me. I was really mad that they didn't. 10 minutes of running around. Yeah.
앞으로 나왔으면 좋겠는데요. 다음으로는 8월 7일에 출시되는 테마 스킨들입니다.
I mean, I trust my Destiny 2 players. I have a lot of Destiny 2 players in the community, and most of them would tell you that even Destiny 2, which is like the pinnacle of story-driven looter shooters, doesn't have that much story in their updates. Outside of their title updates, there's very little, if any, story. And most of it's like fucking on a console or something like that. So a game like First Descendant, yeah. So like a game like First Descendant, you're just not gonna have that.
Rider skin colored in red. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, when I saw that.
And personally, what I'll say is, and I know this is going to be like antithetical to what you're saying. I said it earlier. In a game like First Descendant, where it's going to be a one and done item versus the grinding content you're going to be doing for months, I would rather them spend more time making the grindy content good and substantive with variations and solid drops versus just making a 20-hour story that I play one time and then I don't pick back up.
Mechanic skin in the battle pass. I was like, wait, where? I mean, we should be having like this rider skin kind of thing for our hover bike. But
you don't play these games for stories? I think most people don't. I don't give a shit about this skin. Here you go, Gooners. You get the one shot and then I'm getting rid of it.
Your character plays a bike game on an arcade machine.
야, 제 앵글에 상당한 의도가 담겨 있는 것 같아요.
Very interesting intentional angle outside.
네, 제가 피디님이 다른 스킨 입고.
What up, Pepper? How you doing, mate?
I
been a
saw
while.
User, trying new skin and then the at the same time. I'm passing it.
Community will enjoy it as well. Yes.
네, 그리고
I like the Enzo skin here.
스킨도 출시 예정입니다. 바로 넬과
I like the Enzo skin. I wish it was a universal skin. Because I like the Enzo skin, but in no world am I ever going to play Enzo.
들어가는 엔조의 프리미엄 스킨이고요. 그리고 이네지의 프리미엄 스킨.
I like the Enzo skin.
So August 7th update comes with new premium skins as well. First one is the
9.
premium skin, the season pass protagonist alongside now, and then Inez
Hail
premium skin as
Enzo.
well.
네, 이네즈 스킨은 하운드.
I just thought of Comrade Enzo.
하운드 부대 마크가 새겨져 있고요. 활동적이고
The Inez skin is fucking ass.
So for Inez premium skin, it's called Hound Training Uniform. It features the Hound unit insignia and leads into
thanks for the
a sporty
follow.
tactical vibe.
네, 엔조 프리미엄 스킨은
So like Enzo skin cooks, Inez skin sucks.
So for Enzo, his premium skin has a sharp uniform style look that fits his elite.
Left player base
exotic
doesn't
officer
care.
background
Yeah,
perfectly.
it's obviously ass.
Oh, thank you for that.
It's a painted texture on her skin. I don't like it at all. At all. You like the Inez hair?
Yes, the skin's coming in July and
Hair's
August.
not bad,
all look
but
absolutely amazing. And now
take that back. You'll bring the hounds.
scheduled to be
Absolutely
released
not.
on
Send them to
August
my door.
21st.
That skin is
네,
fucking
조만간
terrible.
8월 21일 업데이트 예정인 스킨.
Comrade skin good.
여름. 예.
Summer vibe.
Yes, it's really hot.
I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. Basically, it looks like a universal skin. I think the dog skin is a W. The universal skin's not bad. Dog skin definitely a W because of the penguin. The penguin made the dog skin.
In Korea, and I think this is the perfect skin. These look like a perfect match for the hot summer season. And
You like that skin?
A casual outfit
29 days
skin
to get
along with
Twisted
the summer
Worship.
skin for
Oh,
our
yeah.
fellows.
I've already got the original one, right? What up, Rambo?
이 뜨거운 여름과 잘 어울리는 여름 캐주얼 룩 스킨과 또
I think this skin looks clean. It's like Goonie, but not too Goonie. And then the dog skin is just fucking hilarious.
조력자 너무 귀엽습니다. 조력자의 여름 휴가 스킨 또한 준비가 되어 있습니다.
네, 오늘 아마 처음으로 공개해드리는 스킨일 것 같은데요. 여름이라는 이런 계절적인 환경에 걸맞는
The dog skin is
컨셉의
amazing.
스킨입니다. 저는 특히 조력자 스킨이 상당히
Just finished the stream.
저 등위에 잘 보시면
The dev stream?
누워 있어요. 저는 이
Penguin
팬이
saved the
상당히
game.
스킨러가
Absolutely.
귀엽웠어요. 네.
So we're premiering them for the first time ever today. So the left one.
What'd you think of the whole thing? What up, Jill? How are you? I'm trying to get through this, boys, but I'm trying to get through this, but you guys know me. I talk way too fucking much. So we're fucking 5.5 hours into like a 1 hour segment.
Skin. If you look closely, there is a penguin on top of the fellow, and I think it's like a scene stealer for me.
네, 저도 지금 화면에 작년에
But I don't
Sorry to hear. If PD님께서 하시더라도
think so.
I think yeah, it's upcoming. So there's lots of new concepts over here. Looks like we got some new.
The
skin
husky
coming
looks
the second half
good.
of
Penguin
the year.
makes
Is
me
that
wonder
like the
about
new rider skin
the
over
NG
there?
collab.
The
You
one in
think
the middle
so?
over there, it looks like the lounge outfit we saw from the trailer. 그래서 새로운 스킨들 컨셉이 많이 보이는데 이 친구 좀 라이더 스킨 같은
The
거
husky
보이고, 이
looks
가운데는
decent. I don't really give a shit about the
라운지
rest of
색상을
it.
하거든요.
네, 맞습니다. 보시면서 힘을 내시라고 제가
If the Gene Short is like universal, it's an easy decision.
왼쪽부터 이제 새로운 조력자죠. 허스키 기본 스킨이 있고
Pim vibes from it. I can see that. Why is Inez in underwear?
잘 보시면
That is the Gooner Cave skin. The Alt Luna alt skin is not what you expected. Which one's the Alt Luna alt
그
skin?
옆에는 바로 얼티밋 루나의 프리미엄 스킨이고요. 네, 설명을 드리는 게 맞아서 드리면 그 옆에 세 명은 얘기하신 것처럼 헤일리, 루나, 샤렌의 의료 지원 세트.
One of these skins is not like the other. Let me go back. The one to the right? Or the one to the left? The one to the right, right? Is she barefooted? That's why they spent all that money on the toes for, Ecto. Spent all that money on the toes. Feels bad, man. I'll judge. Somebody's got to fuck with you guys.
바로 얼티밋 루나의 프리미엄
Somebody's got to
스킨이고요.
fuck with you, huh?
네, 설명을 드리는 게 맞아서 드리면 그 옆에 세 명은 얘기하신 것처럼 헤일리, 루나, 샤렌의
Lounge is such a waste of time and resources. Happy to see what's really coming. Expect something to look forward
From the
to.
left, we have the new Fellow Huskies base premium skin for.
I'm pretty happy with what I've seen.
Wow.
I'm pretty happy with what I've seen so far and what's upcoming. The question is just how does it play? If it plays good, then it's great. If it plays like shit, that sucks. Also, fucking the big green man. What do you guys think about that? This is the only skin that I'm curious about.
New things coming. 그래서 이번에는 치어리더 복장도 있고, 또 왼쪽에는 서큐버스 컨셉의 복장도 눈에 띕니다.
I'm assuming it's like a Halloween skin.
최대한 모아서 조금
Lounge pays for the game.
제일 왼쪽이 바로 서큐버스.
This skin here. What do you guys think? Yeah, that's the male Halloween skin. I'm like, this has to be a Halloween skin. But if not, what do you think about them going with like creature skins? Why did the A pose every skin except for the Inez one? Because sexy? I don't know. While their toes are painted, bro. That yellow sweater, Pixar MILF skin.
스킨 눈에 확 들어오죠. 네, 올해 할로윈 스킨으로 제작 중에 있습니다. 네, 그리고 오늘 사실 이 외에도 보여드리지 않은 신규 스킨들이 되게 많아요. 그래서 준비 중에 있으니까 많은 기대 부탁드리겠습니다.
So I wanted to bring as many concept
Cheerleaders
arts as
a
possible to
W,
share
bro.
with
They
you
couldn't have made
today.
that
On the
skirt
very
any
left side is
shorter.
the succubus skin, which is a very eye-catching one. It's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, the yellow sweater's kind of hot, right? There's a Mercy one. About time they put it
for
in.
Halloween this year, and I wanted to share.
I like that the three on the side by the polar bear are definitely giving like come fuck me vibes. They're just like, hey, we've got a party. Do you want to show up?
More, and please stay tuned because there are more skins coming up in the future.
And tell me that's not how they posed them. Get out of here with that shit.
로드맵으로 보니까 정말 기대가 많이 됩니다.
Dude, the polar bear needs a fucking beer. You put a beer in that polar bear's hands and he looks cool as fuck.
Moving on to our next announcement, something the community.
So a friend was designing the Mercy skin for the contest and now he has to scrap the idea. That's big rough.
Is looking forward to the very first collaboration of the First Descendant near Automata. 자, 다음으로 커뮤니티에서
all right, I know some of you guys want to see this. So I'll slow it down.
바로 퍼스트 디센던트의 첫 콜라보.
I know some people want to see this that didn't see it.
소식입니다. 트레일러 한번 보시죠. 보시죠.
I know some people are really excited for this. You may have a problem if they have played it? Oh, okay. Will we ever get dual weapons? Probably not anytime soon, Rambo. I don't see us getting a Kimbo anytime soon. Sword's a scam? It's just a back piece. It's just a back piece, unfortunately, man.
Yeah.
I really wish like what they showed there was like going to be indicative of the type of melee combat we're going to get, but obviously it's not.
Near Automata in the world of the First
Back piece like
Descendant.
Fortnite, yeah.
I mean, look at that. It's a perfect fit. As a fan of Nier Automata myself, I'm really curious to seeing how 2B and A2 will bring life in the First Descendant. So, looking at that, 저도 그 니어 오토마타 팬이거든요. 근데 이제 또 게임 속에서 2B와 A2가 어떤 모습일지
At least we'll have a light and a heavy attack.
바로
Did they
한번
specifically say that? For the melee? Because it was asked during the questions, right? That was what Moxie asked.
거라고 생각을 해요. 큰 화면으로 보면 더 멋있습니다, 여러분.
Like the right one a lot more.
퍼스트 디센던트의 첫 콜라보 대상으로 이견 없이 1순위로 꼽혔던
Bro, they definitely like cranked the tit jiggle up on these guys. Like 2 and 11.
작품이고요. 뭐 들으시는 분들이 다 그래.
Also missed opportunity that robot is not a skin for your fucking your fellows.
그거는 진짜 딱 맞겠다.
A jiggle when she was standing
하셨어요.
still. Yeah.
드디어 무사히 콜라보를 진행하게 돼서 너무 기쁘고요. 저도 말씀하신 대로 재밌게 플레이했던 작품이기 때문에 많이 기대를 하고 있습니다.
So I'm sure many of you have been waiting for this. It's actually better with the big screen.
Fellow drone.
When we talked about our first collab, Nier Automata's IP came up instantly with no debate. Everyone who heard
you
this
just grab
said,
some
like,
money
it's
for
gonna
a
be the
pod.
perfect
Yeah,
feat.
your pods.
I'm just happy
Telling you that the other day.
we
Yeah.
successfully carried out this collab, and I
Too much
had a
side
blast
jiggle?
playing
I
it
think the jiggle's a little
myself
high
too,
on
so I'm
this.
excited for the collaboration myself.
Because it just looks
네,
it looks
지금 화면에
cartoony.
보시는 것처럼 핵심 캐릭터인
I was excited when they first showed the jiggle physics because I was like, hey, it looks really good, right? Like it looked real. But then like some of the skins they have is definitely like gooner bait.
그리고 A2의 복장을 오리지널하고 자폭 버전 2종으로 준비를 해봤고요.
Surprised they didn't use Sharon. They're universal skins.
보신 분들은 아시겠지만 가장 자주 보는 존재들.
From what I understand.
코드. 그리고
It's like a waterbed.
네,
Yeah.
베개 계약하고
It just looks wrong.
검도 등 부착물로 제작을 했습니다. 그리고 보시는 것처럼 소셜 모션도 이종 준비했으니까 많이들 즐겨주시면 좋겠습니다.
Like it just
So
lasts
as
too
you can see,
long.
2BNA2's outfits are prepared in 2 different versions. So the first one is the original look and then the self-destruct look. Plus pod and then 2 types of swords like
61.
Virtuous Contract and
To download, man. You be drunk before it downloads. There's always tomorrow.
As back attachments. We've also got 2
Nell's not getting a
social notes
swimsuit until
ready,
later.
so
Yeah,
be
that's
sure to
typically how
check
they
this
do
out.
it. Waterbed boobs.
Yeah, I mean, Nier Automata, and along with other exciting updates.
When the
from
jiggle was
Season
first
3.
released, yeah, it definitely
Yeah, we
looks
had
like
them,
the
but
wrong
before
jiggle.
we wrapped
It reminds me of the jiggle that they have on the new rocker outfit, where the jiggle is just like cartoony in an interesting way.
things up. We
They should just
also
do
prepared
recoil
a little
jiggle.
Sneak peek at some upcoming content for September and October as well. So we're going to include updates to the lounge and on swords. 그래서 오늘 시즌 3 업데이트에 대해서 이거 니 오토마타.
Is this where they spend an hour talking about toes?
또 9월과 10월에 업데이트. Yes.
Better with the
Yep,
big
this is the
screen.
toe
Look
talk.
at big. Wow, is that the lounge? I mean,
Bro, between the toe talk and then the dude asking the actual announcer asking if you can lay your descendants down, I was just like, I was so happy I wasn't on stream because my face was that of what the fuck just happened.
it's amazing. 와, 요즘에 이불을 담을 수가 없는데요.
해보세요.
알겠습니다. 예. 담을 수가 없는데 라운지일까요 이게?
Trying to cyberpunk
네,
the game, yeah.
라운지의 침실 공간.
Oh, yeah, just listen.
플레이어와 계승자
I was just
캐릭터가
like,
눈을 마주치고
What the fuck?
인사를 건네는 장면입니다. 오늘의 영상은 손인
Leave that for the fucking players to ask. Don't sit up there and ask that. No, somebody was definitely gonna ask it. It should have not been him.
사만 하고 있는데요. 실제 게임에서는
If they make this in VR, you'll never get in lobbies. Fuck, I can't get a lobby half the time because most of the players are playing one-handed now, and that's without the pool coming out. By the time this comes out, most of the players will have quit the game for carpal tunnel. Laying down with eye contact, I'm ready. This is my life, bro.
So this is the bathroom area in the lounge. Here characters make
Here
eye
you go.
contact and say hi to you. She just waves her hand today, but when you actually join the game, she'll even talk to you.
Well, it seems like the descendant is kind of like just sitting
Here it is.
on the bed. Can we actually lie them down too? 그러니까 지금은 좀 앉아 있는데 좀 눕힐 수도.
Here you go.
Well, it seems like the descendant is kind of like just sitting on the bed. Can we actually lie them down too? 그러니까 지금은 좀 앉아 있는데 좀 눕힐 수도 있는 거죠. 네.
뭐라 하신다고?
Even the fucking like producer and shit is like, he asked.
그러니까 사람이 누울 수 있는 거니까 이게.
누울 수야 있지.
누울
물론
수
누울 수야 있지.
그냥 눕는다는 표현이었어.
네. 수면이 있어요. 수면 모션이 있고요. 네. 그리고 영상을 보시면
Dude, my cringe level
캐릭터들이 맨발로
was so high.
이네즈가 맨발로 있는 게 보이시죠? 네. 라운지와 함께 업데이트되는 일부 실내복
Hey cameraman, make sure you focus intensely on the feet, but do it on the pixely ass fucking screen in the background. Like whatever.
컨셉의 스킨을
Koreans do it the
맨발로
best.
제작을 하고 있습니다.
But there
Here
is
it
a
is.
sleep emote, and if you watch closely, you'll see Inaz's barefoot. So some of the new indoor outfit skins launching with the launch update are designed to be barefoot too.
발가락을 구현하려면 여러 개의 본을 추가로 써야 되기 때문에 개발 비용이 올라가게 되거든요.
It's gonna
그래서
get better.
보통 캐릭터는
It's gonna get
신발을
better.
신고 있으니까 발가락이 거의
You got
보이지
out
않아서
cringed?
일반적으로 표현을
Dude, it
생략하게
was
됩니다.
rough.
또 캐릭터가 신발을
Yeah, it
신기도
gets
하고
better.
맨발이기도 하면 키가 달라.
It gets better when you hear why the swords are being delayed. I think that the swords and the Gunnar Cave are delayed because of this. This is peak content.
지면서 충돌과 관련된 수많은
Fucking-
기술적 문제가 발생하기도 하거든요. 그래서
I
이걸
blame sword
구현하려면
delay on
정말
this.
강한 로망과 의지를 가지고 있어야 되는데요.
They spent their
이런
budget in the wrong
리스크를
spot.
감수하고서라도 맨발을 구현하겠다 이런 로망과 의지로 끝까지 진행을 밀어붙이고 있습니다.
So to
Here you
animate
go.
toes properly, we need multiple bones, meaning more expensive. So characters usually wear shoes and toes rarely show. So in most cases, it can be skipped. Also, switching between shoes and barefoot changes character height, causing tricky issues like ground collision. So making this happen takes serious passion and determination.
We needed foot passion, guys. We needed passion. We needed people who were passionate about feet,
But despite the
like Toenail Guy.
risks, we're committed to bringing the barefoot characters to life for that ultimate fantasy.
Yeah, it's just I can just kind of assume what chat is.
I watched a video of Japanese dating. Cornell, one of her points for the declining birth rate was both genders rather play video games. Fucking Lamau. What you're watching? Wait, what? What are you watching? I have no idea. God. Something that's gonna give me a 3-day. They were dedicated to feed. Kind of respect that. This will save the game. This was the content everybody waited for. Yes, wasting your money on making this, and now more meaningful content later. Exactly. I'm gonna go back because I was talking. The Tarantino sponsored section. Ultimate Fantasy. Oh yeah, it's all Gunnar. This is Gunnar crap for sure. They just know how to make money if it works. No cat fellows, we get toes. Kojima sponsored. Should add this toe content in your impression video, dude. It's gonna. I don't know if I'm gonna cut the stream because it's 5 hours, or if I'm just gonna re-record and just do like my overall thoughts.
Fantasy.
Here you go.
Yeah, it's just I can just kind of assume what chat is saying.
표현전의 얼티밋
네,
판타지.
네, 얼티밋 판타지에서
네.
채팅에서
I was not watching chat, but I imagine that chat probably had some interesting shit to say when they started talking about feet.
어떤 이야기할지 좀 상상이 가긴 하는데 예. 더 이상 이야기는 하지 않도록 하고요. I won't talk more about this.
You
Let's
actually have
just
to make
move
huge
on
amount of
to
money.
the
I can
next
see
scene.
that.
예. 예, 다음 장면으로 좀 빠르게 한번 넘어가 보겠습니다. What is that? It's like looking like a Valve's helmet. 벨비의 좀 헬멧으로 보이는데 저건 또 어떤 걸까요?
I'm wondering. So I'm just gonna skip through this kind of fast.
자기 라운지에
Basically, I'm wondering if you get these in game or if you have to buy them. Like if you get these for doing certain things, like putting 10 cats on your descendant, maybe gives you like an unpainted one, and 60 cats gives you like a painted one or whatever. But they don't really ever explain how you get these. They just say that you can get them. So I really don't give a shit unless they tell us how to get them. In your lobby text file, nice.
지금 수집품을 보여드리고요. 그리고 오른쪽은 디오라마거든요.
Super cool, but we have no idea how you get them, so it's unimportant to me.
저거를 3D로 엊그제
Collectible you can display in the lounge. On the shelves, you can place these collectibles and figures, and in the living room, you can put amazing.
Basically, it's cool, but they don't give you
It's like
enough
a
info, so I don't care.
그렇죠?
It
피규어나
shit like that and the fucking toe. Like, so here's my. All right, guys, you're gonna get me. I'm not gonna crash out, but you guys are gonna get me here really quick. Okay, so there are a lot of people that are like, hey, these people working on skins and shit like that, it doesn't really detract from the game. You know, they're different departments. The art department's different. You're not taking your coders to work on like making skins, right? Absolutely, for sure. But if you're spending all this time around fucking like collectibles and fucking skins and toe bones and fucking like making statues, and then your fucking Axiom Plains is just barren as fuck with like a couple rocks around where enemies are spawning, but then everything else is just literally like textured sand and grass and UE5 rock assets, and that is your whole zone. I would have rather they spent the time developing cool looking assets and textures and meshes to make these zones look more involved and more differentiated from other zones and things that I plan on spending a shitload of time in, instead of fucking making all this dumb shit to put in the fucking Gooner Cave. So the art didn't detract from the additional content, except you could make an argument that it did because they allocated budget to art instead of budget to more coders and more map designers. So you can make that argument, and it's a valid argument. But the fact that you're using these people over here when you should be using them on the other side of the like map, so to speak, like you're using them for one thing and you should be using them for another, in my opinion, that is a problem. So that's my opinion on that, and it's probably going to be a hot take, but I think a lot more people are on my side with that. The art department aren't always the person doing all the rigging and shit on the models, though. It's not, but you're spending money on those things, right? Like you're spending money to pay people to do the rigging, to build the toe bones out and to redo it on 19 models over something that doesn't fucking matter, when you could have spent that money to hire 1 or 2 more coders, or like to subcontract out map designers, or you could have spent that money to like subcontract out people to make assets to make things look better. My view, could be wrong. It's definitely my view though. You have to remember the balance and Descendant design department is not even in the same room. That's true though. I can see Nexon telling them 100 things to add to the store for some revenue before the 10-cent deal. It's possible. Destiny has a room where you can store collectibles from the game, but I don't need to look at them later. But you never go back and look at them. Yeah. I mean, skins and decals are what make money in the games. Glorified dress-up sim. It's becoming that way, Skippy. Facts might not directly take devs, but it all comes from one budget. And without fully getting in and looking at the Axiom Plains, everything I've seen from the Axiom Plains, it looks like shit. So if the Gooner Cave is like more robust and looks better than the Axiom Plains, that's a miss for me. But also Devil's Advocate, content doesn't pay the bills, skins do. I think that we've talked about this before. You need to make a good game that has people really engaged, and that has people like enjoying themselves. Yo, Sizzle, thank you for the fucking sub, mate. Thank you for the support. Thank you for supporting me, and thank you for supporting the channel. I do this full time, so that sub goes a long way in making sure I can fucking eat. So thank you very, very, very much for the support. To read the Devil's Advocate, I understand that, but I think you need to get goodwill from your players and trust from your players before you try to milk them out of money. And goodwill and trust has been burnt on this game a long time ago, and they're trying to get it back. But then if you have players who have very little goodwill and definitely no trust, and then you make a decision like dropping something like Axiom Plains, which looks very sparse, and then you do something like the Gooner Cave and say a lot of those things come from Cash Shop, it looks like all you're focused on is milking money out of the community and not providing the community a good experience. I'm not saying that's what's happening. I'm saying that's visually what people will see because goodwill and trust is burnt. What's the point of skins if no one enjoys the game? It's a conversation, right? Unless the rocks have jiggle physics, then I'm out. So again, that's just my thought on that. You guys can tell me I'm wrong, and that's fine. But the base core of this game should be good first, and then they can do whatever they want with the toe bone or toe bones. I think that's kind of the point I was driving at, right? I think people expect a lot more content coming than there actually is. I think there's quite a bit of content coming, but I just don't know how deep it is. In a previous dev stream, they said collectibles would be collected around Axiom, so you assume those are all it, and hopefully they are East. I would buy more skins if the game is good. Don't care if the skins look sexy. I only care if they're cool. I think a lot of people are that way, Connor, and we've talked about that numerous times. Most players will reward developers by spending a shitload of money if they're happy with the game. Like, think about Eververse and Destiny. Like, when Destiny's doing well, and you're happy with the content, and you're having fun, and your friends are playing, you're more inclined to spend dumbass amounts of money to buy retarded shit out of Eververse. But then if you're having a bad season and you're logging in and you're barely playing the game, you basically don't ever even consider Eververse.
이제 프라모델 같은 거 만들어 보신 분들은 잘 아시겠지만 이렇게 책이 다양하게 있어서 수집하고 전시하는 재미를 느끼실 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Just my thought.
So we've got tons of figures in the works, from unpainted versions to shiny
Shut
gold
down because they
variants.
fuck
If
things
you
up
like
after
the
no one's
figures,
buying their
you'll know,
cosmetics,
there are
especially the
plenty to
Gooner
collect
things,
on
they die.
display.
Yeah, I think that there's like a level of
I
it
wanna
that works and a
focus
level
on
of it
the real
doesn't.
figure. Me too.
실물 피규어.
One day you will get
Fantasy.
again. Make
So
that figure.
hopefully these cosmetics are just collected throughout the game.
For sure.
But I still think you could have spent your time and investment other places.
Whew. Really looking forward to September. Then what's next? 예, 9월도 그래서 너무 기대가 되는데 다음은 뭘까요? 바로
Sword.
Sword.
Okay, they're gonna talk about swords. Without even like they just gloss over these.
Sunglasses and that blade over there. Such a perfect match.
발음으로 저희를
No, literally the lounge is just lady, the lounge is literally just for people that want to enjoy looking at descendants and being in their company. That's the only reason to have the lounge.
지금 농락하셨어 내가 봤을
네,
때.
근데 검 또 너무 궁금한데.
Ladies and gentlemen, what's wrong with the game? They don't care.
킬런 선글라스 그리고 블레이드.
It's a no-handed required
딱
game mode.
상상하는 그 이미지가 있죠.
네.
It's 100% what it's there for.
가죽 코트만 있으면 영화.
No, I think it was good that
플레이가
Moxie asked
될
about the
것 같아요.
swords.
되게 좋아하거든요 그 영화.
아시나요?
But I think that some of us that asked like harder hitting questions got really interesting answers. Like we got answers that were answers, but they were as much of a non-answer as you could give.
So once we add a black leather coat skin, it will just look like
Oh
the
god,
film Blade,
you know what's happening.
which is the film that I haven't watched.
이제 웨슬리 스나이프스 아세요 혹시?
No.
아 세상에.
Unfortunately, she
I'm
didn't
not
watch
familiar
it.
with the actor. Maybe it's like a homework. I can watch it later.
나라 홈.
괜찮아요. 안 보셔도 괜찮아요. 네.
네, 에이젝스가 들고 있는 양손검도 좀 관심을 가져주시고요. 날렵한 블레이드와 함께 묵직한 양손.
They were beating around the bush to avoid specifics, which people will take and hold them to their word for it. Can I can't say that I blame them for that though. I can't say I blame them for that because look how much shit they got over the no nerf policy when they never actually said no nerf. They just hinted that they would prefer not to do nerfs. That is like the least preferential thing that they would like to do when it comes to balancing. So we could have been more specific. I think there was definitely a level of specificity that I could have been more at, or Moxie or somebody could have been more at. But I think that there was just a level of lost in translation because you weren't able to have a dialogue. So even no matter how specific you ask the question, because there's a language barrier, there's always going to be something lost in translation. And without having the ability to go back and forth, you run into a good chance of having something lost. You can do something like did with their lounge.
동시에 업데이트를 준비하고 있습니다.
So don't miss the double-handed sword Ajax is holding. We are working on both a sleek
Looked
blade and
cooked
heavy
for,
double-handed sword for
Could have looked forward a
every
bit
style.
less, so we'd had time for 2 to 3 questions.
It's like so big. It looks more like a club.
Nexon's
than
website
a
not
blade,
found?
so
Wait, what?
You don't slice them. You're like totally crushing them apart.
You take off? No, Kamishi, I appreciate you. We've been talking. This has been a long... We've drugged this out, so...
그런 느낌이 들 정도의 검입니다.
We definitely drugged this out, man.
다음으로
Sorry.
저희가 이전에 말씀드린 이 검을 사용하는. So this scene looks like the void vessel and an enemy using the sword.
There's maintenance on the website
Director,
today.
Could you explain this about?
I'm gonna skip through this. I'm gonna start skipping through some stuff because I'm like really short on time. I appreciate you, Kamishi. So basically in this, they're saying they're gonna replace the void vessel with a new void vessel. He's gonna be the new void vessel boss. and that you're going to be able to use your sparrows in the new Void Vessel. So they're going to be replacing the Void Vessel with a new Void Vessel in, what did they say, like
이 장면이 아마 그 보이드 베슬과 검을
November or
사용하는
something?
적으로 보이는데 이 부분에 대해서 좀 설명 부탁드립니다.
네, 맞습니다. 이번에 새롭게
maybe
발견된
September?
보이드
I'll let them talk
베슬이고요.
about it, but
이전에 발견된 보이드 베슬은
The Abyss
보이드
Vessel?
베슬이 있으면 이 중에 성각자의 함선 중에 함교로 추정되는 구역이었고요. 이번에 발견된 보이드 베슬은 중규모 설비 구역으로 추정되는 구역입니다.
So this is a newly discovered void vessel. The previously explored void vessel was only part of the ancestors' vessel's breach.
so hold on.
The newly discovered one seems to be a mid-sized.
So I could be misunderstanding it, because if this is an additional one, then I misunderstood it, that they are going to be running these in tandem. I thought it was going to replace the current Void Vessel, but if this is an Abyss Vessel, then it's in tandem, and I misspoke. So I wanted to clarify that. This sounds like when you go to the Void Vessel terminal, you're going to have multiple options now. So I completely misspoke, and I'm sorry for that.
Facility zone.
네, 10월 첫 목요일에 검과 함께 업데이트될 예정이고요. 또 이 보이드 베슬에서는 검을 주무기로 사용하는 보스도
So I
등장합니다.
did
또
misspeak, and I
호버 바이크로
apologize.
라이딩을 즐길 수 있는 긴 구간도 있어서 새로운 경험과 느낌을
Yo, thank you for the follow.
재밌을 것 같아요.
Sounds amazing. So it's coming in October alongside the new sword weapons and a sword wielding boss. That will also feature a long hoverbike route that adds a fresh twist to the dungeon experience in TFT.
Yes, and we'd like to reveal one more piece of information. You may already know, Nell is coming in August, Ultimate Luna in September,
네.
Ultimate Eugene in December. 그래서 올해 8월에 넬, 9월에 Ultimate Luna, 12월에 Ultimate Eugene이 업데이트되는 것까지는 이미 공개가 된 상태입니다. Well, we prepared a special sneak peek at the concept for a new Descendant coming November. 11월에 신규 계승자에 대한 궁금증이 있을 텐데 이에 대한 컨셉을 준비해봤습니다.
짜잔.
짜란. 이거 예상하시는
How dare you say
분들이
something like
궁금하네요.
that?
And no one saw it coming.
아마 아무
Also, for this right here, well, I don't want to be I don't want to give bad information to you guys, right? Because like people are paying attention to me passively. Maybe somebody's got me up in the background. They're only hearing part of what I say. So I want to make sure I call out if I fuck things up. Zymia, thank you very, very, very much for gifting a sub out to the community. Thank you for the support. I do this as a full-time job, and that gifted sub goes a long way to help me out. So thank you for the support. Thank you for supporting me, and thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you very, very, very much, friend. Is Amir, does anyone not want Harris? Literally called out that I thought Harris would be an interesting descendant like 2 weeks ago.
저도 예상하지 못했을 것 같은데 작업반장 해리스가 계승자로 각성.
Just because I thought it could be interesting with her arms.
합니다.
So no one saw it coming. I believe that Harris, the leader of the construction corps, is awakening as a descendant.
네, 이번에는 케이트도 다이아도 아니었습니다.
No Kate, no Daya, it was Harris.
네, 기계팔을 자유자재로 활용하는 스킬 딜러로 준비하고 있고요. 와일드한 이미지의
Art
해리스가 또
looks
다른
cool.
매력을
I'm just
보여드릴
curious to
예정입니다.
see how they run
So
her.
she'll be a skill-based damage dealer who fights with the mechanical arms. You may know Harris with her wild look,
Harris looking
but she's
good.
about to show off a whole new side.
전투 방식이 상당히 기대가 돼요.
It's like a very interesting.
I'll be
combat
interested to
mechanic.
see how she like plays.
이거는 또 다음에 보여드리도록 하고요.
Maybe I can show and share more in the future.
네, 아마 신규 계승자로 다이아 또 많이
I
생각하실
feel
것
like
같은데
it's a lazy way to do it, but a lot of people have seen. Also, who the fuck wanted Kate? I mean, I wanted Kate too, but I think that people see things in the game, so they just attach to her because it's easier than them like visualizing a new character.
가 계승자로 나오는 것은 확정이긴 하지만 내년에 업데이트할 예정이고요. 그 전에 해리스의
Doc Ock.
기계팔을 활용한
As long as her skills are cool, then it'll be
먼저
awesome.
계승자를 만들어보고 있습니다.
Imagine if she can use 4 guns, or imagine if she can use like 2 guns or some shit. Or yeah, imagine if she's the melee character. Like, imagine if she's their flagship melee character and she can use like a sword and a gun at the same time. Dev should stop watching Spider-Man? Nah.
So I'm guessing a lot of you expected Daya to be the next new descendant. As we mentioned before, that's already confirmed.
General Grievous
In the
swinging
meantime,
2
we just wanted
swords,
to try something
exactly.
fresh with Harris and her mechanical arms, so she is stepping in first.
Yes, it does seem fresh looking at Harris as a new descendant. So that was the quick look at some of the extra info we had to share. As for the few,
all right, let me look.
Yes.
They're going to
songs,
show
players,
everything
definitely.
here.
Yeah, there's
Unfortunately, I won't have time to go over all of the different stuff. Just know they're doing some really good stuff. You can probably see snippets of this on what they're going to do. Basically, they're going to do a lot of staged rollouts, like multi-month, new trigger modules, new exponent, new external components, balance patches. Definitely adding a lot of stuff here. So there's a lot being drip fed out. So I think that you're going to have a lot of times where, what up, Mermaid? To where like 1 month will be a good month with stuff to do, and then the next month will be very skimpy. And during the skippy months, like September, you'll be able to do some stuff in First Descendant, but you'll probably go play a lot of Borderlands, right? And then October will come around and there'll be like more substantive content. You'll be able to play more First Descendant. And then like going into November, it'll be like a lighter period and you'll be able to play other games. So
네, 캡처돼서 돌아다니지 않을까라고 생각을 하는데요. 먼저 전 누맵에서 하지만 인치를 투입을 하려고 합니다. 그래서
but you can see like Ancestor modules are going to come out in November. So that's probably going to be pretty big. Swords are going to be in October. And they're doing like a new Void Intercept battle, which is going to be the Lava Citadel. The new Void Vessel is coming in, medium-sized facility. So you can see like September is pretty skimpy, but like October is going to have Swords, which is a whole new mechanic. A couple new things there. Going into November, you're going to have player-to-player trading, which is going to module trading, which is going to be huge. You're going to have new Void Vessels. You're going to have a new Descendant. You're going to have a new episode like episode 2, so more story, Ancestor mods. So I think September is probably going to be the slowest period.
매달 업데이트되는 콘텐츠들이 충분히 즐기실 수 있도록 양질의
And then Lounge 2.0 for people whose wrists still function.
되도록 최선을
So there's definitely going to be a really nice staggered layout. So I would prefer all this content to come at once, but if it can't, this is probably going to be the best alternative. And a lot of this looks like, and then that doesn't take into consideration like the balance patches and everything else. So there's definitely going to be something for you to do every month as long as you don't know Life the Game. If you know Life the Game, it'll probably get kind of skimpy, but there's going to at least be something for you to check out. Not the trading you think it is. I mean, it says player-to-player module trading, and you're going to be able to trade players' modules for other modules, or you're going to be able to trade Kuiper for modules, right?
I believe this will be the screen people will put the most attention on. So I take the community's feedback seriously and want to be honest. So given the time needed for proper polishing and QA.
Yeah, but September's probably the worst month. Honestly, out of that whole list, September's probably their worst month. Which honestly, I think was smart of them to make September their worst month, because September's going up against Borderlands. Especially if you're helping out someone new. I think it's going to be great for content creators too. They can like raffle off mods to their community and stuff. Need more missions like Kingston Spec Ops? You think so?
Okay.
What up,
we
Labbit?
concluded it's not realistic to move up the release schedule. And that said, we're committed to delivering the new content every month.
September
We will
kids
keep
go back to school. I think it was smart to make September their shit month.
doing our best to ensure each monthly update is packed with high quality content.
Yeah, and also in the previous seasons, I mean, some players were disappointed that there wasn't much new content aside from progression.
Everything's going to be going for like 100 mil.
Huge roadmap here. It seems like these concerns are being addressed this time around. So, yeah.
But guys, unfortunately, and I hate to do this to you, I think we cut through most of the content. But unfortunately, I have to go because I have shit I have to do tonight. So I think I'm going to end the stream here. I think we cut through most of the content. I don't know if I'll take this 5-hour VOD and turn it into a highlight reel, or if I will just record my thoughts on specific things and just make a curated YouTube video. It'll probably be the second one because it's going to be much easier to do, where I just give you guys my overall thoughts. But you guys got to hang out with me and talk about it. You guys really got to enjoy it. I think second's going to be much better. What is the theory behind why you'd want all the content to be released at once? So here's why. So I'm going to answer this question before I go. The reason I think they should front load the season is because the game is not doing well. And because the game is not doing well, I think you need to go with like shock and awe and really try to win your players over, and new players and returning players, with just a lot of things to do. I think that if your game is not already doing well, Jesus Christ, Ecto, thank you for banging me. My concern is that, say 100,000 people show up for the launch of Season 3. And then after a month, you're down to 40,000 players. Well, after 2 months, you're down to 20,000 players. Well, then when you have 20,000 players left and you're rolling out some of this new content, it's too late because you've already lost 60,000 players. So I think that if you give a lot of people things to do, you have a better chance to keep them around and keep them hooked and get them interested in the game. Yes, they're going to check out, but they're going to be more interested in the game and more inclined to come back for new things and things that are drip fed in. So I think that if your game was already doing well, like you had hundreds of thousands of concurrent players, you could get away with doing this because there's obviously something about your game that has people wanting to play it every day. But when your game is dropping down into the 3,000 concurrent players on Steam at its low during the day, your game is struggling. So when that happens, I think it's more important to try to get as many eyes on the new content, because that's what's going to help keep those players, instead of drip feeding that content out, because you're going to have less and less opportunity to keep people around. And if they can manage season 4 in a timely manner, they'll have a chance to save the game long term. Absolutely. But if this goes out until like December, and then they say they're not going to launch season 4 for whatever reason, they're going to do season 3.5 in December, and then season 4 is going to be July of next year, then you're going to be in a bad spot, because if they're just going to drip feed content like this for a year, it's never going to work. It's just never going to work. You need to have more content than this for a live service game constantly. So that's my view, guys. Hopefully that makes sense. So hopefully that answered your question on why I think that they should front load the content. That's just my view. So again, people can disagree with me if they want, but that's why I think you should front load the content. But guys, I gotta go. I gotta get ready. Unfortunately, I got shit I gotta do tonight. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for all the love. Thank you guys for all the support. Thank you guys for the subs today. Thank you guys for all the follows. Thank you guys for everything you do. Thank you guys for hanging out for a literal 6.5 hour just chatting stream. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for the love. Thank you guys for everything you do for me and for the channel. We will be live tomorrow. We'll be playing we'll be playing First Descendant. We'll be checking out the new buffs on the characters. We'll do what we can to try out the new content, and then if we have time, we'll go back to Elden Ring. If not, we might not be getting back to Elden Ring for a day or two, but we will pick back up on doing First Descendant and Elden Ring. Yeah, we'll have patch notes. We'll have tons of shit to do. So if not, it might be a day or two till we get back to Elden Ring, but we will be getting back to Elden Ring too. So thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for the love. Thank you guys for the support. No, I love you guys. I'm going to drop out of here. Thank you guys for everything. Love you guys. And I will see you guys all tomorrow. Take care.